I've just been advised that I'm actually the acting president, so so officially I can do that. So we'll go ahead and take the roll call. Present.
Here.
And I now relinquish the meeting to Council President Brandow. We're just at the invocation.
Thank you, Councilman Baines. We have invocation with Pastor Kevin Foster. Pastor, come lead us in prayer, and then we'll remain standing for a flag salute.
God, we come before you today and we thank you so much for this day, Lord. First of all, we do want to thank you for the rain, Lord. Our Central Valley really needs it, Lord, and we thank you, God, that the rain is coming, Lord. We thank you so much for that. There are so many decisions, Lord, that need to be made over the next few days, Lord, decisions that are going to affect our future in this community for quite a long time, Lord. And we just thank you that there's a verse of Scripture in the Bible that says that if anybody lacks wisdom, we can ask our generous God and you will give it to us. And so today, Father, we ask you for wisdom, Lord. As we lead, Lord, sometimes we don't know what to do, sometimes we do. In those times that we don't know what to do, would you give us wisdom, would you give us strength, and would you give us grace from above? We pray that for our city council today and all the decision makers. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
We'll face our flag. Attention, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have a couple of great ceremonial items this morning. And Councilman Baines, you're up first with a proclamation for the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission.
All right, good afternoon. Do I have, all right, Mr. Galvez, do we have any other core members here? All you guys, come up here. This is, so I don't get a chance to do this very often or often enough, but who you all see before you today are members of our local conservation corps, and they're a subsidiary of EOC. And you guys probably recognize them because they are wearing their green hoodies and blue pants, and they give so much of their time keeping our streets clean, keeping them beautiful. They do so much work in District 3, around the Veterans Home, around Kearney Boulevard, and really all of Fresno County. But all of these folks are keeping our streets clean and helping us out, and they do this on a daily basis. They donate so many hours. It's not all volunteer hours, but they volunteer their time, and they work for the local conservation corps, and we're just so very glad that you guys exist in our community. Through this program and through this process, obviously they gain work skills, and they take those skills and they go on and get better opportunities for employment. But today we're actually going to be recognizing the employee of the core member of the year, correct? And are you Edgar? Where is Edgar? Oh, okay. Well, Edgar Galvez is the core member of the year, and I can tell you, if he's a core member of the year, he must have done outstanding work, because they all do such good work. So we're going to be presenting Mr. Galvez with a certificate today, but we are also presenting the local conservation corps a proclamation for all of the work that they do in our community day in and day out. We appreciate you all so very much. Appreciate the work that you all do. And Madam Clerk, would you please read the proclamation for the local conservation corps?
Whereas the Fresno Local Conservation Corps is a program under the umbrella of the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, EOC, and in 2013 celebrated its 20th anniversary of providing valuable vocational training and educational opportunity to its young adults ages 18 to 25 through its community service, recycling, and landscaping programs. And whereas the Corps Network, a national organization based in Washington, D.C., comprised of 127 conservation corps selected from Fresno EOC, Local Conservation Corps, Corps member Edgar Galvin, as Corp Network National Corps Member of the Year. The network also selected the Fresno EOC, Local Conservation Corps Department of Labor, Career Opportunities, reached throughout the participation and service program as the National Project of the Year for its project at the new Cal-Vet Fresno Veterans Home, where hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars worth of resources were invested. And whereas the Fresno Economic Local Corps will continue to serve the Cal-Vet Fresno Veterans Home and provide quality vocational training programs for Fresno's young people to invest resources into the City of Fresno's District 3 community, which will make the District 3 a better place for all of its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council supports the efforts of the Fresno EOC Local Conservative Corps in working diligently to provide opportunities for the Fresno's young people to do by here declare month, day, year to be Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission Local Conservation Corps Day in the City of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Can you say any words on behalf of the court? Thank you, guys.
We get to do too often, which is really good. Thank you, Sal. We get to bring on a brand new fire chief for our city, and it's somebody that we know real well, somebody that served us for a long time, and somebody that we've appreciated her hard work for an awfully long time, and it's time to take her to the next level and let her continue that process. And so, Carrie, we really step on up, and we really appreciate your service to the city of Fresno, and thank you for taking this step forward. And Mayor, if your administration would take over from here, that'd be awesome.
Thank you. All right. I am so grateful to be the one who gets to make this appointment. And this is really a terrific position for us. We're so thrilled to have Carrie ready, willing, and able to lead. She is exactly the right person for the job. We're proud of her. We support her. We support the department. We're anxious to work through the chief and with the department to see the department continue to move forward. It's been a good long couple of years, a tough 3 or 4 years, and I think everyone's ready to see the department turn the corner And I think, Chief Donis, your leadership is an example of that. So I'm so grateful for your leadership and look forward to working with you and your team. Bruce.
Thank you. In discussions, and especially most recently with Carrie about the vision for her department, you can hear in her voice the love and commitment she has to this community, her family, and most importantly, the men and women of the Fresno Fire Department. We have recently been talking about how things begin to feel like they're getting a little bit better. Well, this is my first appointment for a fire chief, and I can tell you her appointment is a signal that things are getting better. So, Carrie, congratulations. Chief, let me formally recognize Chief. I'm looking forward to the next 3 or 4 years of working with you. And I know you want to say a few words. I know you have some wonderful people here. Well, we'll do the swearing in first. So I know you want to introduce some people then who will help you. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out of your way.
Well, this is just a ceremonial act, okay? Just repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic? That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California? That you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, and then you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter. Well, great. Thank you very much.
Pinning my badge is I said I was going to do this. My father, Daryl, and my mom, Barb. I'll try and be brief. If I could have the liberty, Mr. President? Great. First, there's several people I need to thank that are here and some that couldn't make it. So I'll try and make it as brief as I can. First, I want to thank the city manager and the mayor for their confidence and commitment in me and the opportunity to lead this great department. The council, I've worked with many of you for many years and some not as long, but I look forward to doing great things as we go forward and rebuild this city and this department. There's family, there's friends, there's mentors here and colleagues that I need to thank. And first I want to thank my parents, and I need to say, don't take me crying as a sign of weakness. It's a sign of, anyone knows me knows I don't cry much. It's pride and great honor. But my parents had taught my siblings and I a great foundation. We are how to have a great work ethic, a commitment to excellence, but also a balance of compassion and kindness. My brother and sister who are here, and my nieces and nephews, we have a very, very close family. And as some of you don't know, we moved here. They moved here 12 years ago to join me in Fresno. And we all live about 8 blocks from each other. And we spend a lot of time together and get along really well. So we're very blessed. To the joy in my life and who's brought me balance in my life. And that's my family. My wife, Lori, and my son, Tristan, and my beautiful daughter, Tori. There's so many friends and colleagues here and mentors. I need to thank them, but they've come some many miles to be here, and others not so far. But I have to call out Coach Margie Wright, who has flown. Yeah. She's taught me so much, and as a role model for this community and for women that have passed through her program. Thank you for showing up for me. 4,000 miles in one day to be here for this is an honor. Thank you. I have mentors in this fire service that I need to thank, and I will miss you, some of you, but please stop and in the foyer when we have some refreshments, because I would love to just hug each one of you, because you know what you've done in my career. And just to call out a few, Chief Arnaz, I know you're here. There you are. Chief Brugman, who can't be here. Mike Despain from Clovis. Chief Johnson from Paso Robles. Chief Ryder. Chief McDaniel. Chief Ed Rogers, who's here. Chief Henry, Chief Cabral. All of those folks have been mentors in my life. Captain Horn, Captain Wiedemeyer, Captain Urbano, even Captain Waterston was an influence in my career. I'm blessed, and the members of this department are my other family, and we are in this together, and we are going to come out of this, and we are going to be a better department going forward. In closing, I need to repeat what I said in the press conference, because many of you are here and I could say it to your face. None of us, not one of us, achieve anything by ourselves. And yes, each one of us has to do the heavy lifting and the hard work it takes to achieve and pick ourselves up when we fail. But all along in the background, there are always people, friends, mentors, colleagues that guide us, give us a gentle nudge. In Coach's case, it was a jerk of the collar to get my attention, and it did. Or pick us up, or pick me up when I failed. And to that, I need to say thank you, because I would not be standing here today if it were not for all of you, whether the small part that you played or a large. I wouldn't be doing this today if it were not for your support. And so it was with deep pride and gratitude that I am graciously accepting this role as the fire chief, and I'm honored and humbled, and let's go do great things. Thank you for your support.
We're all through, unless you have some words.
Council is going to take about a 10-minute break. That's for us. The rest of you can party as long as you need to. We're going to take about a 10-minute break to come out and shake hands with our new chief of the fire department. And so there's a reception in the lobby. If you want to grab some refreshments and shake our chief's hand, let her know that we appreciate her. Thank you. Is that everybody? No. Oh, we have enough to get started. I think he wants to be a part of this coming up, though. Madam Clerk, I think we can get started with the approval of minutes for last meeting. Has there been any change to the minutes?
No changes received.
Okay. Do I have a, so there's been no changes to have a motion to approve? Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Longchamp. Let's take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Passes 6-0. Okay. Now we have council member reports and comments. Councilman Zhang, you're punched out first.
Thank you. Just want to make sure, I know city manager is walking up here, but just to thank staff for the guideline group that was out there last night at City Hall. We had a pretty decent group that came through, and I want to thank staff for being out there, our partners with High Speed Rail. And so I'm looking kind of to see what the results were, but I saw a pretty good group that came through last night. So thank you for the work, and I appreciate it.
Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to notate the passing of Mr. Steve Pillabos. Passed away approximately a week and a half ago. He was 102 years old, and he did a lot for our community, not only in Fresno City but in Fresno County. Had a ranch in Mendota, and even created a new type of cantaloupe back in the day that's being bought worldwide. But also a great philanthropist, and if there's one thing that I can call him, was a Renaissance man, because using Yogi Berra's words, he knew everything about everything. Got his law degree, got his degree in poetry, got his degree in philosophy, but he was just a great man, wonderful man with a caring heart, and he donated a 13-acre piece of land in southeast Fresno that ultimately became Fresno's first four-field soccer park, known as Pillabos Park. So I wanted to, just notate that he just was a great, humble man, and was friends with presidents dating back to Eisenhower, Reagan, and the Bush family. He's a friend to all of even presidents, but he was also a friend to the common man. And so he's just going to be really, he's going to be sorely missed, and I wanted to notate that. The other thing that I wanted to do was, Mr. City Manager, I wanted to do a handout. I'll send it down with a picture to the council members. And I got a call a little over a week ago from some convenience store owners, and they're very upset with the amount of signage that goes on in outside of convenience stores, on the landscaping, the buildings, and they're saying, we know there's an ordinance somewhere, it's just not being enforced for all the signage, and this problem is going on throughout the city, and so they're saying, we're doing our fair share to try and keep our community looking good, and yet these signs crop up, and even in new strip malls. And like I said, it's throughout Fresno, Woodward Park, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. And I wanted to pass those pictures out. But what I also wanted to do is to ask the city clerk to come up with an agenda item with time and date, and I'll get to you a little bit later on that, city clerk, because some of the store owners would like to come in and give a little bit of testimony, and also get together with the with the city attorney's office to see what existing ordinances we have that we can enforce, and then have a discussion up here and see what I know we're short of code enforcement officers, but it's just really out of control. And when you have convenience store owners coming in and saying there's just too much signage going on, I think it says a lot. So I'd like to make that as part of the record, and then I'll be getting together with your respective offices to come up with a date and time to inform the store owners to come in. So on their behalf, they wanted me to present that and show you the pictures. They took these pictures, I didn't. So anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Quintero. Any other council members with reports or comments? Okay, I think we're on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda? Council, are there any changes to today's agenda? Baines? Any changes to today's agenda? Okay. Then I am going to ask to continue general admin item 2A for 2 weeks. I'm not prepared to vote on that today.
Are we doing consent calendar, Council
Is
President?
that what we're on? Oh, excuse
Consent
me.
calendar.
Yep, we're on.
And point of order, Council President,
Mm-hmm.
City Attorney. Wait, we haven't voted on the consent calendar.
We are approving the agenda at this
We're
point.
approving the agenda.
And 2A would be general admin.
So, excuse me, I made a little mistake there. We're still on the approval of today's agenda, Councilman Olivier, before adopting the consent calendar. So we're just on today's agenda, the items on today's agenda. And Councilman Baines, did you?
Council President, I'd like to ask for a continuance on the 5 o'clock item for 1 month.
5 o'clock item. Yep. Bus rapid transit item. Anybody else would like? Oh, Councilman Brand.
I think we need to hear the 5 o'clock item because it's significant to the general plan and the timing, and if it ends up altering the general plan, we need to move quicker to try to get the general plan resolved this year. So I would ask that we keep it on the agenda. I don't know, City Attorney.
Make a motion, I think.
I'll make a motion that we keep it on the agenda.
If there's a second to that, then the council would first vote on whether or not to keep BRT item on the agenda.
So I
Make a motion.
I asked to make a continuance. So should I have asked for that in the motion?
No, the procedures allow any council member to continue an item unless another council member says, no, I want to keep it. That gets a second, and then you vote on whether or not to keep it. It would take 4 votes to keep it on the agenda today.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, I'll respond really quickly to Member Brand. The delay I'm asking doesn't impact the timing of the general plan. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion
I'll
to
second.
have and a second. Second by Councilman Olivier. So I guess we need to take a vote. Are there any other council
a yes
members?
vote will be to keep it on the agenda. This does not go out to the public.
Yes, to keep on the agenda. And City Manager Bruce Rudd.
Yes, thank you, Council President. On the 2 items in question, let me begin with item 2A. We have been in discussions with an applicant regarding the request for improvements in the downtown area. We are prepared at this time, if the council wishes to hear the item, to amend the resolution that would be going before the Council of Governments tonight. The applicant is supportive of the administration's effort to include those projects in that list, and we would encourage council to hear the item based on the fact that we do have, and I'm looking out at the applicant, he's somewhere in the audience, we do have concurrence on the item. With regard to the 5 o'clock item, we would be willing to delay or defer the discussion around the 5 o'clock item, due in large part because, as Councilmember Baines pointed out, there are a number of issues related to the implementation of BRT. There isn't anything on the councils that 30 days is going to impact one way or another. And given the level of community dialogue that's occurred, or especially over the last 2 weeks, what appears to be a galvanizing of positions and stakeholders, and more concerning some of the comments or information that has gone out that has created, unfortunately, a division within our community, we would certainly entertain or support Councilmember Baines's motion to table the item for 30 days so that maybe a small group of us could get together, see if we can come up with a resolution to everyone's concerns, and then come back to the community in 30 days, hopefully, with a proposal that everyone can live with. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to tackle one item at a time. Any other council members? Yes, Councilman Quintero.
City Attorney, one of the things that we've done in the past with some issues is that we've gone ahead and had the community input. We've heard the item, and then come back in a week or two to vote on it. You know, take in all the testimony, and then everybody gets the opportunity to voice their concerns or support for the item, and then, like I said, just come back in a week or two, where we can vote on it, because then the comments from the dais can be made at both times, but the hearing is closed when we come back and vote.
That is an option. If you wish to implement that option, you'd need to keep it on the agenda now.
Okay, well, I just wanted to let the council know that's also another option to consider, instead of having to vote one way or another now.
Councilman Quintero, are you talking about the 5 o'clock bus rapid
Yes,
transit?
I'm sorry, the
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Okay, so you weren't talking about the other one. So
Yes, the only pending motion right now is the
Yes,
5 o'clock item.
Exactly. Councilman Olivier?
Thank you, Council President. No, I support what Member Quintero is talking about. I'm sure that we have perhaps even dozens of people in the community who are interested in this issue, who made arrangements to take off work and be here for this item. So I would support that we at least hear it and give the public a hearing today.
So, City Attorney, we could, okay, Councilman Baines, I'll let you go.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I'm not in opposition to what you're the second, Member Olivier, on Member Quintero's suggestion. Is Member Brand open to allowing the hearing to occur with public, where we would take in public comment? And your second seems to be okay with
This was kind of, my question to the attorney might help us through that. City Attorney, if we keep it on the agenda, then tonight the public can still make their comment. The people that have planned to be here, they can still make their comments. Can we make the decision tonight to continue the vote? That's not something we have to make right now, is it?
Right now, at minimum, it needs to be kept on the agenda. I suppose one option would be to keep it on the agenda with the condition there be no vote tonight. That would be an option.
But we could decide tonight whether to hold the vote tonight or not. It doesn't have to be, that part of it doesn't have to be decided right now.
Yes, that's an option also.
All right, thank you.
So just for clarity, we could make the motion. We could do Member Olivier's suggestion and Quintero's suggestion. Take a motion today that would receive public comment, and then hold the vote a different day.
I wouldn't want to tie, and just as the second and answering to you, I wouldn't want to tie this body to yes, we're going to vote or no, we're going to vote. I think that the body should have the opportunity to make that decision this evening.
I think that's what Member Quintero was suggesting.
Yeah.
Councilman Capriolio.
I'm a little confused, so, and I think some other people are as well. So what are we doing?
Right now, Councilman Baines would like to continue the item, and there's been a motion by Councilman Brand and a second by Councilman Olivier to not continue, but to hear it because people are planning on being here. And then the question now becomes...
Is that one motion there?
Yeah, that's the motion currently. Okay. And then the idea is that we can decide whether to take the vote tonight, even if the public gets a chance to hear it, which is kind of what Councilman Quintero is talking about. But right now, the motion is to have the motion is to go forward and keep it on the agenda tonight. That's the first and second.
That's correct.
I think I got it.
Councilman Brand, you punched up.
Not to add to the confusion, but if we're going to consider taking public testimony only tonight, and I'm assuming that would be public test, but then when reserve council deliberation and debate and a vote to a later date. Is that what you're asking? Then what we could do, if we did, we could simply not continue the item, have the item at 5 o'clock, and basically just renew the discussion at 5 o'clock and say, then we take the vote at 5 o'clock. But I would say if we do that, if everybody shows up here, at the very least, we have to have people give public testimony. We can have the right to have our discussion and our comments at a later date, but if we're going to do this, it's not going to make any sense to have everybody show at 5 o'clock and then, oh, by the way, we've canceled the whole thing. So we've got to either do one or the other.
Well, okay. Okay, Councilman Quintero.
The reason that I brought up that other option is because just from past experience, it's been that by making a decision now to maybe, for example, like I proposed, hold a hearing this evening and then decide, come up with a date on what day we would vote on it, at least you let the public know now through the media that tonight will only be a hearing and the vote will be at a later date. See, that way you've got everything clarified with them, because, and then you close it. You can close a hearing tonight and just say, okay, we'll make the council will vote in 1 week or 2 weeks, but by making the decision now, you're able to let through the media let the residents know that you'll be doing it, and then that way nobody gets mad. They can come in and give their testimony, knowing that there won't be a vote. But I think if you wait till the evening, let everybody speak and say, oh, by the way, we'll decide in 2 weeks. That's not good. So
Councilman,
I just wanted you to consider that.
Councilman Olivier?
Council President, I would like to vote this evening on this agenda item. So I think maybe that's something that we could decide after we're done with public comment. Maybe we revisit this. Somebody make a motion, we revisit this and see if postponing it is worthwhile. But I would like to vote this evening on this agenda item.
Anybody else?
It's a clarification, City Attorney. So if we vote to hear the item, we're going to go, and there's no decision has been made whether or not to vote or not vote. We're simply committing to come here. We can still, at 5 o'clock, make that decision to say, take a public comment only, correct?
Right. Right now, if you decide to leave it on the agenda from 5 o'clock forward, you can handle it any way you'd like to.
Okay, then I'll leave my motion the same then, and we'll just make that decision at 5 o'clock.
So a yes vote is to keep the item on the agenda.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, then. Madam Clerk, let's take a roll call vote, please.
What's the motion?
Motion is to keep the item on tonight's agenda. We can entertain your thoughts tonight, later on tonight. We can still revisit that. But if we vote yes, you will be keeping the item on the agenda, the 5 o'clock item.
Roll call vote is Councilmember Baines,
No.
Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandell,
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio. Yes. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero.
You call Councilman Jean?
He just.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Phew. All right. Good. Okay, I think we're done with that item then. Motion passes 4-3. Then I had mentioned, and we got caught up when Councilman Baines realized he wanted to make his. We're still on the agenda. I would like to continue item 2A for 2 weeks. I'm going to request that we bring in a short workshop on TOD spending and how TOD works. We've had so many questions about TOD that I'm going to request that we continue item 2A for 2 weeks. He doesn't need to second me?
No second is required.
Any other council members?
Yeah, I do.
Councilman Jean.
I think city manager has already addressed the concern about the applicant and some of the issues that we could need to move forward on. The TOD has been, I don't know, I mean, we've heard this TOD discussion for a long time now, and it's not our first time at this council to know where TOD is, what it's for, and what it should be. I think the discussion has already been made about what the applicant is concerned about, and it looks like this administration has addressed that. So I would oppose to continue. I want to hear this and get this voted. This is a pretty important item that needs to be addressed, and it would be wrong to delay this because there is no reason to really delay this. So I would not support it, that item, and I hope I get a motion to continue this item.
So we have a motion and a second to
on the agenda.
Keep this item on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Capriolio.
Unfortunately, I haven't been here a long time and hope to be here a long time, but in the interim, the TOD information would be really, really important to me. It seems to impact a lot of areas, and some in particular in our community, and a workshop would be most informative to me, so I support that.
Anybody else? Okay, City Manager.
Thank you. And I realize for Councilmember Capriolio, this may be a new topic for the rest of you. We've been down this road before. This item, the reason it's on consent is pretty routine in nature. We have identified, in working with the applicant, an opportunity for projects that can be funded. What has happened in this particular case is the timing of one application versus the other one that comes generally through a normal cycle. These funds are only allocated at this point in time for one area, which is downtown. The council has historically, on a routine basis, approved these projects, and by hearing the item today, Councilmember Capriolio, it would probably provide you some insight to how these dollars are used, what the intent was for these dollars, and then we will come back in the next 2 to 3 weeks and provide a very thorough, if that's the council direction, if they want to have a workshop, although the majority of the body has been through this, we will do a workshop, or I would be more than happy to come to your office and explain you to the history of the TOD, since I was around and was one of the authors, as well as Mr. Roberts, who's in the room, of the program and how it originated under the Measure C extension.
Point of order, Council President. This is general administration item. This one is not on consent, correct? Because I think there's some confusion if it's on consent or not.
No, there's a couple of
No,
items
it's
on
not.
consent, but I'm talking about item 2A.
Of general.
I apologize.
Okay.
You corrected.
Just thank you.
Councilman Baines.
Just for clarity, Council President, what you do realize we're not actually getting any money. We're just talking about the application process in this item. Is that I'm just kind of wondering.
Yeah,
what
so remember a couple weeks ago, we talked about taking votes piecemeal. And this is, we need to make some decisions about this. And so this begins a process, a piecemeal process that I'm not prepared to vote on this piece of it yet till I understand more about that application process and all that it contains. And so, City Manager.
And again, I would encourage the council to leave the item on the agenda. This isn't piecemeal, and we will be able to explain that when we get to the item. What we are going to propose to do is add some items to a resolution that is already that the staff has prepared. So an amendment to that resolution would, as we've already addressed, would deal with the issue of whether certain projects will or won't, and we'll be able to explain why those projects were not originally. It was never our intent not to, or to exclude those projects. It was simply a timing of this particular application in compared to the rest of the TOD process. But there's not an effort to try to piecemeal. This, in fact, if you hear this item, you will be able to hear that what was being proposed is just the opposite of a piecemeal. It is actually a resolution to support the actions taken by the Measure C Oversight Committee, the Measure C TOD Committee, the Technical Transportation Committee, the Policy Advisory Committee, and it is actually a shift in which we are no longer going to be in the process of piecemealing, but actually funding dollars under this program over multiple years in order to address just this concern about piecemealing.
City Manager, is this item have to be voted on today?
Yes. And the reason is that the COG will be taking action tonight to support the application that the city submitted, which is a kind of off cycle. We will come back in February to submit these other projects that the applicant has included.
See, that's kind of part of my problem, is that it has to be voted on today. So I'm gonna stick to my request that we continue this item for 2 weeks, and I would like us to add a TOD workshop at that point to give us a fuller understanding of TOD in general, and then we can follow it up with a vote on this item.
Council President, let's go with my motion because that's what we're voting on. Is the motion to keep this item. If that fails, then we'll be more than happy. But that's the motion that's on the stand right now. And although I would enjoy this debate a little bit longer, let's see if we can move this along a little bit. So let's take care of my motion.
So, Madam Clerk, if we could, so the motion from Councilman Zhang is to keep the item on the agenda, and the second from Councilman Baines. And so if we could do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brand, your vote, please.
No.
No? Okay. Councilmember Brandow.
No, he can't vote for Brand. Brandow just voted.
Oh, that's what he said, but he's next in line. Okay. I will start over and be louder. Councilmember Baines. Yes. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
No.
Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. And Councilmember Jean.
Yes.
It's 2-5.
Motion, vote fails 5-2, I think, if I got that correct. Okay. Now, Councilman Brand, you had punched back up. I don't know if you still want that time. Okay. All right, we're good. All right. If there are any other changes to the agenda, if not, do I have a, what's that? Oh, we don't take this to the public. Do I have do I need a motion to approve the agenda then with these changes? Do I have a second? Second. Councilman Brand. All those in favor of approving the agenda with those changes, say aye. Aye. Motion passes 7-0. And now we're on to the adoption of the consent calendar.
Point of order, Council President. I'd like to enter a recusal on items O, P, and Q.
Councilman Olivier recuses himself from items O, P, and Q. And do I have any other councilman comments on the consent calendar, adoption of the consent calendar? Then do I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar? Do I have a second to adopt? We have a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Now we are on to general admin item 2B. Is that correct? General admin item 2B, authorizing the Director of Aviation to execute.
Council President,
Yes.
Was the consent calendar taken to the public?
No.
I think we need to do that.
Okay. Do I have any members of the public that would like to comment on the adoption of the consent calendar? Seeing none, can I just refer to our previous vote? Thank you.
You can move on.
And move on to general admin item 2B, authorizing the Director of Aviation to execute a management contract for the operation and management of parking facilities at the airport.
Council President, Council, Kevin Michael, Director of Aviation. Good afternoon. The airport parking facilities have been managed by a parking management companies for many, many years. It's definitely not the airport's core function to do that, and this is typical for airports to reach out and have this done. The current management contract expires at the end of March, and back in September we started the process of developing an RFP. We actually went to a consultant who specializes in RFPs relating to airport parking facilities, just to ensure that we are current, up-to-date standards with the industry. And we did that. We went out on the street in cooperation with the purchasing division and put a review committee together that involved staff, not only from airports, but as well as the city's budget office and staff from the Long Beach Airport. Long Beach Airport parking facilities folks, a similar sized airport to ours, although a little larger. And the recommendation is to award a contract to Standard Parking as the best value for the airport. I've got staff here as well as purchasing staff to answer any questions with regard to the process or the decision making that we made. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilman Capriolio, this is in your district.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Baines.
We need to take this to the public, too.
Yeah. Do I have any members of the public that desire to comment on this issue? Seeing none, bring it back. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Kevin. Now on to general admin item 2C, a resolution adopting a policy authorizing the city manager to the authority to reduce and or eliminate selected citywide impact fees for industrial development. And this is from, okay, Larry Westerland. Good to see you.
Yes, good morning, Council President and council members. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. It'll be fun to be on this side here for a while, and I don't know if any of you remember when, I know you will, Blanc, Councilmember Zhang, excuse me, when Eric Roberts almost fainted up here. So if you ask too many questions and I don't have any answers, I'm going to pull in Eric Roberts and just faint right here, and then we'll pass from there. So no CPR, right? That's right. Well, luckily Bruce woke up when that happened. I didn't have to do CPR.
I owe Larry, so in the event that he starts to go down, I'm obliged to catch him.
Oh, no.
But it's just going to be the chest compressions. This is all he's going to do.
Well, thank you very much. Council, we have before you, and really excited to bring an item, an initiative to the council that I think will be a helpful step in trying to nudge some economic development and particularly industrial development in the city of Fresno. I've done a little PowerPoint presentation to kind of explain it, and wanted folks to be able to see it at home. I left copies with you. Just as a clarification for those who might be at home, this isn't just for the 3 districts that were labeled in that. I had some people call me and said, well, it's just District 2, District... no, it's citywide. That's Council President Brandau and Councilmember Quintero and Olivier are sponsoring, are co-sponsoring it. So, just in case folks not up on current events or where we're currently at, last year Fresno ranked 8th in cities with the worst unemployment in the United States by Forbes in 2012, and we continue to be at the top of that bad list. As you know, we have about a 12.6% unemployment. Based on November 2013 numbers from the Labor Statistics, Bureau of Labor Statistics, That means we have 53,700 adults in Fresno, and I guess it's a metropolitan statistical area, that are looking for work and they're unemployed. Of course, these statistics, as I understand it, never count those who've stopped looking for work. Unemployment rates are always those who are still looking for work. So as you know, we need a great deal of help in this area, and that's what this is really targeted and designed to do on this initiative. So the program before you would give the authority to the city manager to be able to reduce some of the citywide impact fees on a 5 or 6 criteria that would need to be in place. And it's not a subsidy, it's just a reduction in fees. The program is for 12 months and for 12 months alone. We would come back and we would report to you every quarter how it is working or if it's not working. And if it's overworking and we're getting too far, then you'll have the option to pull the plug on it, or we can all celebrate and decide that this is something that we need to continue. So as you know, impact fees are something that are paid by development projects that come before the city. There are a number of fees that are in place. Among them are citywide police impact fees, which go to pay for capital improvement programs for the police department, the fire department. There is a parks fee, but you'll see, and I want to emphasize this, parks fees are not in this program. Industrial M1, M2, M3, and commercial manufacturing zoning, which is what we're talking about here, don't pay park fees. There's also a citywide impact fee consisting of traffic fees, and that's a signalization fee, a fee for the overall city, and then a new growth area fee. So the ones that we're talking about, that this program for industrial projects alone would either have a reduction or a waiver based on police fees, fire fees, and major streets fees that include those 3 components. Any of those fees, and it has to be ministerial in its application rather than discretionary, so that we avoid legal issues, means that it has to hit, if not all of these, most of these criteria that we have before you in the PowerPoint. One, that the industrial project leverages or creates the expansion of our current opportunities in our industrial base. 2, the development is either for owner-occupied or for a long-term lease. Long-term lease in the commercial world is generally considered 5 years. We'd like to see them longer than that, but at a minimum of 5 years is what we're thinking about and talking about. The project site is located where the public infrastructure is primarily in place and would support the development. The project site is currently zoned for industrial development. And then the last one is the project, we believe, based on the analysis of the project, will create assessed property valuations to rise in that area and for that particular project, with a possible increase of sales tax and, of course, other revenue streams that come from employees being employed, making livable wages, paying their taxes, and being part of our workforce. So that, and again, I'll mention it and kind of emphasize it, it's for a term of 12 months. We certainly understand and recognize that impact fees are very important to the overall infrastructure build-out of the city of Fresno. That's why it's very targeted in its numbers, and it's not residential and it's not commercial, although there are certainly developers who would, on the commercial side and on the residential side, that would love to have that happen. We're really targeting it to try to drive job production and job and employment opportunities, and we think that's the new that new dollar, that value added that comes from an industrially based job. So again, it's a term for 12 months, and that's because you know, in the overall structure of the city of Fresno, we have some targets that we have to meet for the infrastructure build out, and we are taking, for the effort of economic development, we're taking some of that out of the equation. I'll show you in a minute. I don't think it's going to be that much, but again, that's something that's stepping out of that infrastructure equation. So I've kind of mentioned this already. These are the types of citywide impact fees that we're talking about: police, fire, and then traffic impact that includes signal, citywide, and new growth. It does not include, and I did want to mention this, sewer connection fees or water connection fees. Those are actually, sometimes they get lumped in with impact fees, but they're really not impact fees. They're a service charge for the service that you get, and that's your connection fee to that. And again, industrial projects do not pay park fees, and so we wouldn't be waiving. And of course, the reason that I mentioned that is because we have done a lot of bonding on parks, and the payback stream for parks is the impact fee. So as well as there's a couple of funding streams, but one of the primary funding streams for that is in fact the impact fees. And so this will not do anything to put us further in the hole in impact fees for parks. The other one that I did want to mention, it's a little bit hard to see probably from here, but I wanted to give you some idea of what kind of order of magnitude, in the military they used to call it order of magnitude. Give me what your magnitude is on what we're talking about is maybe a reduction in those impact fees. So I want to thank Mike Sanchez, who went through the projects individual one by one to come up with these numbers. But in 2011, we had a total of impact fees paid for industrial, that's M1, M2, M3, and commercial manufacturing, of 14,651 jobs for the entire year. And of course, you know, that was at the height of the Depression, or we were just pulling out of the recession, and there is no development going on in the industrial side. I mean, that 14,000 is really nothing compared to that. When the total impact fees paid, and that's what that total number is, 4,900,000 and some change. Of that, 4,914,000 was paid. Then in 2012, we think we saw a little bit of pent-up demand, so we did get some more impact fees that came in on industrial. So out of the total 5.8 million impact fees, which includes residential, commercial, and industrial, $350,000 of it was actually industrial that paid those impact fees. And then in 2013, which we think is probably a little bit more usual, of the 5.3 million in impact fees paid, overall for all three categories, in the industrial category, 219,000 was paid. So the idea being is if we saw the industrial impacts fees come in, rolling in, because we're giving this incentive program and we're nudging people to actually move their projects forward, and at least kind of from my perspective and my experience on this is, you know, I don't think we're going to get a bunch of folks who decide, you know what, because the city of Fresno is going to potentially reduce my impact fee, I'm going to jump up and do this stuff, if they hadn't already been thinking about it. But if they were on the fence and they've been thinking, gosh, we need to expand, or we've been thinking about it for 4 or 5 years, but we've held it off, this might be just enough to nudge that kind of project forward. So what I was going to say is that out of the 219,000, let's say we're wildly successful and we double that amount, it's $450,000 of impact fees. Not all of them would qualify potentially under the criteria to get the reduction. It would be some percentage of that amount. So I wanted to kind of put that out there, at least what we think the rough order of magnitude would be. Again, this is a ministerial decision. Part of the reason that it's ministerial and needs to be ministerial is because it's not a subsidy, it's a reduction so that we don't trigger prevailing wage. And the city attorney, of course, can opine on that some more. He has had an opportunity to look at this extensively. One of the things that you'll find, of course, with prevailing wage, and not everybody has a problem with prevailing wage from a political or philosophical perspective. However, if the supplement ends up being a 5 or 10%, not supplement, rather a reduction in fees that comes to 5 or 10% of what a project might be, you find that prevailing wages usually cost you 20 to 30% more. So if you trigger prevailing wage, you've that 10% in reduction in fees or 5% in reduction in fees is just evaporates, and so the program wouldn't count for anything. It would be a hindrance, not a help, if that makes sense. Yes. Oh, okay. I'll make it quicker then. Yes, I will, and that was going to be my last slide, so I'll jump right there. Questions? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Ashley Werner with Leadership Council of Justice and Accountability. We submitted a letter to you yesterday, I think, and so I hope you all got that. And I just wanted to kind of go over a couple of our comments because we think, you know, we're not opposed to this agenda item, but we do think it brings up a much needed opportunity for conversation about how this city approaches economic development and, you know, where the costs and burdens of economic development lie. It's a conversation that hasn't really been had. So, you know, first, and I want to apologize, our letter said that there were no materials printed on the website about this, and it was called to my attention today by Greg Barfield that there is some supplemental materials on the website, but you know, I think we're still concerned that there's a pretty limited fiscal analysis. It's pretty general, without any figures, and you know, provided at 4 p.m. Monday afternoon, we're not sure that the people who actually stand to be everybody's listening, stand to be impacted by new development, were actually engaged in this. But I think kind of most substantively, this item is one of a series of initiatives and the general plan update that, you know, proposes an economic development policy that at its core is about spurring enhanced industrial development in these clusters. And, you know, if you look at the land use map, those are located, you know, adjacent to West Fresno on both sides and other low income areas of the city, which, as we all know, are already severely burdened by environmental stressors. You know, just 2 days ago, I was talking to a client who is a substitute in West Fresno, substitute teacher at West Fresno Elementary School, and she said students regularly come in with nosebleeds, and teachers have to cover their faces because they smell gasoline in the air. You know, I think we all are aware that there's serious environmental issues in that area of the city. So, you know, our recommendation is that you postpone voting on this and you initiate a conversation about how environmental justice and you know, concerns relating to siting of industrial facilities in the city can be addressed when initiatives like these come forward. So, you know, very specific instance here is that, you know, the staff report or supplemental materials say that there will be some reporting on, you know, the fiscal impacts of this policy. You know, the reporting should also include, you know, where jobs are being created in the city, which neighborhoods are gaining jobs, what are the environmental impacts into what neighborhoods and how they can be mitigated. And then, you know, for a more long-term approach, we suggest creating a task force to really start looking at these issues because, you know, we know they're serious issues and you guys have the authority to start doing something about it. So, thanks.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Richard Fairbank. I'm with the Zinkin offices. I'm here in support of this proposal. As you know, we're not involved in industrial. We're involved in commercial retail, commercial office, and to a lesser extent, multifamily. But there are two basic reasons why I'm here. One is the overriding need in this community is employment. And when you are taking undeveloped property and you are developing that, you're doing two things. One is you're increasing the value, which increases the revenue to the city and other governmental entities. But more importantly, what you're doing is you're going to create employment opportunities. And I know there are a number of articles out there that address the issue of how much employment and what kind of economic impact is there from a development project, not not including just the employment after it's completed, but the employment during the construction of that project. It is such a snowball effect. You take the contractor who buys the supplies, who buys the materials, who pays employees, and those subcontractors and those suppliers in turn pay theirs. It's a multiple of 3 to 4 times the amount of investment that the developer makes. So a $10 million investment adds $30 million to the local economy. The only criticism I have of this is that it doesn't go to the commercial. I would like the council and staff to explore that because I think, as the numbers show, most of the development is in the retail, commercial, office commercial, residential. I think it's time that we start looking at ways to bring employment back to the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council President Brandow, council members. My name is Leland Parnagian, and I'm with Fowler Packing Company. My family is the owners and developers of North Point Business Park out on Highway 99 and North Avenue. We've been developing that now for about 8 years, and I've been actively involved working with both City of Fresno staff and the EDC in numerous attraction efforts since 2006. And I can tell you now that I'm very, very encouraged to see this presented today. It is the most encouraging incentive that I've seen come out of the city of Fresno. In fact, in the past, there really has never been a meaningful incentive that we've been able to offer to companies looking to locate in Fresno. And it's inevitable. That is a question that's asked every time we sit down at the table with them. And I'm sure the folks from the EDC can attest to this. What type of incentives can you give us? What are your development impact fees? And I've never been able to give them anything meaningful. It's truly competitive out there. We're competing not only regionally with other cities around here, but other states. And so I think this one truly is meaningful, and it has the ability to influence location decisions. It's simple. It's not complex. If we make it too complex, we won't. It'll be of no use because they won't understand it. So this is the right time to do it. Let's not wait until we lose those users to try and come up with a solution. So thank you. We're in support of it.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, City Manager. My name is Don Pickett with Don Pickett Associates. We are your entry-level industrial builder here in Fresno and have been building industrial buildings in Fresno for about 20 years. As Leland just mentioned, this is really the first incentive item that we can actually offer to customers. And what I find right now is we are still not out of the recession in our business. We've carried ourselves at a loss through the recession. We've worked very hard to try to do anything we can to promote our business. Luckily, we spread into solar systems also that has helped carry our company. But right now, this is a tool that we can use. We do have companies right now from out of town that we've been talking to. And it seems like in our business, we do have to nudge people through some kind of concession. And the concession has been offered by our company. And this is really something that I think will be a good tool and will help kickstart our business back again the way it was before the recession. And I appreciate your consideration on this. The only other thing I would ask is that I think it's been some time since most of these fees have been reviewed, and I think it's really would be appropriate for council and administration to continue to take a look at these programs and make sure that they're still on target of what they were trying to achieve, and that we weren't basing the capital improvements they're going to pay for based on pre-recession estimates of city staff, city needs for buildings and things like this. I think that's a requirement, and I think it's really be appropriate to do some kind of review on all these programs. Thank you.
You're surprised to see me? Good afternoon, council members. I'm Leanne Eager, President and CEO of the Economic Development Corporation, and I'm obviously here to ask for your support on this. I think going forth, what that does is you can say, yeah, what they said. But what this really is about jobs. You know, I'm a fourth generation Fresnan, born and raised here, and cares so much about this community. And it has been so long that we have heard about the high unemployment, and you know, we keep trying things to get us out of this, what we're already in. And my job, and many of you know, before I used to be in a different job, I worked with folks who were in poverty and were trying to get out of poverty. And when I switched over to economic development, and people said, gosh, you know, you were working at a rape crisis and child abuse treatment center and working, how does that match up with economic development? Well, I saw what poverty did to people. I saw what poverty does to families, and how domestic violence associates with that, and how when people can't afford daycare, what that does to families. So when we're talking about jobs and we're talking about how do we bring in new business here, I was talking to Bruce, city manager Red, this morning about, I was just in India last week, still have jet lag, and the state of Punjab paid my way to come there to talk to the folks there about what we have to offer here in the Central Valley and in Fresno. And a gentleman came up to me afterwards after I gave a speech to about 200 entrepreneurs and people looking at expanding here. And I talked about the wonders of Fresno, and he came up to me and he said, you know, I'm actually going to expand a business that I have that started here in India, and now I have an expansion in New Jersey, and I'm looking at the West Coast, and I'm actually looking at Central California. The only city that popped up when I put in all my parameters was Visalia. And so I talked to Bruce and I said, I got to look that up on the computer and see what's happening. Why didn't Fresno automatically pop up? Well, it was the incentives that Visalia had to offer. And when I put in what this man told me he wanted, Visalia did pop up. This will do that for us. This will say, okay, now Fresno really wants your business. Of course, he is coming to Fresno now because I was able to say, did the people from Visalia come here to see you to bring your business to Fresno, to Visalia? No, Fresno did. But we want to make sure that when people do look up, where should I go do business, that Fresno's the one that pops up. And these kind of incentives are the only thing that's going to make that happen. So I encourage you to approve this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I was happy to co-sponsor when I was asked. I would like to thank staff for all their hard work on this. I think that it's a good thing. I think it's good for our city, so I'm happy to make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, Councilman Zhang, he beat you to it, Sal.
I think it's more in your district, isn't it? Can I go last, please?
Well, actually, now it's Councilman Quintero. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Sal.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Bruce, I know you took a leadership position on this initially, and then it carried over. And I want to thank you for coming up with that. Mr. Fairbank asked a pretty good question. Are you looking in the future to include waiver fees, impact fees for commercial development?
One of the things we are looking at, and we'll probably be back in about 6 months, and we'll get into this when we get into budget, because we're going to propose to move the master fee schedule to off budget because of some other issues. But to get to the point, we are already in the process of restructuring or looking at a complete restructuring of our impact fee program, because in the case of a lot of this development, whether it's retail or industrial, a lot of the infrastructure within the existing sphere is already there. And so we will be coming back, as I said, in about 6 months to present to council a complete new fee program. And I think at that time we'll be able to address Mr. Fairbank's questions about development again, and the cost of development and the incurring the cost of especially infrastructure, off-site improvements, signal lights, street widening, things like that. When those are already made, or already, as we point out with Mr. Parnagian's site, the streets, the lights, the water, the sewer, they're already there. So there's no reason to charge somebody again for stuff that's already been put in the ground and invested in.
And I know that both southeast and southwest, I mean, there's just a lot of good land available for the for this type of development as well, because of the the freeway system that we have set up there and the corridors that are there.
Well, and he's not here, but I'm going to make a pitch at the airport. Anyone who's listening, we can make a real good deal on the airport land as well. So, and you can't get any better location as far as logistics, because not only do you have State Route 180 that connects to SR 41 and then the 99, but you also have air cargo, air freight. You have UPS as well as another air carrier right there at your front door. So Southeast Airport's in Southeast Fresno, but it's kind of up in the central area. So there's a benefit or opportunities, I think, to go around for the entire community. I think, again, as you pointed out, this is about creating jobs, and one of the underlying issues for us is for this community, and as Ms. Ager has pointed out, we were celebrating, 2 weeks ago when it was announced that we had hit 12.8% unemployment. That would be considered catastrophic in a lot of other areas, and with this drought, we all know that level of unemployment is just going to get worse. One of the other things that we need to touch upon is, here's the reality check. We're in a competition, and there are other cities around us who are doing this, and it's not just cities that are right next door to us. There are cities in this region, there are cities in this state, and more importantly, there are companies in this country that can choose where they want to go. We want this to be the location so that we can create those opportunities for a lot of people right now who don't have those employment opportunities.
The other thing that I wanted to ask, and it was another good comment by Leanne, was you look it up on the internet and you find Visalia's program on there, and I think the quicker we can get it on the internet, the information. I mean, we continue to say about Fresno, it's one of the best kept secrets. Well, we got to start letting them know too, and just getting it out there and being aggressive in marketing that. And the other thing, and this may be down the line, if you'll recall when the GAP came to Fresno, that some of us went with Mayor Patterson to Sacramento to try and get tax incentives for their manufacturing equipment and that type of thing, and we were somewhat successful, but not as good as we wanted it. But those types of things, that if we can start looking at revisiting those actually, and seeing if the timing has changed for us to start offering those other incentives as well. So, okay, and thank you for the invitation to be a sponsor of that. Thank you.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks. I wanted to, of course, I chatted about this, and I'm supportive of the project, but I also wanted to just lend some comments of support for what Ms. Warner stated. I think we do need to look and figure out how we're making sure that in these areas of our city that have close residential contact to industrial parks, that we're making sure that we're not unduly burdening certain neighborhoods. So I think that as we are going down this path, that in short order, and I'm hoping we can chat about that, and just how we're the analysis on that and the updates on that. I think there are some very appropriate points and to be contemplated with that. I know you both know in my district, obviously, that we deal with this regularly. So just in the future, Larry and Bruce, just want to make sure that we include a metric in there that does measure the environmental justice issues of industrial that's close to residential. I'm supportive of this. I think we do need this. I'm obviously for jobs and growth in industrial manufacturing is very important to our city, and I think it's an area we can capitalize on, and we haven't brought forth items like this in the past, so this is a really good thing. But the unintended consequence, the proverbial if this or whatever. So I'll be supportive, but like I said, want to continue that dialogue on how we measure these certain communities and make sure they're not unduly burdened. Thanks.
Councilman Zhang.
Thank you, and Member Baines, you're so politically correct today. I'm going to have to try to be as nice as I can. about it, but in the same roundabout, I'm somewhat where you are too. But let me ask this: should Larry, I guess, I know that we're talking about some numbers. I mean, what numbers are we looking at that could possibly be in that little shop gap of teetering of this did it and we're going because of this?
Well, in 2013, there were 17 industrial projects that were presented to the city, submitted to the city, of which 2 were a couple of rehabs, so they wouldn't have paid impact fees. Then there's a total of 6 that we think might be suitable for this. They've gotten approval. 6 of them have gotten approval, but they haven't pulled their permits yet. It's at the time that you pull permits that you actually pay the impact fee at that time. So we would want to evaluate those, and hopefully we would have more that would come in over the 1 year, 365 days that this would be available.
So we think that the 6 is at least right now would be like good candidates if this was done, that this would be something that will push him over the top.
Well, I don't know if it would push it over the top for them or not, but I think they would be good candidates. I haven't looked at them in detail.
We haven't reached out to them at all to kind of just tweak, and
well,
if this was the main reason.
No, I haven't. I mean, I've talked with some of the developers who are here and supportive of it, but and one of them has the projects that are pending, a 155,000 square foot building that they'd like to build, and we're still working through and seeing if it would meet the criteria. I didn't want to get too far down that analysis. If I got to council and it didn't pass, then, well, we'd be back to zero. Back to square zero.
Yeah, and so this is to speed up the process, right? I mean, because whatever existing process comes that, hey, company A wants this, and if we were to provide this incentives, and they would do, and you would go through some more steps and things like that. So the crux of this proposal is really to allow the city manager to kind of bypass whatever the process that exists and get to whatever resolution to get the parties moving quicker?
Well, it would still go through the full process. All of the entitlements, that's a whole separate and different ball of wax. This would just say on the impact fees that, if you have to pay $100,000 in impact fees, in the 3 impact fees that we're talking about, traffic, fire, and police, that we may be able to reduce that $100,000 to $25,000, or we may be able to zero it out as a reduction in fees. But it'll still go the whole process. What we hope that it will act as an incentive program in a project is that companies that have been thinking about maybe expanding for a couple of years, but they've decided, well, we'll just wait and find out. There's a lot of uncertainties in the market. Whether it's the Affordable Care Act or it's, where is it going to go, whatever the different things there might be, that they would look at and say, oh gosh, we've got 12 months. We know we've been thinking about this. Here's an opportunity to lower our per square foot cost, and let's launch in and do that.
So then is the number saying that we are already going to lower it? I mean, this approval is saying that the police, fire, we're taking those away automatically, and as long as you fit into the criteria, whatever those parameters are that's in here, that those impact fees are automatically gone.
No, they're not automatically gone. There would be analysis required to see if, what kind of job generation they're going to do. Are they in industrial zoned? Are they a good fit for the industrial clusters that we do have? So it's not completely automatic, but it has an analysis required. At least that's how we've envisioned it.
I'm sorry, Larry. You've been up here with me many times, and sometimes I get really confused easily. So let me try this in a different route so that I can try to understand it. So we're asking the council body to approve this incentives, the possibility of whatever the project comes in the industrial zone, that these incentives or these fees could be waived, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're asked, but we're not sure yet what those fee waivers are until we actually see the project and do the analysis, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so whatever process that they have with this entitlement, they're still going to go through it and all those things, correct?
Right. The normal entitlement
Right,
process.
so they would
have
still
to
go
get
through all this stuff.
Site plan review. If it was a particular type, it might have to get a CUP. It just kind of depends on what the business is.
Okay, so how does us approving, saying that you can move forward without saying that, well, there's incentives potential, right? We're not saying that you're going to get it. We're just saying there's incentive potential here for these parameters, and the difference of you coming back to say, hey, council, this is a great project here. We did the work, and these are the incentive that could be received, and here are the employment plus numbers, and here are the pluses and the negatives of this particular project per project basis. So where is, I guess, the process to make this move a little bit faster or not?
Well, so what would happen, or at least as we've discussed and envisioned, so if a industrial project would like to take advantage of this reduction in fees, they would file a 1 or a 2 page, and we haven't developed it, 1 or 2 page application that would probably be based off primarily their already application, what they've put in. How many jobs are you going to create? You know, what's your parcel? What's your actually planned project? Then we would review the parameters based off of that. We'd sit down after analysis with the city manager, and the city manager would say, yeah, you know, we can do X, Y, and Z, but we can't do A because there's not enough infrastructure in place in that particular area, and we're going to have to oversize the sewer system or do the second lane. So, but it would be at the ministerial level, it would be at the city manager's ability to do that.
Okay. So what's to stop them now to make that request? Or for us to be proactive and say, hey, we think we got this great program and we want to go without even coming to this council. I mean, is this a stamp of a formal stamp of approval? I mean, if that's what you're asking, then just say so that we can go. I mean, because we're not really giving, there's not a number here that we can say that you're going to get a guarantee or not. We're just saying there's some incentive potential. So this is more of a stamp of approval that there is this possibility that if you fit this, go ahead and apply, or we can proactively go after, correct?
Yes, and what it is when somebody's coming in with a project and they have, here's the list of all the fees that you're going to pay. And it could be a broker negotiating with someone who's going to come in, or a company that's going to expand their business. They're already there. There's not going to be an upgrade to sewer. There's not going to be a change to the street. There's not going to be any infrastructure. There's not going to be any investment. But a lot of times these companies who are looking at both the short term and long term, in order for us to compete, all we're saying is that in order to help you with your bottom line, there are certain fees for signal lights, street impact fees that we will waive, and we will make that up somewhere else along the line, whether it's reducing the scope of a project, using other transportation related dollars to backfill it. Interesting that we just got done talking about TOD. In a lot of ways, this is no different than what we've done with impact fees for the downtown, except we're applying this to opportunities that create net new jobs, and somewhere around 10 plus jobs per acre based on a minimum wage threshold and other criteria. But what the broker needs to know, or Leanne needs to know, is that if you come to Fresno, there's this program, and here's the cost of the fees. Those fees, if based on this criteria, you can get a waiver. They're going to want to then walk in the door and go, is this true? Because there may be a yes or no, because time is money. And if it's a yes, they're going to be moving forward under our business-friendly program. They're going to be up on the 3rd floor, hopefully within a week, trying to get plans in the door so they can get up and running. We believe the short-term investment will come back, one, through increased sales tax, reduction in unemployment, and the fact that that property will now be improved upon, and we will see a return on that investment by the simple fact that the value of that property will now be increased due to the capital investments made by that company coming to Fresno.
And I agree on the back end part, but it seems like you're saying that we're agreeing to reducing those fees already by this approval.
It would allow me the authority to reduce fees, yes.
Okay, and you don't have to come back to us at all?
We will come back every 3 months with a report to you as to how well the program is performing. One of the things Leanne and I talked about, I want to know what the other cities are offering and how effective they are. I may come back to you later on and say, you know what, Clovis is doing a similar thing, but they're not getting any kind of bites. It's kind of like putting your house up for sale and think you've got a good price, but no one's biting. This is just the first shot based on discussions we've had with the industry. This is the first step, and if it's fruitful, we'll continue with it. If it needs to be amended, we'll do that. But we will not be out here just doing these things. We will be providing you an update every 90 days as to the progress that we're making.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. We'll still have a little talk on the side on that, just so that it's a lot clearer. But on the job creation, on the back side of it, and so let me say this to our job creator folks. Let there be no doubt that I also believe that job is extremely important. Okay, and so we do anything that we can, but we also been here long enough, not only from the policy side but from the community side, that we hear the poverty level, the zip codes, and those things, and we throw those around. And and maybe I haven't heard it, but I would love to see a job that says, hey, we're employing, and these are actually where the employees are coming that are impacted by these zip codes, because we're using these zip codes to take advantage of whatever opportunities we can. But at the end of the day, we give the incentives, we give those things out. How many of those people, residents, that when their zip code is used, their poverty level is used, their data is used, is actually being impacted? So that would be a nice data to be a part of this. Because if you're going to ask me to say, well, we got poor folks here, and it's going to make, improvement in poor folks, and if you're telling me, well, we didn't really hire anybody in the poor folks area, but we think the trickle-down effect is going to come and affect them in another way, well, okay, then we'll have a discussion about the trickle-down effect. But if we're going to use those data, then let's find a way to be accountable to those data that we use. Because, I think there's a lot of poor folks that would love to be employed too, and that would help with their job creation as well. And then I just want to make sure I support Member Baines that as we're creating these criterias, and I may not go as far as Ms. Warner's in terms of adding all the social justice criterias and items into what parameters we're looking at. I mean, this is not the first time we've heard about this type of issues in terms of social justice issues or air quality issues and its impact. So I would like to see a criteria in there that addresses, and you can't address all of them, that addresses some of those issues that we've heard consistently from a segment of our residents and a segment of our community about the impact of growth and all those things. So those are my comments. Obviously, I'm in support of job creation because we're talking about it, and we know that that's a key factor. But I also believe when people are looking for jobs, they're also looking for quality of life issue, and I think that's like one of the top threes. That's not just job. That if I bring my family here, what does that mean? Public safety is, I guess, is on everybody's mind. If that's not one of the criterias for people coming to a city, and so this directly impacts public safety. Just want to make sure that the balanced perspective on it. Thanks.
Any other council members like to comment? Then I would like to just add, Larry, thanks for the hard work, and pass that on to everybody that helped. Bruce, we appreciate it. I expressed my appreciation to the mayor when we went out at the site, at the Parnegian site the other day, and I think it's a great piece of local policy that we can, throw out there to hopefully compete with our neighbors. And I think I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it turns into wonderful things and that we can implement it permanently and extend it to some other areas of our business community. Thank you for all the business owners and partners that showed up today to support this, and I think it's time to take a vote. What's that? So who should I go to? This is 3 districts. Let's go to Councilman Sal Quintero. You and I were both out there the other day. Do you have a motion?
Since you're the president, you can make the motion.
I'll make the motion, you make the second. We have a motion and a second on this item. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. On to agenda item 2D, a bill for introduction amending subsections C and D of Section 7 of the Municipal Code. It's the City Manager's Office. Got it, Bruce? This is you, right? D, a bill for introduction, an amendment.
What you have before you, Council, is an item that gives the city manager the authority to write off a level of primarily code infractions that have been incurred against a number of, not a number, but homes within this area located in a number of distressed properties. Give you an example, there could be a home in which there is a buyer who's interested in purchasing the home, and on market value it's worth $100,000, but there are $40,000 or $50,000 worth of liens assessed against the property, which makes the acquisition of the property impossible because the bank won't appraise the value, won't lend to that property. We have had initial discussions with a number of small real estate investors who believe if we can come up with a way to move those liens off the title, that they would give them an opportunity to come back into these neighborhoods, buy these homes, and then make improvements and either turn them into affordable housing or address all the code issues, but at the end of the day improves the asset or improves the home in that neighborhood, which then hopefully will result in other homeowners doing the same thing or potentially additional reinvestment in those neighborhoods. What would happen in this case, and you just approved one in theory, in closed session, we would set the liens aside for under a side agreement. The contractor or owner would commit to making the improvements to the property, bringing the house or home up to code, addressing all the code issues. In fact, he would provide a scope of work. They complete that work within the agreed upon period of time, say 90, 120 days. They make they agree to that work. Those liens would permanently stay off the title, and then that property would then be, once sold, would turn around again, as we just discussed. The value of the property would go up. We would incur somewhat increase in property tax, but more importantly, beginning the process of stabilizing a lot of our older neighborhoods in which the value of the property has just been depreciated to the point where the owner is no longer willing to put any more money into it. And on top of that, because of that, those liens that we've assessed against the property have made it impossible in some cases for the property owner to relinquish to somebody the property to somebody who will make those kind of investments, those improvements. The city attorney can add to any additional information you may have, but we believe that this in itself, this action, provides me the discretion to help a lot of the investors that we've spoken with, to come into these neighborhoods and make these investments that many of them are woefully in need of. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any members of the public like to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll come back up to council. And Councilman Quintero, you've punched up first.
Bruce, I've got a real quick question. What happens to the the owner that walks away that originally had the liens, is they just walk away and go buy another house, or
They have
property?
the ability just to walk away and go buy another home somewhere else. Yes, there's nothing we can really do about that. In a lot of cases, if the owner just walks away and just hands the keys to the bank, we lose that anyway because the bank's in the first position. We have no leverage once that happens. So what we're trying to do is create an incentive where someone will come in and acquire the property before the bank takes it over.
Yeah, but they're free to buy another property in Fresno and do the same thing over and over.
Or maybe in another community. Yeah, but yes, you're right, Councilmember Quintero. They could turn around and go out and buy another property.
Is there any other cities that are doing it differently than what you're proposing? That owner that walks away, that there's something that
I'm going to look down at the city attorney. I don't know if there's anything a city can do that would preclude someone who owns a distressed property, who ends up selling the distressed property to an investor, there is to keep them from going back and doing the same thing, buying another property in another part of town and simply doing the same thing they were doing before.
No, nothing would prevent that. As to the issue of foreclosure, if the city has recorded a lien for the code enforcement fines or abatement cost against the property, that lien would have to be paid if the property is sold in the normal course. However, a foreclosure would wipe out that lien. It's not a tax lien, so any foreclosure would wipe out that lien.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brand.
You know, in answer to that question, you can do a lien foreclosure if you had, assuming there was equity in a property, you had $100,000 property that was free and clear, and you could have I'm trying to think if you could, I think you had a $50,000 first trust deed, you could still do a lien foreclosure because we've done it on HOA dues, and if there's equity, we always weigh whether or not there's sufficient equity. If the home's worth $100,000 and the loan's $150,000, you're wasting your time. But it's real simple to go to a title company and figure out the encumbrances on a property to actually follow through on that. The second thing is you can also do a small claims action against the individual and obtain a judgment that way. Am I correct?
That's correct. All the other remedies are still available.
Yeah, so in other words, they don't necessarily walk away. If you have a serial offender, we need to, and we do have serial offenders, unfortunately, to follow up on those and make sure they just don't move from one home to the other. But I don't know if that needs to be added on or whatever, but I think from a policy point of view, we need to aggressively, given the resources we have, of course, to really at least pursue major offenders or given amounts over $1,000, $5,000, we can set a threshold because it would make no sense to chase people down for $50 fines. But I think this is a great idea to encourage rehabilitation, older neighborhoods, to get people in there to make those improvements and not be burdened by, stuff they had no control over. So, has anybody made a motion yet? I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
Okay. Doug, you had punched up.
Yes. I wanted to clarify something. Even though the code enforcement feature is the prominent feature of this, it also raises the write-off and settlement authority that the manager combined with the city attorney have from $25,000 to $50,000, and for risk from $15,000 to $25,000. Those lower amounts were set back in about 1992, so that effectively raises it to keep up with inflation.
Councilman Quintero.
City attorney, is there any is there a mechanism we can put in place similar to what Councilmember Brand mentioned, as far as
enforcing our existing remedies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the code already authorizes the city attorney and combined with the city manager to prosecute and enforce any of our claims that we may have.
Yeah, because it just doesn't seem right that they're just walking away and can go do it again,
No, there would still be some discretion involved.
Okay.
That already exists.
All right. Thank you.
Any other council members? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes Did you vote, Clint? Did you get back
I
in
said
time?
yes.
All right, 6-0. We're now on to item 2E, a resolution, amendment of salary resolution, adding to the classifications of development services coordinator and some others. That is from the Personnel Services Department. Jeff.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. Yes, we are adding adding 3 new classifications to the salary resolution. They are the Development Services Coordinator, which we discussed last month as part of the Business Friendly Fresno, the Housing Rehabilitation Specialist, the Energy Efficiency Supervisor, and we're modifying the salary resolution to reassign the Chief Police Pilot, an existing class, to the PEA unit rather than the unrepresented unit. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any members of the public would like to comment on this item? Seeing none. Councilman Capriolio.
That was an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thought I'd keep it short today.
Had a motion? Was there a motion there? So moved. So moved. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Brand. Any other councilman comments? No, we don't. Screen is clear. Let's take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Now on to item 2F, actions pertaining to the rehabilitation of downtown sewer system on Kern Street and Fulton Alleys. And that is from, so who is presenting there? Oh.
Good afternoon, council members, council president. I'm Kevin Norgard from the Department of Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division. The actions before you both pertain to the rehabilitation of the sewers on in Kern Street and then in the alleys that connect to it between L and Home Run Alley. And basically, we're asking you to approve the 2 categorical exemptions for CEQA and award a construction contract to California Repipe to repair the sewers. And I'll be available for questions.
Any members of the public like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to come back up and go to, well, Councilman Baines is not here. It's in his district. What's that? Yeah. Any council comments on this item? Do I have a motion? And a motion to approve? I need a second so it can move. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. All right.
Would you like to do closed session next?
Yeah, I think should I do unscheduled communication first?
That's your call.
Yeah, I'm going to do any unscheduled communication. If you'd like to comment from the public on any item or any item not on today's agenda, please approach the podium. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any. Then we are going to move to closed session and come back and talk about general admin item G after that. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes, Council, we have a conference with labor negotiator concerning the 2 firefighter units, fire basic and fire management.
If we could find our seats, if you need to, if you'd like to speak this evening, you need to fill out one of these request forms. It's a little orange slip. I believe they're in the back, by the very back row. And if you, once you fill that out, I think there's some pencils back there. If you'd walk it up and put it on this little ledge, Todd will pass it to me. And we've got a huge stack already. I just take them in the order that they're presented to me. So if you still want to fill one out, you still have time. And I believe we have Spanish language interpretation tonight. Who's responsible for that? I think somebody, this gentleman in the blue shirt, if you need to have tonight's proceedings interpreted in Spanish, go back and see this guy. And how about, I think we have Mong also. So this guy standing up will help you if you need to be have tonight's proceedings interpreted into Hmong. I think we are ready to get started. So once you fill out your card, if you're standing in the back, we'd appreciate it if you found a seat. And like I said, there's great box seats up above. We are continuing from this afternoon's agenda item. We are on to the 5 o'clock item, actions pertaining to bus rapid transit project, and it's a presentation by the city manager's office. So we're going to hear from our city manager, Bruce Rudd, and then we're going to go to public comments and proceed to council comments. So Bruce, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. Bruce Rudd, City Manager / Director of Transportation for tonight. The item before you is as we discussed in the past, is we're seeking council's concurrence on a subsequent environmental mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. This came about due to the fact that when we started having a conversation about actually moving forward with the implementation of BRT, there were some concerns expressed, especially by Councilmember Quintero, about the impacts on businesses and specifically on-street parking and the use of dedicated bus lanes in support of the proposed BRT project at the time. Staff then went back and evaluated the impact of eliminating those BAT lanes from an operational standpoint and concluded that elimination of these BAT lanes would not have any impact or any significant impact on the overall viability and performance of the proposed BRT system. Interestingly enough, listening to the community dialogue over the last week or two, there have been a lot of claims made about this project, one of which is that bus rapid transit is going to result in a number of street closures and the loss of on-street parking for businesses. I'm here today on the record to tell you that is the furthest thing from the truth. There is no loss of on-street parking for either Ventura, Kings Canyon, or Blackstone. I will acknowledge that as an organization, as a department, we have not done a good job of communicating what, if any, impacts there will be. For purposes of full disclosure, though, I do need to acknowledge that there may be, or probably is, one closure of a driveway in front of an adult bookstore. But I will not get into where that bookstore is. But it's not the library. Council, we have debated or discussed this. I won't say debated. This project has been long envisioned by the previous council members, previous administrations, contained in previous general plan updates or previous general plans, clear back to 2006. We've talked about the origin. The origin of bus rapid transit came with the extension of Measure C, and as I've said before, it is one of the promises made, and hopefully one of the promises kept. I'm not going to get into the long, lengthy history. You've heard the history, and I don't think that's relevant for tonight's discussion. I do want to touch on a few points, though, for those in the audience who may not know as much about bus rapid transit as all of you do, as well as some other members of my staff. The impetus of BRT was trying to find a way to efficiently move people from certain parts of Fresno to other parts of Fresno. It came about in 2006, 2008, after a recognition that we lived in one of the worst air quality or airtainment regions in the country, and that the continuing reliance on the personal automobile was to a great extent exacerbating our health and air quality issues in our community. At that time, the general plan talked about pursuing funding for light rail. But as light rail projects continue to be implemented throughout the country, the initial capital costs and ongoing operational costs of light rail became somewhat of a hurdle that could not be overcome. There were also changes in regulations which required cities or agencies who are going to try to compete for these dollars to show that there was a need. The study, which was conducted by the COG, commissioned by the COG, and supported by the COG, determined that the only real viable solution was the implementation of a bus rapid transit system in the city of Fresno. That study Also identified the two corridors that we've talked about. So very quickly, and so which got us from then to now. There was discussions about, and I've heard about, some thought about implementing a citywide transit impact fee that came out of a lawsuit as well as the recommendation from the study conducted by the COG. This program does not rely on any impact fee. So there's no new impact fee being burdened on development, and there is no parking, off-street parking being taken away from businesses. Very quickly, we believe, and based on experience in other cities, that BRT will reduce both the travel time and the waiting time for customers on two of FACTS's busiest corridors. The reason these corridors were selected is Route 28 along Ventura, Kings Canyon, and Blackstone have historically been the busiest routes that the city operates for public transportation services. We believe that it provides improvements to our customers without compromising service levels, and we've talked about why BRT is more efficient than existing transit service. And essentially, it's the speed. It takes you an hour to go from point A to point B, and you want buses every 10 minutes. You need 6 buses to do that. It's simple math. 60 minutes divided by 10 equals 6. Going back and forth, that's 12. If you can reduce the amount of time it takes to get from point A to point B by 25%, you reduce your capital costs and your operating costs. There's where the efficiencies lie. There's where the improvement and the convenience comes to the public, because they're not having to wait 20 minutes on the best case scenario right now, or 30 minutes for a worst case scenario, if not longer, for a bus to show up. I've heard about the concern about if it's 108 degrees outside, distance that someone has to walk a little bit further to get to a bus. And I would argue that the difference between the amount of time it takes to walk versus the amount of time it takes to wait is offset by that reduced waiting time and that discomfort of having to wait 20 minutes or 30 minutes. More importantly, as a result of previous council actions, not only did the city pursue and was successful in receiving a $38 million grant to pay all the capital costs related to BRT, the city was also successful in, through a very competitive process, acquiring $3.5 million from the Council of Governments to help fund the first 3 years of operating assistance. Now, Council, this is important to understand because there's been arguments as to whether or not public transportation is a true air quality mitigation measure. And these dollars aren't City of Fresno, and we have 2 pots of CMAQ. There are dollars that go to public works that have historically been used by public works to fund public street improvements, street light synchronization. In fact, there are a number of street light projects that have been funded both through the competitive process as well as through what we call Lifeline. They're dedicated dollars. FACTS has never received any of those dedicated dollars. There's other federal dollars that the city receives that FACTS is eligible to use to provide new bus service or expand bus service. But historically, the priorities have been use those dollars to fund street and road projects, and have been as long as I've been here. So in order to help offset the initial operating expense, instead of tapping into those dollars that are used for street light synchronization or dual left turn lanes or whatever else qualifies under congestion relief and air quality, the department pursued a grant to fund that will help offset the cost of the first 3 years of operation. There's also been much discussion about the pro forma, and I, to some extent, can agree that pro formas are like weather forecasts. The further out they get, the less reliant they are. And it's difficult to project out 10 years whether funds will be there or won't be there. The pro forma that you have seen is very conservative and is based on what we have historically believed has been federal dollars that have come into the organization. But in fact, the federal assistance that we are so concerned about ongoing only makes up about 18, maybe 20% of FACTS's revenue stream. The vast majority comes from either Measure C, local Measure C dollars, or state transportation dollars. And ironically, the performance that you have seen recently is actually understated, because I've recently learned that the state dollars that we originally had anticipated in this year's budget is actually projected to come in at a $2.5 million higher. Not projected, in fact, is going to be $2.5 million higher than the estimate. We also believe that BRT will provide additional value to the property owners located along this corridor. Other cities have seen the same thing occur, and most recently we have been in discussions with a developer who is very interested in what BRT can bring as far as improvements to his shopping center. We've also been in discussions with the developer of Fancher Creek, who has put into his program and is relying upon, because of state dollars he received, support for BRT. Fancher Creek calls for a BRT station in Fancher Creek. And while I'm not going to get into the discussion as to what will happen when BRT comes to River Park, because we already have bus service in River Park, quite frankly, I'll temper my comments to that. But I can tell you that when River Park opened, or prior to River Park opening, there were two routes that went as far north as St. Angus. River Park opened, and in discussions with the developer at that time, he said to me, quote unquote, "I want facts inside River Park." And he today is the same developer who is developing Fancher Creek. So I'm not sure about what anybody else thinks, but I do know the developer who underwrote and built River Park wanted facts there, and he wants BRT at Fancher Creek. We also believe that it will help reduce some of the development costs associated in southeast and southwest Fresno, because of the fact that this is a mitigation measure. Some of the road or highway expansion or capacity expansion that we will need to fund could be mitigated by the increase in ridership associated with BRT. And finally, Council, over the last 3 to 4 months, maybe longer than that, I'll take that back, it's probably been an 8-month exercise, the Council of Governments went through an exercise required under SB 375 called a Sustainable Community Strategy, in which the COG, the Council of Governments, has to be able to demonstrate, from a regional perspective, its ability to meet compliance when it comes to greenhouse gases. And Councilmember Baines is also painfully aware there's a difference between trying to meet standards when it comes to greenhouse gases and trying to meet standards for other required emissions such as ozone precursors and PM10 or 2.5. And I'm not going to get into the difference between conformity and the SCS process, but all four of these various scenarios that were evaluated by the Council of Governments relied on the densities supported by bus rapid transit contained in our Alternative A, as this Council approved. In fact, Council, Alternative A, B, C, D, and E that this Council evaluated also assumed high density and high capacity transit within those two corridors. So in both cases, you had land use strategies that were being evaluated. Thank you, Council President. So as I was saying, this has been on or in the works for years. And the reality is nothing has changed since the first time the discussions of implementing some other form of public transportation was discussed. Our air quality isn't any better, and we have some of the same challenges facing this region that we had 6 or 7 years ago. Council, the items before you tonight, as I said, the first item is simply a revisiting the mitigated negative declaration. I have a hard time with that one. That was spurred by an effort to try to find a middle ground with a portion of the community who are going to be impacted. The items before you tonight simply allow this project to continue to move forward to 100% design. At no time is the council will have another opportunity to decide to award a grant to construct. In fact, this council can decide to hold off issuing the RFP to construct, until which time there is additional conversations in and around the implementation of our general plan update. But interestingly enough, council, BRT is just replacing a light rail system that was first envisioned probably close to 10 years ago. So with that, I will conclude my comments other than the obligatory disclaimer that the city attorney has asked me to read into the record. And so with that, Doug, the custodian of record of proceedings is the city clerk for the agenda, minutes, staff report, and recording the council presentation, as well as other documents held by the fax director at 2223 G Street. We request council make a finding there is no substantial evidence the project will have a significant effect on the environment, and the mitigated negative declaration reflects the city's independent judgment and analysis. As part of its approval of the subsequent initial study / mitigated negative declaration, we request council adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is included in sub-item A. Council, that concludes my presentations on this item.
Now we're going to go to our, oh good, a bunch more cards coming in. We're coming into the time of our public comments, and I'd like to say that still people have just walked in the door within the last 5 minutes. We've got a lot of great seating upstairs. If you'd like to speak, you're going to get 3 minutes. You need to fill out one of these orange cards in the back. When you fill out that orange card, bring it up to the very front here. Don't interrupt the speaker, but bring it up to this little ledge. Todd, show him where you, yeah, perfect, right in there. That way he can turn around and grab it. He'll know that you're there, and then he'll get me your card, and it'll go to the back of this line. So we have a lot of speakers here tonight. A lot of times when we've done this, there's just an overwhelming amount of redundancy. If you find you're one of the people that doesn't have a hard time saying, I agree with the person right before me, I would just like to add, if you could cut out a couple sentences, if everybody cut out a couple of sentences, it'd be helpful. At the same time, we respect everybody's right to speak. Every time there's an interruption with applause, all that does is postpones the whole night, which it's really fine. Really, you're the ones that pay the price. We get paid to be up here, so we'll be here as long as it takes. So we'll listen to every concern. But if you hear somebody that really turns you on, if you could just hold your applause, make a mental note, and say, I agree with that person or something like that, that'd be really helpful. We're going to be very respectful of one another tonight. A lot of things have been said, as City Manager Rudd has mentioned. A lot of things have been said about this that are simply not true, and a lot of misleading information. And so what we want to make sure is that tonight we're focused our conversation on bus rapid transit in the city of Fresno. And let me think if there's anything I've forgotten. So we still have seating upstairs. And if you want to turn in an orange card, I mentioned that. Turn off, please silence your cell phones, and please endeavor to be respectful. If we're not respectful to one another, then we have to go to more goofy measures, like take breaks and 20-minute pauses and all that kind of stuff to try and force people to settle down. It's not that fun. Nobody enjoys that. So if you direct, one thing that's very helpful is all of these council members have put a lot of time in to bus rapid transit. Everybody that you see here has worked extremely hard. There's different opinions up here, but if you could focus your comments towards the council president, that's me, not pick on any council member, not trying to engage them. They don't have to respond to you. Our city manager, our clerk, and our city attorney, they don't have to respond to you. So don't waste your time getting all demanding for answers right now. What will happen is when you make your comments, and you can ask questions for sure, but we'll be responding when it's our turn to talk, which is after all of you are done. So I hope that's good enough. Do you think, City Attorney, did I forget anything?
No, I think you're good.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Out of order. What happened to... had the ones from earlier today. Excuse me, we had a couple put in from earlier today, and so those people have actually been in line, you could say, 5 hours. Here was my real problem. Barbara, I lost your card, and I remembered that you were up first. So I was scrounging around to try and see if I could find your card. So our first speaker today is Barbara Hunt. And then after Barbara, and the person following Barbara, if you could kind of stand up here in the front, even start making your way up to the front, and then even the person after that, so we're kind of always ready to go. The person after Barbara is Susie Vasquez. After Susie Vasquez is Sarah Sharp. And then after Sarah Sharp is Paula Fansler, it looks like. So if the three of you could come get behind Barbara, and Barbara, you get to start us off this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You knew my car was here. You already spoke on it. Don't go there with me. Bruce, you got a Corvette you're driving. Everybody up here, Francis Creek is in trouble. They supposed to been built years ago. Don't bullcrap. I have my master's in government, California School Board Association. I have an associated science degree. So what I want you to know, we're not illiterate. I'm going to be who I am, Barbara Hunt. You're not a dictator. You can't dictate to people the way you want it to be, because you only been up there not even 6 months or a year. These people have been waiting years. We got $50 million to go at state. We got people out here, crutches, blind, can't even see. You're going to have to walk a mile to catch a bus, a train that's not going nowhere. River Park, they get in Parmesan, Enterprise Zone, they don't pay anything. In Francis Creek, they went broke. They out there got all the free money. So what I'm saying about this here, the people got a voice because we still in America. We the people. We pays for all this. Everything is our money. I know about the people's been paid to come up here and get the votes out to whoever the queen is. That's why the people here, because there wasn't a United States was formed, because we didn't want queens up here to be a dictator. That's why we are part of the United States of America. We're not a federal government. So these people got the right to speak and whatever they say. And what I'm going to say to you today, we don't want this here fast, rapid bus. The people don't need it. Let's give the city fax the money. $50 million will go a long ways with the fax. They don't have no breaks. They don't have no lunch hours. They went without a contract. People was out here, got families, kids, hungry, when all this free money, you call it, is going on down the line. But what about the people that work hard to get this money to them? That's our money. It's not your money. You only one. We got millions of people here in Fresno that's going to be participating. That guy out there in the River Park, how you going to dictate? That's one person. He's not even supposed to be out there himself. He's supposed to pay taxes like everybody else. If those people in the empowerment zone, the enterprise zones would pay taxes, we would have money. Mary Ashley's not no queen. She ain't came from no England. If she did, she'd have been up there with Queen getting a check, because they got a government around here runs the business over there. She's a human being. That's why I'm running for city council. If I ever get up here, which I am, we're going to go back to the council form of government. We're not going to have no mayor form of government. We don't need it. Put her out here on the podium like everybody else. It's we the people. We don't need this here. This is a bunch of malarkey. I don't care what nobody said. We got a right to talk. We're going to get these people walk miles to catch a half a mile to catch a bus. I live out there in the country, out there in Southwest Fresno. You got me in Southeast Fresno. How the hell I get to be in Southeast Fresno? I'm 67, born out there in Southwest. This don't make sense to me. And the buses run, they run good. They pick up the people. They take us where we want to go and need to go, doctors, schools, hospitals, all times. We never give them credit. That's all I wanted to say. I want to say thank you very much. But you know what? You got to put a clock to let me know when my 3 minutes is up. I'm on to that.
All right, Susie. Please begin.
Good evening. My name is Susie Rico Vasquez. I'm the Area Director for the American Lung Association in California, the Fresno office. I'm so happy to be here to address you. And I've worked for the Lung Association for 13 years. I graduated from Fresno State, so I was part of the school population there, and I would have really, really enjoyed rapid transit system when I was going to school. I have worked for 13 years helping families who have asthma and other lung health conditions throughout the whole Central Valley. And now I'm in a position where I can provide some advocacy and leadership to some of the decisions that we would like to make locally. So I am here on behalf of the American Lung Association to say that we are a strong supporter of investing in clean air and a clean air future. And we believe that the bus rapid transit is an exciting step in this process for Fresno residents. We submitted a letter to you and the mayor earlier today urging you to take advantage of this opportunity. Because why? Because Fresno residents deserve better air quality. Unfortunately, as you already know, Fresno today is home to some of the worst air pollution in the United States. We already know that we're ranked second worst for particle pollution and fourth for bad ozone. We have tens of thousands of Fresno residents living with asthma and other lung health conditions. So we have about 20,000 children living every day, breathing every day, being affected by all the vehicle pollution that is out there. The BRT, which is bus rapid transit, what could mean fewer vehicles on the road. This will not only benefit the residents locally, but also the residents throughout Fresno County. We know that the majority of the pollution comes from vehicles and transportation resources, and we need to do everything in our power to make sure that we offer people reliable, clean, efficient transportation. The Lung Association places a high priority on programs that reduce the need for residents to drive, cut pollution, and boost healthy, active transportation choices like walking and biking that go along with transit ridership. So we believe that the BRT project will advance these goals, and we urge you all to really consider taking advantage of this opportunity to reduce air pollution in Fresno, city of Fresno, in the county of Fresno, and in the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. And so next up is Sarah. After Sarah, again, is Paula Fansler. After Paula is Skip Sargenti. After Skip Sargenti is Martha Kolstad.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Sharp. I'm with Fresno Metro Ministry. I'm the interim co-director. I first off want to start by saying BRT is the right thing for Fresno, plain and simple. We are here with many groups, some groups that we hardly ever agree with, and we're all here in support of bus rapid transit. I think I was going to talk a lot about air quality, but the American Lung Association just did a great job of doing that. But I just wanted to give us a reality check. I think you all know that the air has been very bad this past month. Thank God for the rain, but aside from that, we've had only 3 days this month that did not exceed the national standards for particulate matter. So we had almost the entire month of January out of compliance with air standards, and that is very, very detrimental to all of our health. Along with that, and it's also the worst winter in the last 12 years. So I know the air quality is not the only reason for bus rapid transit. There are so many reasons that we should be supporting it. But that is a very important and key reason to look at it. This is one piece of the puzzle. We know that there are many, many pieces of the puzzle to clean up the air, but this is one thing that in your purview that you could do to help with the air pollution. Get even if it's just a few people more riding the bus out of their cars, reducing vehicle miles traveled. On another note, and so I'm going to stop with what I was going to talk about with air quality, but on a side note, because Fresno Metro Ministry works with disenfranchised populations and underserved populations, we often bring and work with people to come testify in front of you, people who don't speak English as their first language. We've had some issues this evening with the interpretation, and you heard a complaint, but that unfortunately the gentleman who is doing interpretation is a volunteer because the city's person who was supposed to provide the interpretation was not doing so. And he said that he misunderstood what his assignment was, and he was only going to do for the questions and answers, and he did not interpret for the presentation that Bruce Rudd gave. And so we had to bring in somebody else to do it, and it was unfortunate. And then we still have Walter here volunteering on our behalf from the community groups. So, we just, for a point of reference for the future, when we have a big hearing like this and we requested interpretation ahead of time, we want to make sure that we have somebody who's certified and willing and able to do the entire presentation so that people are informed about what they're commenting about. So on that note, I would just say that on behalf of Fresno Metro Ministry and my family, who's been here for 4 generations, we urge you to approve the Bus Rapid Transit project. Fresno cannot afford to send back any resources. Bottom line. Thank you.
And Sarah, did you say this guy's name was Walter?
Yes.
Walter, we
Walter.
appreciate you stepping in.
Yes. So Cesar and Walter are both community resident group people that are volunteering.
We love it. Thank you. Paula.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments tonight, Council President and Council members. I am here in favor of BRT and very excited to be here and to be speaking for the second time. Actually, I was here last month on a rezone issue. Thank you for that. But we are here tonight in favor of BRT and feel strongly enough to speak up. I see BRT as an incredible boon to our citywide revitalization, sorely needed. I have read the City Hall information. I've read the articles in the Bee, both pro and con, read them carefully, sometimes twice. And frankly, I keep coming back to it's a win-win. It is a win-win. I cannot see a strong enough opposition to justify saying no. I keep looking for that in the opposition. What is the real reason that you're against this? That being said, nothing so important or difficult comes without sacrifice. But I feel that our community will still find their way into those Blackstone locations to Manchester Center during construction, so I don't see that as a negative. And I trust that there will be a plan to support the transition. I believe that the building time will unify our city as we patiently tolerate the process. I think that residents and the visitors alike will alternate their travel routes as much as they can and get where they have to go and plan ahead. There is room in the $38 million budget plus the support money, and I posed this question and it was answered, that there is money available for marketing, and I think that's crucial to set the stage for this exciting undertaking to succeed. Naysayers will be converted, in my opinion, in the process, and I'm very positive about it. I think it will become a hip thing to take the BRT, even by those who maybe would be perceived as never being caught dead on a bus going south. So why say no? What is there to gain with a no vote? I'm a native Fresnan, been here all my life. I've witnessed the rapid expansion and the steady ugly decline and congestion of Blackstone as our main corridor. So as a city resident, former teacher, new infill developer, asthmatic, let me add that to the list, so I agree with the last 2 speakers. We target distressed properties. We think that's part of that win-win thing. It's going to work for everybody. Contrary to the argument about nobody wants to go downtown, we passionately disagree about that, but it has to be pitched. We need to market that. We need to train people, get a little jingle going, some advertising, that kind of thing needs to be a part about it. And I think people will exercise their social conscience to reduce pollution, to engage in more civic adventures in our town once they keep hearing about it, all the while enjoying greater reliable technology as counterparts in larger cities. There's more, but it'll create balance that we sorely need. Thank you, and I urge your vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So we have Skip Sargente, Martha Kolstad. After Martha is Brian Weldon. After Brian Weldon is Gary Turgeon.
Thank you, President Brandow, members of the City Council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of this most important issue. Being born and raised in Fresno, I've witnessed many attempts by the city to expand our community's image and fiscal strength. From stadiums and arenas to poultry plants and tortilla plants, most of these endeavors have been for the benefit of a small section of the city and its population. But I've never seen an opportunity as significant as the one that we're addressing tonight, with the potential to expand this city's growth and affect the lives of your constituents for years to come. With the implementation of BRT, we as a city can make the leap from just using our transit system as a solution to not having a car to making it a viable and integral way of traveling throughout our city. The benefits are too many to list, but they cover the spectrum from economic growth to cleaner air. The time for fiscal prudence is always, but this is a time for fiscal courage. To not take advantage of the opportunity to utilize these millions-dollar grants to upgrade our mass transit and improve the areas of Fresno that so desperately need it would be a shame. From downtown to River Park, it would breathe new life into our Boulevard of Dreams, Blackstone Avenue, and the effects would ripple out from there. The revitalization of downtown needs this kind of kickstart if it's going to succeed. Don't look for a major tenant to anchor in downtown if you do not address this issue. Throughout the years, we from Fresno have always decried the lack of respect paid to us as a city. We are the 7th largest city in the state, and we complain that we are thought of as a hayseed hick town. But if we want the respect of being a big city, we have to start acting like a big city. And turning down these millions of dollars for something that will impact our fellow Fresnans' lives for decades to come is not the way to earn that respect. I urge you to embrace and approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Martha Kolstad, and I am here as a Fresnan who's lived here for over 30 years, but I actually was born and raised in San Francisco and Walnut Creek, so I've been around these rapid transits and the bus systems and blah, blah, blah for half my life. I'm here this evening to say that I think that BRT is not the right thing for Fresno right now. I'm not against it possibly for the future, but I'm saying that at this point, federal and state money is not free, people. It's tax dollars. So whether it's coming here and being seen as a gift, it's not a gift. It's taxpayer dollars. And we have a bad economy right now. We have taxpayers who are struggling. And I'm hearing right now that right now we don't foresee that there will be a problem with having funds available for implementation, maintenance, and so on in the future. We've heard that a million times too, and then all of a sudden it's like there's an emergency, something has come up, we can't afford that, we need to raise taxes, we need to raise fees, etc., time and time and time again. So I'm sorry to say I don't believe it. I'm looking at my property taxes and everything else for years to come. There are just lines and lines and lines and lines of separate assessments that keep coming up. So I'm sorry to say that I don't buy all this stuff. I think that the cogs that are working so hard to plan the way we live is, I possibly a disaster waiting to happen. We moved here so that we could have land to live on. I didn't move here so that I could take a bus to work again like I did for years and years and years in San Francisco. If I want to drive my car, I want to drive my car. And by the way, as far as the air pollution and so on, I know that that has been improving due to your hard work and the mayor's hard work, because also, you know, you get these abhorrent, these horrible fines if you're not in compliance. So that in itself is happening. So for all the people who, nonprofits and everybody else who incidentally keeps coming to businesses and private citizens for donations all the time, I'm saying we don't have any more to give right now. We're trying to keep our noses above water, and I'm saying, please, not the right time. I'm saying absolutely not right now. Thank you.
Martha, Brian is up next, then Gary Turgeon. After Gary is Paul Willingham. After Paul Willingham is John Wallace.
For letting me speak here today. As everyone here knows, that Fresno is flush with cash, nowhere near bankruptcy, because the previous city councils, just like you, have made great investments just like this before. The Fresno Met, the Tortilla Factory, the Great Chancey Park. And where are those councilmen now? They're sitting at home while we pay the bill. The feds are going to give us this great first crack fix so that they can get us addicted to that $50 million, which I guarantee you, being in the construction industry, it will cost over $65 million. If that's a good number, if it's that low, then the maintenance that we will have to pay after the crack dealer has sent their goods here will be well over the $2 or $3 million expected to pay. Where will the city council be? Somewhere else. I'll still have to pay that. Not a good deal. While they're building this thing, it will be over schedule, because there is no government project that will come under schedule or under budget. That's a fact, especially in Fresno. While this is under construction, these poor businesses who are struggling just to stay alive will be put out. Their customers will go elsewhere. They will be struggling and maybe closing. Then what does that do to your tax base? Oh, it doesn't matter to you guys. We'll have to pick up the slack. They're just dangling that carrot so that you guys can get addicted. That's what we've dealt with Chancey, with all of these other things. We tried to stop the Chancey. Great idea, just wouldn't work financially. A couple of people knew that, but they were almost railed out of town. Where are all those other city councilmen? They don't have to deal with it. The rest of us have to. I don't want to do another failed project. Thank you.
Gary Turgeon, and then Paul Willingham, and then John Wallace.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a businessman out at the corner of Blackstone and Bullard. I've been working at Michael Automotive Center for 25 years. We've seen a lot of changes on Blackstone Avenue out there, including having our own bus stop right in front of the dealership, which they ended up moving. It was kind of a good thing. We had a lot of bad things happen there. I mean, from fights to rear-end collisions, because as they went through the intersection, the next thing you know, someone's having to slam the brakes on. The concern that we have is this money that is thinking about being spent for this seems like to me, and the people that I work for, we could use some help in the law enforcement part, not to mention the potholes that we have in so many of these streets as it is. I'll give you an example. Next door to us is Office Depot. Just a few months ago, we had 2 windows blown out by bullet shots. There was a basic gang fight going on in front of the Office Depot parking lot. 2 of them went through a window, shattered the window. Another bullet straight across the lot and blew out a window out of one of our cars. That was actually good news. The reason it was good news is we were closed. And what we're seeing, what's happening at these bus stop areas right now with facts, I've been there so long, and it seems like half the time the buses are barely half full, if that. And it looks like to me, as far as our Fresno Police Department, Sheriff Department, however you're going to do it, it seems like to me we need to get some help. Just recently, we had another car stolen right off of our lot in broad daylight. Mercedes-Benz over at the corner of Bullard and Palm, same way. And the point being, it takes a long, long time to be able to get law enforcement out there because, why? We're shorthanded. We don't have enough police officers in this town, let alone the sheriff's department. And this kind of money that we're talking about spending now, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Last night, just for the heck of it, I drove down Blackstone Avenue in the middle of the day, and you have that giant, huge bus stop sitting right in front of Manchester Center. And there's a lot of people there. The unfortunate part is they're not in Manchester Center. You walk through that mall at almost any given time, except during the Christmas season. It's sad to say it's pretty much a ghost town. I'm just thinking with this kind of money that we're thinking about putting out over the next years and after the fact that when it comes time to pay the maintenance, where's that coming from? And I can tell you right now, out of the taxpayer bills that we've got going already. And at that point, that's pretty much all I have to say. I just think we need to really, really think about it. We've got a lot of buses out there now. We've also got some routes that aren't covered. I think that new shopping center that's being built out at Herndon in the freeway. Is there going to be a bus taking people out there? Haven't got a clue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Willingham.
Thank you. I've been told many times that nice guys finish fast, so I'm going to try to be a nice guy tonight. However, I do have a couple quotes from my old high school classmate, Thomas Jefferson. The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. Dependence begets subservience, and venality suffocates the seed of virtue and prepares fit tools for the designs of ambition. Do not bite at the bait of pleasure until you know that there's no hook beneath it. Mr. President, government is a beast. Federal government is a particularly nasty beast. A necessary beast, but a beast nonetheless. And unchecked, it will devour our freedoms, our possessions, and even our persons. It is ravenous, continually seeking to grow and consume. It is clever, utilizing temptations, coercion, fear, and supposed empathy to lure us to loosen its chains. Local government, the birthplace and last fortress of independence, is the buttress against this beast. Allowing the beast's entrance into our local government, no matter how attractive the lure, is a fatal mistake. Let us stand on our own, subservient to no one but ourselves and our own good conscience. I implore you to reject this false gift. Let Fresno be a symbol of self-reliance and true independence. No benefit can outweigh the horrendous effects of the entanglements so assuredly connected and linked to this proposal. Be the champions of freedom. We know you are. Tell the beast, thank you, but no thank you. We'll not take the bait. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I've been saying John Wallace, but there's a third name on there. Okay. And John, after you is Mary Savala. After Mary Savala, Michael Goosen. After Michael Goosen, Stephanie Frederick.
Thank you for allowing me to address the council this evening. I only see one person that's been on this council as long as I've been around here, and Mr. Quintero was in office and actually sitting on the council at the time that we had an offer like this come through once before, a large sum of money to increase the size of the police department. It was a great thing and everybody was really happy, and we increased the heck of the police department to a large, very effective size and unit, and we went together with we had magic teams out doing the job, and we really put the law down on the criminal population, and we put a lot of people, got them off the streets and straightened up a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, at the end of the 2 or 3 year period that we had that money allotted to us, the whole thing collapsed, and we had to actually lay off police officers, cut their salaries, cut membership, cut people and personnel, and that's basically was the bad part that happened with the federal grant that we got for that. And I just see the same thing happening here. I don't see how it makes much sense. We have adequate transportation at this time. Ridership isn't what I call real heavy. And for the future, I think we need to hold off on this. I think 10 years down the line, I think is fabulous. I think we could really do it. But at this point, I don't see any need for us accepting this money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary? Mary Savala, is Mary here? After Mary, Michael Goosen, Stephanie Frederick, and then after Stephanie is Kaya Roddenberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I came here tonight and I heard the word on the street was that this decision is already locked up and the votes have been counted and decided. And I was very sorry to hear that. I hope that's not true. My civics classes taught me that these hearings are held so that decision makers could hear from their constituents, get as much good information and factual information that they could, and that their decisions on an issue would be informed. The second purpose for which I'm here is because you may know me to have been a citizen who has been an advocate for better transit services in Fresno for a long time, for a decade. That I have been a citizen participation in the studies and the work that has been done that culminated in this hearing tonight about a bus rapid transit system. Make no apology for it. I've been in favor of it since the very beginning of the idea. And I sit now on the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure C extension. In that Measure C extension program was $100 million that was for rail consolidation. Over time, it has become apparent that the railroads have not been interested in participating in a conversation about that the costs of rail consolidation exceed even the most extravagant estimations we made originally, and that the light rail planning has thrown the whole rail consolidation discussion into a turmoil. I would propose, and I would be willing to support this with the Citizens Oversight Committee, that we take the remainder of that pot of money, which was $100 million over the 20 years. $25 million has been dedicated to the high-speed rail maintenance yard should this community get that facility, and there remains another $75 million that could be allocated to sustaining support for BRT. If that is one of your concerns, as it should be, then I would propose that this is a way to approach that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Michael Goosen, and then Stephanie Frederick, and then Kaya Roddenberry.
Thank you, Council. I'm Mike Goosen. I am a 52-year Fresno native. I'm coming here tonight to speak against bus rapid transit for 3 practical reasons. One has already been spoken about very eloquently, and that is federal money is a concern of mine to be coming to our town. Some might argue if it doesn't come to our town, it will just simply go somewhere else. That may be true, but that doesn't change the principle of the fact we as Fresnans do not need the feds to tell us how to run our city. The second practical reason is air quality. As I said, I've lived here for 52 years. Some years I see the mountains, some years I don't. Some years it's really bad like it is now, some years it's not. Why is that? Weather, climate, wind, not cars, necessarily. The reason we are full of smog is we live in a bowl. This bowl is contracted, is blocked by the mountains, and a lot of smog comes up from the north, down from the north, Bay Area, Sacramento, Stockton, etc. When the winds prevail and they come this direction, we can't win. If we stopped every single car in the county, I do not believe it would change things all that much. Good rain and good winds is what we need. Third practical reason. Fresnans are free people. They like to drive. The thing I like about Fresno is I can live a good distance away from town, get into town relatively easy now with the new freeways, and I don't see a lot of people changing that. It's very practical. It's a matter of freedom and practicality. People will not get out of their cars. We might rearrange things. We might have a fancier little bus going down the street. I don't think the number of people who are going to start riding that bus that will match the cost of the increase once the federal money is Well, I'm here speaking against T. Thank you.
Stephanie, then Kaya Roddenberry, then Jeff Argilian, and okay. Okay. All right. Okay, and thank you for the reminder. This whole platform has an up and down button. If you're tall like Mike was, you can elevate that way up there. If you need to drop it down, you can, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, my name is Stephanie Frederick. I speak in support of bus rapid transit on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Fresno. A decade ago, the League thought the time had come to conduct an in-depth study of transit service for Fresno County, including City of Fresno. We asked what a successful transit system would look like, which transit services were most needed, what was the best technology, what land use modifications would be required. The proposed study found traction in the Measure C extension programs. 77% of Fresno County voters approved that tax measure, which contained $5 million for a public transit infrastructure study coupled with an examination of county transit consolidation. A thorough study was completed. It showed that a bus rapid transit system operating in City of Fresno corridors that have the most transit riders and the most useful destinations would provide much improved transit services for the large portion of our urban population that depends on transit to reach school and work, and it would attract enough automobile drivers to begin making a difference in our poor air quality. The federal government agreed with the study and has supported our bus rapid transit plan with a grant to get us started. Contrary to the argument that the people who ride buses now will be the only ones who ride buses in the future, we argue that many residents will ride a first-class system that operates like light rail in our modernizing city. Why do we argue this? Because Stockton took a chance on bus rapid transit, and it has been so successful that the city is extending its bus rapid transit routes. If bus rapid transit can succeed in Stockton, a city of lower population and fewer destinations, what are bus rapid transit's prospects in Fresno? With our agriculture, with high-speed rail, Amtrak, our proposed Class 1 bicycle facilities, our bus services to the national parks, our fine airport, and bus rapid transit, Fresno stands to operate on the world scene as a dynamic city. The League of Women Voters urges the City Council to place Fresno firmly in the 21st century and to facilitate its entrance onto the world stage with a yes vote on bus rapid transit. Thank you very much.
Ray, and then Jeff, and then Lynn Saltis, and then Paul Winter.
Hi, I heard something quite shocking today. This is what I heard. If the council votes down bus rapid transit tonight, it will only be a delay because we will bring it back again. In other words, it doesn't matter how you vote because this government will try and try again until we eventually get bus rapid transit shoved down our throats anyway, because the federal government knows what you need in Fresno. We've seen it over and over again. High-speed rail, the people didn't want that. Cap and trade. Even local issues like replacing 2 lanes on Gettysburg with bike lanes. The people didn't want that, but we got it because the federal government said we needed it. Have you made sure that the people in Fresno actually want bus rapid transit? Is it right for us right now? Should the federal government borrow the money from China to pay for this bus rapid transit, $50 million? That's where the money's coming from, you know. Is that right to burden our children with that? After 3 years, will we be putting Fresno in debt, making them even more dependent on the federal government? How are we going to maintain this after the 3 years? It's called tyranny of government. Whether you call it smart growth, Soviet-style central planning, sustainable development, and I even dare to say, although we're not supposed to talk about this, Agenda 21. We can actually say it now because I even heard it on the radio yesterday. People are out talking about Agenda 21. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is a document that was signed in 1993 by George Bush the Sr. in Rio de Janeiro, called the Agenda for the 21st Century. Last year, I asked our Planning Commission how many of them knew about Agenda 21. Only 2 knew about it. If you don't know what Agenda 21 is, please find out. It's not hard to find out. The information is out there. 2 sources are really good. Agenda 21 for Dummies, a 10-minute YouTube video. Please look at it. It's easy to watch and it's easy to understand. Another good source is Democrats Against Agenda 21. This is a much larger agenda, and you think this is off task, but it's not. This is a little tiny incremental step. How much time do I have?
You're out of time.
Oh, I'm out of time. Okay. Please vote no on this. It's a much bigger agenda that we don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Jeff, and then Lynn, and then Paul Winter.
Thanks for letting me speak. I guess you could say I have a dog in this fight. My business has been on Blackstone, 8 feet from the asphalt for 14 years now, just down the road where Gary, who spoke earlier, was. We first heard about, when I say we, I talk about the business next to me on the right, the business on the left, the business on the other side of him, which is sitting here, and we didn't know about this BRT until the emergency meeting that came up at Manchester Center. And we were told by the fax people that work for fax and a couple of council members that we would be losing street parking, and a couple of our businesses rely completely on street parking. We were told that that would be taken away, so we went to the meeting to hear all about it because it's the first we heard about it, and we were told that everybody was told when Angie Rios with the Rios Company said that they contacted everybody. She said it aloud in the room. There's plenty of witnesses here. And I said, we haven't heard about it, and our business are on Blackstone. She goes, well, we only talk to people up to Shaw, from downtown to Shaw. And I said, you're going to vote on something that affects all the way to River Park, and you only talk to the people up to Shaw? What about the rest of everybody else? And that's when the vote was put off, and I guess you're going to vote tonight. As far as the street parking, Jim Shad, did I get the name right? Yeah. He said that there would be no street parking, and I said, can I get that in writing? He says, absolutely. I'll drop by your office tomorrow, and I'll bring a letter to you in writing stating that there would be no off-street parking taken away. Well, we never heard hide nor hair of him and have never seen him again. That's going to directly affect businesses north of Blackstone. Not everybody has a huge parking lot. Okay, if you go to the city and you try and build a business and do something, the first thing you're going to ask you, do you have enough parking for your employees? If you don't, you're gone. Well, what about those businesses who have very little parking, if any, and they depend on street parking? They're going to be affected. You're going to build these monstrosities, you're going to take construction, and when it's all said and done, we're going to take this money from the federal government and we're going to be on the hook. Unless this bus is going to run to Chichansey Park and Granite Park and all the other things we're on the hook for, I say stop wasting money. I don't think you're going to save any time. It's not going to do anything to the air quality. If you really cared about the air quality, drive-ins would be obsolete in Fresno because every time you drive through a Starbucks, you got 20 cars standing there spewing out smog. It's not going to do anything for it. Instead of that, why don't you do a bike lane? I thought we were going to do bike lanes. There's no bike lane down Blackstone. I thought we were going to encourage people to be healthy and clear the air. How about a bike lane? You're not going to do that. You're going to get on the hook for this money, and we're going to be stuck with the bill just like everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Lynn and Paul, and then David Williams. Yeah, David Williams.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Lynn Saltis. I'm a native of Fresno. I've seen a lot of things come and go in the city of Fresno. Some good things, some bad things, and I'm sure you all have heard about all those. I think that kind of concerns me is that we have the fax system now, and we're talking about the BRT servicing Kings Canyon and Blackstone. Now, I guess I haven't heard anybody say, I'm assuming that means we have to maintain two systems, one to service Kings Canyon and Blackstone, and another system to serve the rest of the community. Now, I really question if that is the best use of our monies. I mean, if the fax system is somewhat working, maybe we can tweak it a little bit to make ridership better. But any time that I see that government grants or funds are being offered, I am suspicious because there's always strings, and you can only spend it the way they want you to spend it, so they're designing your system. So I would encourage you not to pass this. Thank you.
And we kind of need to get back to that withholding applause thing if we can. Paul, is this you? Is that right? All right.
Good evening, gentlemen. When I moved to Fresno in 1956, I came here because I had a background in retail advertising and marketing. And in those days, Montgomery Ward's and J.C. Penney's and our Gottschalk friends, and we're here in the downtown area. They had opened a strip mall out at Manchester, and Mrs. Funch had opened up Big Garden Village, and those places were moving along. And I called on people, and things were just kind of mellow, and town was growing. And in the early 60s, I forget the exact date, along came something called the Victor Gruen Plan. And on paper and in written dialogue, it just looked, wow. Here was a downtown area surrounded by 3 freeways, and it was going to bring all kinds of things and make the downtown area just be thrive. And shortly thereafter, they had a groundbreaking at the Fulton Mall, and there was a mob scene that came out, and things were going well. Of course, it took them 30 years to build the freeways, and things were, in the meantime, we're doing all kinds of other things. I haven't read all the details in the plan, and I'm just going to take a thoughtful thing and say, if we want to improve the bus service on Blackstone and on the Kings Canyon Road, that should be able to be done with existing facilities that we have in fact. I would encourage you to think thoughtfully very much that this program is questionable. I hope that by focusing on, you could improve the service on Blackstone and on Kings Canyon and wherever necessary, and focus on that and determine whether or not that is in fact going to improve the growth along those areas in terms of residential and service and group type things. I urge you to withhold moving on this project as it stands today, and with that I will shut up. Thank you very much for letting me present.
Thank you. So up now is David Williams, then Andy Hansen Smith, and then Av Daniels.
Good evening. Got a bad cold, but I'm here. I know a few of you fellas. I used to work for Lee years ago. I know Sal. I sold you a van, Steve. And Bruce and I, our kids and families, used to play soccer together. I'm a car dealer on Blackstone, North Blackstone, up from Michael's and across from the Dodge Fiat dealer. I just heard about this through Jeff, thank God. But if you take away our street parking, I don't know, talking to Bruce, I'm still confused as if you approve this project, is the street parking on Blackstone going to be eliminated? Can somebody answer that question?
No.
Positively not.
Positively not. That's why I made sure it was on the record. There is no on-street parking being eliminated on Blackstone. And we apologize for the lack of clear information and clarity in response to that question.
Okay. I guess I'm here for nothing then. Because if you did this and it was a part of it, you destroy my business, I destroy the property value for spending millions of dollars for a few people that are underprivileged and economically deprived that need to ride the bus. Few 1,000 people a day, you're going to spend millions of dollars of our money for that, and you're already supplying them transportation anyway. That bus stop, one of them's 200 feet from me, and it rarely, there's 2 or 3 people there every day. That's it. The bus is hardly full. I watch it, you know, but I would urge you to vote this down just because of the economic situation. I don't believe you need to spend the money. You already got, you know, transportation in place for all these people. So you're going to make a lot of people suffer for somebody that doesn't have a way to buy a car. Thank you.
David. Andy Hansen Smith. Andy.
Thank you very much. Andy Hansen Smith, Chair of Creative Fresno. We believe we should vote for BRT for some of the following reasons. Cost of preparing another general plan update because BRT has been eliminated will cost the city up to $3 million, money that we don't have, as well as risking being sued for having the implementation of the general plan delayed. Citizens of Fresno pay out a lot in taxes. It is time we get our share back. The $50 million set aside for Fresno's BRT will just go to another city if we don't use it. We deserve our share. Also, young people want to live in urban cities where they have the option to take public transit as well as drive. We often lose our best and brightest graduates, children and grandchildren to other cities. Please help reverse this brain drain and keep these valuable current and future talented employees. Our citizens need to have other modes of transportation. Fresno currently doesn't have many options. BRT would help provide another viable choice. Fresno can move forward or backward as a city. Please vote yes on BRT. Thank you.
Ab Daniels, Ben Berquam, and Frank Esquivel.
Good evening. A lot that I wanted to say has been said, and I thought Martha said it very, very well. $50 million for rapid transit is a waste of money, plus millions more in operating costs. City buses have not made a profit in years, if ever. We need to improve what we have instead of spending more money that we don't have. We need to stop, the government needs to stop dictating what we spend our money for, our tax dollars for. We need committees that will stop this waste of money and waste of the government dictating to us our tax dollars. We are fined for our bad air when most of our bad air comes from San Francisco and Los Angeles area. We're in a valley and we get the bad air from them, and we need to, I don't know what we could do about that. I think that was it, because most of what I wanted to say has been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you had 1:57 left to go? You're our award winner for the night so far. Ben Berquam, and then Frank Esquivel, then Paula Guzman, and then Carol Jacoby.
Size it goes. Okay. I guess that works. I'm a small business owner and a longtime resident of this area. I've got a small family, or a young family. There's a lot of arguments that have been thrown around on both sides. The bottom line is, this is government-imposed social engineering. I actually agree with Barbara Hunt if she's still here. I think that's one of the first times I have, so go Barbara. We've seen how many failed, this has already been said, but how many failed projects have we already seen in this town? Granite Park, the Met, Grizzlies. This really goes back to the bigger picture. And what you see and what you've already started to see in this community are businesses leaving, developers leaving. The community is leaving because of the General Plan A that's been implemented. As the freeways go out, the comment was made at one of the meetings I was at that, well, people drive freeways to go to outlying communities, they'll just ride the bus. I challenge one person who drives a freeway out to a community, whether or not they would ride a high-speed bus out to that community. When we're talking about a travel time that goes for an hour and 15 minutes to an hour, I think it's just ridiculous. My wife and I actually recently did that. I still work in Fresno, but we had options of where to move. And we looked at Clovis, we looked at Fresno, and then we looked at Sanger. And because of 180, we actually chose to buy in Sanger. And the reason we bought out there, and the reason we looked primarily Clovis and Sanger and the outlying communities, is because there's more choice. And the bottom line is market likes choice. So unless the city has some way, some crystal ball of deciding what choice people are going to make, it doesn't make sense for you to choose or to make that choice for us. The vote needs to happen tonight, and the vote needs to be no. We need leadership in this town. Stockton was mentioned. I love that as an example for a town that's going bankrupt. We could follow them if we'd like to. I don't recommend it. We have the choice here. We can either stand up and have leadership that makes strong decisions, or we can be on the wrong side of history. We can have our own Fresno Solyndra, which is exactly what we'll have if we go down this route. The government's telling us this is how we need to live. I say no. I don't want to live in a community where I'm told where I have to live. That's great if you want to live in high density. That's awesome. But let the market drive that. Don't force it on us. This could be a catalyst for a shift towards liberty. Fresno could be the place where that change starts to happen in a state that's going crazy. We could be that place. And I challenge you to be leaders and stand up on that. Again, it's just another failed attempt. You know it. I know it. Everyone in this audience that's honest with themselves knows it. The vote needs to be no, and it needs to happen tonight.
Frank, and then Paula Guzman, and then Carol Jacoby, and then Thomas Linton.
The last speaker stole a lot of my thunder. I agree 100% with what the last speaker says. City Council, Council President, thank you for hearing us, taking the time to hear us tonight. Each city council wants to leave a legacy in their chapter of the city history. Most of you, I believe, have only been on the council for 1 or 2 terms. Mr. Quintero, you've been on in the past and you've been voted on recently. I believe, Mr. Quintero, you were around when the vote was taken for Chachansey Park to be built, as well as some other projects. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Fresno met, Granite Park, the turkey farm. No? Okay. But I apologize, and thank you for correcting me. Okay, very good. But the point I'm trying to make is each council wants to leave their own legacy of whether they governed well or not. And time after time, the city has made poor decisions of how the taxpayers' money should be, hard-earned dollars should be best spent. What I'm really concerned about is when this project is done in 3 years, the bill now becomes the responsibility of this council, the ones that are still here, and the future councils to try to figure out how are we going to pay for this system that's going to cost $3.5 million a year. I agreed with Mayor Swearingen in her past decisions. I walked precincts for her on the Measure G. We're not going to relive that. But the point being, there's times when you have to admit when you're right, and there's times when you have to admit when you're wrong. And what I'm concerned about is if you were to go forward and vote for this in 3 years, are you going to be able to pay for this bill? $3.5 million. Look at the struggle you guys had, and I admire you for the efforts you made in order to balance your budget and find monies here and there. I was very saddened when Measure G did not pass last year. And you were left holding the bag. Where are we going to find the funds to pay for our employees? You add to the very fine budget or limited budget you have now, add another $3.5 million debt. It just, for me, it doesn't make sense to create a larger problem than you already have as far as every single year. And you've been around long enough to know every single year when you're trying to deal with the budget, where are we going to find the money? Are we going to have to lay people off? So please keep that in mind when it comes time to vote today. Thank you.
Paula, you're up, and then Carol Jacoby, and then Thomas Linton. After Thomas is John Stewart.
Good evening, gentlemen. I come up here being a little selfish. I have a business on Blackstone. I thought I'd do a little bit of research as far as the transportation that is afforded our citizens. And just because I don't have anything else to do, I thought perhaps I would take an inventory of those people that ride our illustrious bus. So for 3 days, I took an average of 3 hours, and I counted the passengers that used our transportation. I took the 3 hours in the morning, noon, and in the evening. The average number of passengers in the morning, those 3 hours were 5. Those same 3 hours at noon, the average, those 3 days were 4. At night, and it was, when I say night, it was around 5, between 5 and 6. The average was 2. 2 of our employees ride the bus in that 5 hour, and they say to me, I have a private taxi. Because usually they're the only 2 that ride the bus. So I'm saying, let us use our tax money wisely. Let us not be fooled into saying we have free money. It's our money and we should determine how we spend that money. Looking at this a little bit more closely and going back to 2 years to one of the first meetings, this is the beginning, and it sounds like Agenda 21 plan. I urge you to vote no on this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Well, I spent a long time today putting my thoughts down to speak to you about this evening, but we've had some great speakers, and they've covered a lot of those issues I wanted to talk about. But one of the things that came to my mind as I was putting my notes down, this bus issue sort of reminds me of the health care plan. When Nancy Pelosi told Congress, don't bother reading anything, don't bother with the facts, just vote it, and then we'll find out what's in that bill. Well, we found out what was in that bill. A lot of stuff, which was a lot of new taxes for us, among other things. So I would certainly appreciate it if all of you would know every single solitary fact on this bus before you vote either way on it. We need to know there's going to be a lot of pollution in the air from how many years of tearing up Kings Canyon downtown in Blackstone. There's going to be all kinds of pollutants in the air. I called the San Joaquin Valley Air District. Right now, we already have the buses on a timer. So that's why when we're sitting at a signal with a red light in front of us, waiting for cross traffic to come across, and very often there is no cross traffic because they've already pushed the thing to work for the buses. Very often when we might be going down the street with a green light and all of a sudden they switch it and give us a red light, and yet nobody is crossing. And I know everybody here has run into that because I talk to people all the time and they've experienced it. But anyway, it would seem to me like the smartest and the wisest thing to do is add more buses. I know this $50 million has to be spent for this project, but I suggest we send the money back to Washington, where according to the City of Fresno website, our fax line is already using CNG, which is compressed natural gas, for our fax line. So we know that we're already helping with the pollution by doing that. And then the last thing I would ask, how many of you would be willing to take the bus to work every day? And my daughter suggested that I ask you if maybe you could lead by example. So if you guys could, and ladies would be willing to get on the bus and take that bus every day, then you'll know better what you're talking about. And so thank you very much for your time.
Thomas Linton, John Stewart, and Zedekiah Rawlis, I think, or Rebecca Rawlis.
Council members, thanks for the time that I might have to address this issue. I'd like to have a different perspective that I bring to you, and maybe defer somewhat to those who have deeper roots in Fresno. My wife and I moved here 2 years ago. We really love the community. We want to see it grow. We want to see it do well. It's important. We want to continue to live here and enjoy our time. I spent 20 years living in around Washington, D.C., in Maryland and Northern Virginia. And from that perspective, I can tell you the local news there is always about the Washington, D.C. area and the money that flows like wine around that zone. I've seen so many projects produced out of Washington and set out to the surrounding communities that are really like a Trojan horse. It's a gift at first, but it's loaded inside with trouble. the money that we would accept here as a gift, I feel, may be very tempting, because there's a sense that maybe it's not ours. It is ours. It's our tax money. And their motives for promoting any particular activity coming from Washington and filtering through the states is typically their own agenda, their own fantasies, not the people who end up with holding the bag. In trying to research this and talk to those that I've met and know and look for facts, to me, I've been able to determine anything other than regarding emissions. It seems like a lot of anecdotal guesswork as to whether it will or won't. I personally think if you're going to go anecdotal, that there's probably a chance there'll be more pollution with cars waiting at intersections east and west for these buses. There's anecdotal information about ridership. We need a survey. We need to do a test like the lady up front here did to find out, will anybody actually increase ridership? Are we going to take those 11 people off the current route and take 2 of them go to the high-speed version and the other 9 ride the same bus? I don't know. I mean, these are questions I have. I don't know the community deeply enough in a historical way to know how you're financing things and how you're looking at these issues, but it's very important, I believe, that you thoroughly investigate, because when none of these services fund themselves. The metro system around Washington, D.C. is one of the best in the world, and yet it's never sustained itself. It's always bleeding for money, and it's our tax money that has to support it. I fear that in 3 years, this is where we're going to be with this 5-year, $100 million project, because it isn't going to come in on budget, and it's not going to come in on time. That's not the Washington, D.C. way. I've not seen that happen at a state level either. So I would summarize by saying in my last 12 seconds, just because the federal government will initially support a bad idea, that's not a reason to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Stewart. I live in Fresno. I have a business in Fresno. Not many people know about the BRT, and my concern is, did we get to this point in promoting it on irresponsible speculation? Is the purpose for transportation, or is the purpose mainly to influence the high-density housing on the corridors of Blackstone and Kings Canyon? And I'd like to ask a question of everybody here. Who in this room is going to be riding the bus? Who? Really, on a regular basis, how many people how many people will really be riding the bus? Okay, now how many of you will move the Blackstone? And where we live cannot be legislated unless we acquiesce to communism. So thank you very much.
Okay. Up now is Rebecca. After Rebecca is James Spanster, I believe, something like that. After James is, this might be Steve Walla or Walta. Walters. After Steve Walters is Sherry Donnellan. Okay, Sherry, thank you. You're up, Rebecca.
Good evening, council members. Public speak is not my thing, but I'm Rebecca Rawlis. I'm a student at Fresno City College, also a resident of District 4. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Let me start with this. If a child was starving, would you offer to buy him shoes, or would you try to get food for him? He could use the shoes, but he doesn't necessarily need the shoes at the moment. He needs the food. This last week, I've conducted interviews with students at Fresno City College, and a majority of the students that I spoke to who do ride the bus, it takes them at least an hour and a half to get to school, and majority of those students didn't have anything to do with the Blackstone route, despite it dropping off close to city. I personally am a full-time student at City. I take courses at Willow International, and this semester I had to skip my Chemistry 1B class because I could not get transportation up to Willow International. Many of these students have that same issue. They have to skip courses. It's very difficult to get certain classes at Fresno City, so they need to go to Willow, but they can't get there, so they have to skip out on their education. And with science courses, you have to take it in a certain sequence. I believe the current proposal, though I respect the well-intended thought of the BRT, students will still be inconvenienced. People will reject jobs. I have friends that have rejected jobs because they can't get there. And also, I work at River Park Golf Center, which is off 41 and Valley Children's. I can't get to work on time. So I've had to reject a lot of my hours because I can't get up there. If I do go to work, I have to ride 12 miles home in the dark through Woodward Park, which as a woman, that is not the safest thing to do. So I just wanted to ask you kindly to reconsider the needs of this city versus the want. And I mean, we just need to do something. We need change, and we need an upgrade of the system. We need to extend the service, and we need to extend the hours offered in order to help students succeed.
Thanks, Rebecca. James.
James Sponsler, that's pronounced actually so. Fellow citizens and city council members, I come to you before to convey my support for bus rapid transit. I add this support with a caveat that this system be considered the beginning and cornerstone to a renaissance of mobility for this city. This project should by no means be considered a capstone to any transit or urbanization of the city of Fresno. Ideally, this council should be seeking other projects in the future to indicate potential conversation, or excuse me, for future transit, including a potential conversation with the Clovis City Council about merging to an integrated transit system. But due to limited time, I will speak to address only BRT and a couple of the many reasons to endorse this project. Perhaps another time we can address future transit needs. The first is density. The argument that has been put forth, and I know it's not been put forth today, but I've heard it before, is that the BRT in Fresno is unsustainable because we lack the urban density. This is false. In this city, we have a density of 4,546 people per square mile, and yet we lack any improved transit service. By comparison, Phoenix, who is 5 times the land mass and 3 times the population, has a density of 2,799, and they have light rail, bus rapid, rapid bus, which is a locator specifically to popular areas, and local transit as well. Albuquerque has a density of 2,959, and also they have the same system. And Bakersfield, with 2,400 people per square mile, has a rapid system, a local transit system, and is entertaining the concept of either light rail or bus rapid as we speak. So you can see that if cities with a lower density can find sustainability within their systems, that does mean that it will actually be able to last here. The second is economically, and actually Becky kind of gave a little bit of points towards mine, is Councilmembers Brandow, Council President, and Councilmember Quintero, on Monday you guys actually visited my workplace when you were looking at the concept of reducing fees for investment. And I'm glad that it passed. It was a great idea. But at the same time, people lose jobs each day because of an unreliable transportation system, be it a personal car, be it our bus system. People are actually losing their jobs. In addition, they're skipping out on school or skipping work or skipping appointments because they can't make it, because their car doesn't work, because the buses run late, many things. BRT sets a standard of where this bus is going to be each and every time. It's going to show you that it's reliable and ready to be there. This would improve our economy for a secondary mode for people or a individual mode. At the same time, I spoke with Mr. Olivier about a year ago about the fact that he is interested in owl service, and I think that is something I would like to help out, and I'd be willing to serve on a committee. BRT is great. Thank you.
Good evening. Got that right. Just a comment, I was 2 people behind Barbara Hunt, so I don't know, you might look at your card intake process, just a comment. And then,
Barbara
my name
Hunt
is
left
Steve.
her card
I'm
this
sorry.
morning.
Hmm?
Barbara Hunt left her card early this afternoon.
Okay. Let's see, my name's Steve Walter. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Community Medical Centers. You all received a letter from Tim Joslin earlier this week. He's the CEO of Community Medical Centers. On behalf of CMC and its 7,000 employees, 250,000 patients, and 1,500 physicians, I'm here to ask you to approve the BRT items before you. CMC is the largest private employer in the region. It's also the largest employer downtown. During the day, there are approximately 2,500 employees caring for over 3,000 patients, family, and visitors at CRMC. We are full. Our parking lot, built just 5 years ago, the largest in the San Joaquin Valley, meant to last 12 years, is full. Our hospital is at capacity, 641 beds. CRMC is the second busiest hospital in California, and we continue to get busier. We need to build a new 300-bed tower. That means 1,500 new jobs, 1,000 visitors and patients a day. CRMC sits on 58 acres. That's going to be important here in a minute. The campus is about full. The region and the demand for medical care is growing, and CMC is going to grow to meet the demand. CMC supports BRT because BRT supports downtown and CMC's investment in downtown. Over the last 10 years, CMC has spent over $400 million on the downtown campus. That's 8 times what you're being asked to spend. BRT Blackstone Corridor ends just 1 block from CRMC. This would be a great convenience to our employees, patients, and visitors. It would also encourage our employees to use public transportation, reduce the need for more parking garages, and increase access for patients. CRMC employees want to live closer to work. The new generation is looking for options to commute less and reduce their carbon footprint. BRT will support our current employees' and future employees' needs and their desires. Should the City Council decide that BRT investment in the downtown core is not worthy of its yes vote, CMC needs to rethink its growth strategy. If growing in outlying areas, say Madera or Clovis, then new facilities could be built elsewhere. CMC owns 130 acres at Clovis, Temperance, and 168. Great access. In closing, I'm just going to urge your vote for yes on these matters.
Thank you. Sherry, and then after Sherry, Chuck Krugman. After Chuck is Melody Anthony. And after Melanie is Brenda Junial.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. I take fax all the time, and I pay the $48 a month for a pass, and I'm not getting the services that I need from it. It takes me 3 buses to get to downtown, and I'm urging the council to vote no on this BRT system because I feel that money can be used to expand services more for fax. It's supposed to be called Fresno Area Express, but it's not so express. And I urge you guys to vote no because it's our tax dollars, not your guys' money. It's our tax dollars that are for this. Thank you.
You had 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. You're a new winner. Chuck.
I won't take her time.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Council President Brando, members of council, my name is Charles O. Krugman, residing at 1237 P Street in the city of Fresno. I have come before you before and have spoken about the issues regarding public transportation in Fresno. I'm here as a bus user and as a pedestrian. I am obviously not going to drive or buy vehicles from the auto dealers on Blackstone who express concern and that are affected of their business. I agree with them, but for many other reasons. The bus rapid transit in its current proposal, requiring bus users to walk an additional quarter to half mile to a bus stop is not going to save time. It's very presumptuous on the part of Mr. Rudd to infer and assume that the time that users spend walking the additional distance will save them time riding the bus. That is not the issue for many users who are elderly, disabled, or mothers with children. The bus users are being burdened with the responsibility of addressing the environmental aspects that are being forced on us by the state and federal government. In talking with FACT staff, I raised the issues regarding the increased distance that users are required to walk to stops, and was told that this was something, according to the federal and state money, that this was non-negotiable. There are two separate issues here. Whether the city of Fresno should accept a funding that is not tailored to its own needs and criteria being forced down our throats, and the second issue is whether or not the Fresno Area Express bus system needs to be improved. It does, and I've talked to you here regarding inadequacies in the system, areas that are not admissible, which you've heard about from other users, the Willow International College, the Woodward Park Library, the Veterans Home in West Fresno. Those locations are not attainable on Fresno Area Express. Therefore, I am urging a definite no vote in the acceptance of these funds, but I am encouraging that further study be made to explore how definite improvements can be made in bus services. We were sold a bill of goods with regard to all the improvements that would be offered us by Measure C. Service has not improved since the implementation of Measure C. Fares have increased, services have been cut. Please consider that when you make your vote. Thank you.
Melody?
Good evening, council members. My name is Brenda Janelle, and I'm a member of the Westside Resource Center, and I want to thank you for having our agenda on the board. But I'm from the Bay Area originally. I worked and used the BART system there. It was very convenient. I've been here in Fresno for 8 years, and I have to go to different doctor's appointments. I can't make an appointment in the mornings. I have to make my appointments in the afternoon so I can get up and get to my appointment that's in the afternoon. I'm all day going from point A to point B just for a doctor's appointment. I might as well be working on a job. But this here, I'm for it. It's for the future. It's for our children. It's not for me, but I'm open-minded, and I want them to have an opportunity like we had as young folks. Our days are done, but we can still be open for improvement and for a new system. We need this for growth. Opportunity for these young folks to be able to work, to get to school. So that's why I'm here in support of this organization and for this purpose. I have 2 signs for BRT, and I'm all for it. And thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. So, are you Melody?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good, thanks. Right on, Melody. So, Melody, right after you, if Walter Ramirez would get ready, and then Ed Van Olinda, and then Michelle Cooper or Copper, I'm not sure.
Okay, hello. I'm Melody Hartzman Anthony, and I've been in Fresno for 4 years, and I was raised and born in Oakland, and the BART system is fantastic. And I don't think, if you don't try it, how would you know that it doesn't work for you, But anyway, I think you should vote yes, okay?
Wow. Melody, now you're 2 minutes and 36 seconds left. You only took 24 seconds. I think that's an applause.
I might need some extra time, actually. No, just kidding.
Right on, Walter. Thank
All right,
you for
thank
your
you.
help.
Well, good evening, Walter Ramirez. I'm a resident in District 7. Sorry, Saul, you lost me. I'm no longer your resident, but I'm still a resident of Fresno. So definitely, I want to say something. It's really hard when people stand here and say what people in Fresno want when they don't really speak on behalf of everybody in Fresno. It's really, really hard, especially if there are people who don't care about the transportational system, neither do people who write it. I work with Centro Binacional or CBDIO, and we work with people who definitely ride the bus, who have mothers who have to take their children to the children's hospital and takes 2 hours to get there, 3 hours sometimes, to get all the way there, because the transfer bus is in River Park, actually. So this is very important for mothers, for children, for youth. Me, as a resident, I don't need to go and live in Blackstone. No, no, no. I live right east of Cedar. Right? I can ride my bike and take the BRT all the way to downtown. And I can consume it in the businesses that are on Blackstone and Kings Canyon, by the way. And this is definitely going to improve the already existing system that we have with the Fresno Area Express. There hasn't been no initiative from the city before to improve the transportational system as how it is right now. This is a great opportunity that we need to take advantage of. And believe me, I have worked on transportational advocacy before, and I've done a lot of surveys too. I have worked with disadvantaged community. I have worked with the people that ride the bus and people who do not ride the bus. The reason why majority of the people do not ride the bus, yes, is because it's very slow. And this is called the bus rapid transit. It's going to help it to make it faster. It's going to connect all the bike lanes. It's going to connect all the routes. So definitely, this is something that we want to support. Me, as a family member, once again, as a person that works in Fresno, that lives in Fresno, went to high school here, got my master's here from Fresno State, I really support this, and I encourage all of you to support this project. However, people think that this is, this is the only thing that's going to get subsidized here in the country. But guess what? Agriculture gets subsidized. Are we saying not to subsidize agriculture? The war got subsidized, and we're still on war. We're asking to support something that's going to benefit the economy and the people in this city. So if you really care about the entire city, not just your district, but the entire residents of this city, the county, I would encourage you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Okay, we have Ed Van Lind, Michelle Cooper, Dr. Randy White, and Patricia Driscoll, in that order. Is Ed here? Maybe Ed took a break? Yeah, thanks. Okay. Okay, no Ed. Then we're going to move to Michelle Cooper. After Michelle, Dr. Randy White, and then Patricia Driscoll. Is Michelle Cooper here? Okay. Is Dr. Randy White here? Interesting. This hasn't happened yet. Now it's 3 in a row. Is Patricia Driscoll here?
No. First of all, I want it known that I vote no. I kind of figured this way. I have a car that's 14 years old that I have fixed when something's wrong with it. I fix the brakes, I fix the tires, or I get new tires. What is wrong with doing the same thing with the bus? Why do we need new buses when we've got buses? And they're going to do the same route, right? If they're going to do the same route, what is the advantage in all this? They're going to stop at half the stops, and then we've got people wanting to go to half that distance. Now they have to walk further. What good is all this? Okay. Also, why not fix the roads instead? Our roads are in dire need of repair. They're just in terrible shape as far as I can see. That's why I needed to replace my tires. My question to you also is, someone else kind of asked it before, if they get this new bus, would you ride it to work, to and from work every day, instead of just having other people do it? Would you yourselves do it? That's how good they're saying it is, and I don't believe that it's true, because we're going to have so many payments, so much to owe. And if we're going to owe it, why don't we owe it on something that we need, like roads? And thank you very much.
Just in case one of these three people was up in the balcony and needed a little bit more time, Ed Vandelind, Michelle Cooper, and Randy White. Okay, so we know he's not. All right. Then, now resuming, we have Elvia Quezada, Henry Delacour, and Tutu, and I can't get the last name, but Tutu. Elvia. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elvia Quesada, soy residente de Calagua. Yo quiero y les pido que acepten este proyecto del autobús rápido porque va a mejorar la calidad del aire.
Good evening. My name is Elvia Quesada, and I urge you to support this project of BRT because it will improve our air quality, and I'm also a resident of Kawa.
Ya que mucha gente va a poder usar lo va a poder usar en vez de andar en sus carros, y para mí sería mejor porque llegaría más rápido a la escuela, a las citas de mis niños y a las tiendas que están en la Blackstone.
We know that many people will be able to use this instead of being in their cars, and this will provide me a better way to get to the stores, to get to my appointments, and to the stores on Blackstone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Delacour, Tutu, and Dulce Vasquez.
Good evening. My name is Hank Delacour. I'm the president of the El Dorado Park Community Development Corporation. Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio, for your support for El Dorado Park. I'm here to speak in support of BRT. BRT will directly benefit people who live in El Dorado Park. There are many mass transit users there. Many of people walk from El Dorado Park to Blackstone, actually, to use the lines that run up and down Blackstone. So this will be a good thing for them, and I think you may have heard from some of them over the last couple of days to that effect. So I urge support for this. But I do want to tell you a story outside of El Dorado Park, and that's that to put a finer point on something that Mr. Ramirez said. In my other job at Fresno State, I once supervised a student researcher who did ride-alongs with people who ride the fax system. She did a ride-along with a young mother who lives in Southeast, whose husband used the family car to get to work. But her son, her young son, a toddler, had a monthly appointment at Children's Hospital. The round trip for her to take her son monthly to Children's Hospital was an 8-hour journey from her door to Children's and back home. Much of that spent making transfers on Blackstone and at River Park. And I just think that we can do better than that. And BRT is a step in that direction. I urge you to see this as an investment in Fresno. This isn't about burning through $50 million. I take the expenditure of $50 million from wherever it comes very seriously. The yes on BRT position is actually the fiscally responsible one. Because what we're talking about here is part of a general plan that is about focusing on the existing parts of the city and stopping the spread of the city beyond what we can pay for. In fact, we are already there. And the current general plan that's linked to this is about stopping that, pulling back, and being more fiscally responsible as a city in the long run. So this isn't about burning through money or doing the irresponsible thing. This actually is the responsible thing. So, gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
evening, Council President and all the council members, and to all the people here. Thank you for your time. My name is Tutu Buntapanya. First of all, I thank God so much for this moment at this point. I know I'm one of the refugees from Laos, and I know living in Fresno for 25 years, it allowed me to see that we are different people and we come from different countries and we have different story. And when I first came to the USA, I don't know how to speak any English. I ride the bus to school. And I used to walk from the East Taylor out to the First and to get the bus there, catch that bus there to the one on Clinton and First and get another bus to the school where Palm and Clinton, it used to be a newcomer for the people that refugee and immigrations. And it took me each time 30 minutes wait. Sometimes after 30 minutes when the bus comes, the bus is full load of students and many people. So I don't get the bus, so I get the next bus, and sometimes the gentleman will stand up and let me sit. And then I know that it is very important to have the BRT because it will give us faster. As for our next generation, I know that we will be different. It's not the same anymore. And the bus is depend on which route you are in. Some route there's no people, some route there's a lot of people. I know because I used to get lost a lot from riding the bus. Because I have no choice to do other things. If I walk, it was too far and too hot, sometimes too cold, sometimes too windy. I know it's the natural weather, but as a human being, on behalf of all the human, I kind of understand that we all need something better for our younger generation, older generation, and everybody. And I know, as for me, one of the refugees that don't know how to speak English and don't know how to do anything but try to get the bus and to be in class on time, I really feel like with the faster system, and I know from traveling around many different countries and different places, and from working at Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministry, I get a lot of experience, and I see many transportation system, and there's a lot of different good, and I know Fresno can be the best too, and I know that we can improve, and I know that from riding like get lost or getting around, like this morning I drive to work, I saw a woman with a little baby, 2-3 years old, standing in the rain. If she wait 30 to 45 minutes, she will get sick. And I go to another space this morning, I saw an elder woman sitting there waiting for the bus. And I think back about my time. And I don't need to ride the bus right now, I have a car, but sometimes my car broke, I need to ride the bus. And it's very important to be on time, I know. And allow time is kind of stress, but American time, I know it's very important. And I learned that as one of the citizens, I want to be the best citizen as I could be, and I want all my, I know in Fresno, statistically 25,000 to 30,000 Hmong people, 10 to 12,000 Lao people, 7,000 Cambodian, 5,000 Vietnamese or other people, and I know that we are human and we need something to be better. And thank you very much. God bless all.
Are you Dulce? I'm looking for Dulce Velasquez.
I am Vasquez.
You. Dulce?
No?
No, we're looking for a Dulce.
Dulce. Oh, I'm not Dulce.
Okay. Dulce Velasquez, Blia Lee, and Gare Her. After Gare is Jim Devaney. So we have those four. Is Dulce here? Okay. Let's go. Is Blia Lee here? She's coming. Okay. Okay, good. And then after Blia, if Gare Her is here, that would be great. And then after Gare is Jim Devaney.
nhớ trong là nó cũng không liền lì trong xuyên đầu nó cũng tao tôn chỉ này trồng là trồng chữ là do này trồng nên nó chỉ rõ nhớ trò hồ này lu city hall nó cũng trong xuyên đầu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Blia Lee, and I just want to, say thank you for the time here, council members.
Để nó cũng có hai cũng cái trò nhẹ cũng hay tôi nhẹ chỉ mong cú nghe nô nọ cú nhớ trò xa tỏ cho sĩ lượng thiết cho sầu.
I live at Ashland and Shaw area, and it's very difficult. My life.
Cô trong xe hay là cô nay trồng là trồng chữ chẳng mua lu xe hỏi nó mua nông gì là cho cũng đang đi thả bé lò cô yêu bé cô chắc cái trò nhẹ cho liên nhiên nông nhện nó.
I thank you for the time for me to express my pain and suffering.
Cô chỉ mua lu cô sẽ ít tu nhẹ chế mong cô chỉ mua lu phải cô yêu tô mồ hồng màu nhớ trâu sát tỏ rồi bí này giờ đi nó cú chó năng chó trả lại cho cứ chó ti và lăng nhớ đồ sát khẩu vị thế sao phải xin đồ sát thì nó.
I'm a mom, and I take the bus a lot to the Kings Can and Winery area.
Giờ đi cú tô mồ hồng màu mà đây hàng cú tô mồ li bê số mồng thiết cho tàu lúc cú lúc hồng màu. Giờ đi thầu cú tía hồ lử cú giờ trả cá mù là cú giờ một bê số một thiết sao cú lúc chế mà giờ đi tại ino một lúc xe ở lâu tại ino cho cú đi.
It takes me about 3 hours to get to my clinic over at Kings Canyon Winery, and also about 3 hours to get back on the bus. And it takes me, that's pretty much all my day there riding the bus.
Giờ đi cú chồng năng chồng trả là giờ cú chồng cứ ti bê mong cái nó cái hồ lo cái nó cái hồ đá. Giờ lấy cua tôi trả của tê cứ tin năng trả là cua mua luôn bán là rõ nó sẽ hơi tô mù mà nhiều cú cưng gầu đi.
My time is very important, but taking the bus this long just spends all my time on the bus.
Giờ đi cú bỏ tàu hay thì tòn đây nó cú xả cỏ này cho này trồng nó trồng chữ là giờ trồng chữ dễ chữ rõ cú bỏ tàu hay thì này mua chắc này nó tòn đây nó bé cho mong là do bé cho nhà chị mấy nhà chị đu nhà chị khá mình một trong lo bé cho nhà chị mong là do cho lâu đi cú nó như chỉ mua lù mà sợ nhà cưng gầu.
I know everybody suffers from having lack of transportation, and I just want to.
Mà giờ đi lúc chạy giống mù xả cú là cú lúc chạy nọ là nọ. Giờ li bây giờ chỉ mua lúa phải nhé cho cho nhị trong thế li dòng bà trái sư mà giờ li cú bỏ tàu hay thì nè nè nó vừa mua cho vào luôn bà chia nó lo đồ cho cú thế vừa chia chân cho li bây giờ chỉ hở vào thế họ bây cú nè nó mà thế bây cú tự muốn chỉ bây giờ họ lựa cho li bây lúc先chờ xả cỏ nè cho nó cho chữ là do nè trồng cho nó cho vào thằng này lúc bây giờ năng trả nhẹ nếu muốn có tàu là cho bây giờ được nó sẽ kín chơi thế.
It's very difficult for me to get around to accomplish my daily tasks and so forth around the city of Fresno. I urge the city council and everybody to vote for the BRT.
我就从先到过东京呢，从那从去过从些个，我就那过路莫里呢。
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council President Branda. Council President Branda, do you want me to quickly explain to our folks there just the time limits they kind of also understand and appreciate, so even with the interpretation? Thought in that is a got to follow me guide she job it on at the chain you to have the money come at the thought that topic to on a memo penalty at the she made tied out put lomingy and Hana Galusha Joshua and Kashamina or Shanda job will high allergy upon you make. I just want to make sure to the audience, I was just giving her explanation of what our rules and process in terms of a public speaking up here during comment 3 minutes, and usually they'll allow a little bit more for interpreters, but just make sure they understand. I just want to make sure our audience understood what I was saying in Hmong. Thank you.
My name is Jerher. I think BRT is good for everyone. As student in Stockton, 2010 to 2011, I took the express bus to Pacific University and Delta College in Stockton Mall and to Foucault. The bus run back and forth to downtown. The student who use the bus, express buses to school is convenience. The bus run every 10 minutes for each. Since I take the bus to Delta College, I had no trouble. if we have BRT for Fresno, I hope all the students who are taking the BRT, they will get to school faster. Can you all vote this position? If we have the BRT in Fresno, everyone who use the buses will appreciate. I've been taking the buses for 6 years now. The bus is my transportation. I hopefully you all vote for it, and I also hope maybe everyone have cars.
Thank you. Okay, we have Jim Devaney up. After Jim is Lorena Ventura. After Lorena is Linda Gleason. After Linda Gleason is Barbara Fisk. After Barbara is Kim Buck.
Good evening. My name is Jim Devaney. I'm opposed to the BRT program. I believe several assumptions made by the city to justify the proposal are wrong, especially the economic assumptions, and they just don't make any sense to me. Others here have spoken about most of these. I'll shorten my comments to address just one, and that's on the issue of density. The new general plan that's being worked on is currently trying to increase the density along the corridors of Blackstone and the core areas and along Kings Canyon. And they believe that the BRT system is going to automatically create this high demand for high density apartments or multifamily housing along those corridors, and I absolutely believe that is wrong. I think that the market demand has not been there for years and years and years. I don't think it'll be there for the next 10 or 15 or 20 years. Certainly BRT is not going to create market demand along those corridors. So I ask you to please oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lorena Ventura. And after that, we will have Linda Gleason and then Barbara Fisk.
Buenas noches, señores del concilio.
Good evening, members of the council.
Mi nombre es Lorena Ventura.
My name is Lorena Ventura.
Vivo en el distrito 7.
I live in District 7.
Yo dependo del transporte público actualmente.
And I currently depend on public transportation system.
Utilizo un taxi para poder llegar a mis citas de mis hijos con el doctor.
And I utilize a taxi to be able to get to my children's doctor's appointment,
el cual están en el norte de Fresno.
which are located in North Fresno.
El taxi me cobra normalmente $25 a $30 ida y vuelta.
Taxi usually charge me $25 with 30 cents back and forward.
Con el autobús rápido me ayudaría a no tener que desperdiciar más tiempo en estar esperando el otro autobús.
So the BRT will help me to not waste any more time on be waiting for the other bus.
Y me ayudaría a no depender de un taxi,
And it will help me to not depend on a taxi,
lo cual me ayudaría a ahorrar dinero
which will help me to save money as well.
y todavía podría llevar a mis hijos a tiempo a sus citas del doctor.
And I still will be able to take my children on time to the doctor's appointment.
Ojalá que nos ayuden ahora sí que a aprobar esta medida que están haciendo porque es muy buena para toda la gente en general.
So
Gracias.
I hope you'll be able to approve this project because it will help it will help the public in general. Thank you.
Linda Gleason.
Good evening, Council. My name is Linda Gleason. I'm a resident in District 1, and I stand here before you tonight on behalf of the Children's Movement of Fresno. I wanted to thank Walter for his comments about the difficulty to be in the midst of a lack of understanding for all of Fresno. I also appreciate the depth and of the analysis of the League of Women Voters who continue to do some hard work on behalf of the citizens of Fresno on what tends to be very complicated issues. We're urging you to vote yes on the Bus Rapid Transit project. You are stewards of our city's infrastructure, and as a result, you are stewards of our children. We live in a city where, depending on the zip code you live in, your life expectancy might be nearly 10 years less than someone living in a different part of the city. We have 96,000 children living in poverty in Fresno County. In Fresno Unified alone, we have 2,500 children that are homeless. That's the size of one of their large high schools. We simply won't have a chance at full economic recovery or a sustainable economic future if we do not begin to look back at the large sections of the city that have been forgotten. We cannot pay our way out of our issues related to crime and poverty if we don't do that. The city maps that show the growth of our city since the Second World War and the corresponding density of poverty and lack of educational attainment clearly shows the degree to which we are leaving huge numbers of our population behind. Transportation is a huge piece of the necessary infrastructure to support equity. We have 10.5 million riders on our current system a year. We have 2.5 million riders on the corridor that BRT will service a year. We have 60,000 people living within a quarter mile of the BRT corridor and 100,000 living within a half a mile of the corridor. Our area's largest employer, Community Medical Center, is making a decision about an investment in more jobs in Fresno. This has been a strategic decision that's been vetted since before this administration, and it is a low-risk, easy decision. We need better public transportation. We agree with a near decade-long commitment to building a BRT in Fresno, and we urge you to courageously vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Barbara Fisk, and then Kim Buck.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Barbara Fisk. I live in the Lowell neighborhood, which is about a half a mile from here. I live just a few blocks away from Blackstone Avenue. I could walk here from my house, but I couldn't walk to River Park from my house. I want to be clear, I own a Prius, so I can get anywhere in town in 15 minutes or less, and I really appreciate that. However, most of my neighbors do not own such a wonderful, or just have the fact that they own a vehicle. My understanding is about 1 in 4 households in my neighborhood have a car that they share. So relying on the bus is just a reality that they have. It takes them about an hour from my house, my part of the neighborhood, to get to some place in North Fresno, if it's just alongside Blackstone. If they have to go to a medical office or a different office off of Herndon, let's say, they need to budget in about 2 hours. So this bus system is actually meant to service the folks that are riding the bus now or who would like to be able to rely on this bus. This is not, my little knowledge of applying for huge grants, this is not something that was just given to the city of Fresno. This took years and years of staff development, research. We had folks visiting our city to go over our numbers to see what we said was true as we applied for this grant. And we won. We competitively showed them that we could handle this, and I really believe the city of Fresno can handle this type of improvement. So as we have asked the city council and city staff to prepare for the future of this city, I ask that you consider this as part of that preparation. All of the numbers have been crunched, and all of the work has been done to set this up. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Buck. I've traveled the world. I've been to the UK and most of Europe. I've traveled on their buses and things like that. People seem to be stating that if they don't get BRT, we don't have buses here. We have buses here. We are asking that they actually expand those bus routes, that they increase the time frames in which they run. I live out near where the new construction is on El Paso and Herndon, where the new shopping center is. It makes absolutely perfect sense for them to extend that out. What, another mile from the Milburn thing? My big concern is everybody seems to think that federal money is free money. It's not money from manna, it's from us. If we don't take it now, it's, oh my God, we're never going to get any money again. No, that's not true. And two, speaking of the future, if you can't be solvent, you won't have a future. I have a letter that I emailed to most of the people on the board here. The Mercatus Center of George Mason University released a ranking of states according to their solvency. Alaska was ranked as having the best fiscal condition in the nation, followed by South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Florida, Ohio, Tennessee, Montana, and Alabama. The ones on the bottom, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Hawaii, Maryland, New York, California, Massachusetts, Illinois, Connecticut, and the worst in the nation, New Jersey. What most of these have in common is that the ones in the bottom states are run by liberal Democrats, and they continue to take fiscal dollars and run us into the ground. We are not a solvent state. We are barely above water here. We barely got through Measure G, which we were told, oh my God, if we don't pass Measure G, we are going to be, really sucking wind here. And so we aren't going to all of a sudden have people moving into Fresno, California because we have a BRT. They're moving out of California rapidly because the taxes are too high. And if you get this BRT and in 3 years you increase all of our taxes again, people are going to be leaving. There aren't going to be jobs filling in and people wanting to live here because the taxes are so ridiculously high. They definitely need to improve the things that we already have. You don't just keep buying a new thing. You need to repair the old things. I drive up and down Ingram every single day between Herndon and Alluvial, and it is pothole city. It's insane. Also, when you drive down Herndon from Marks to Valentine or whatever it's called, they have so many crazy little zigzaggy things and blended roads that in the rain and in the dark you can't tell which lane you're in. So we need to improve the things that we have and not take on more debt for things that we don't need.
Up next is Eric Payne, then Matthew Jindian. After Matthew, Pastor Melvin Whittle. After Pastor Melvin is Sonia Villarreal.
All right, Eric Payne with the State Center Community College District Board of Trustees. We are a governing board of the largest post-secondary institution in Central California. We represent over 40,000 students in our district. I represent a constituency base of 120,000. We strongly stand in support of BRT for our students because BRT can strengthen our local economy and create more jobs. For every $1 invested in public transportation, $4 in economic returns is generated. BRT will help some of those most in need access economic opportunities, social services, and other necessities. Transportation is a major barrier to upward mobility for many low-income families. A huge percentage of low-income families' budgets in Fresno County go towards transportation and housing costs. And many low-income families without access to a car spend hours each day just getting around on our city's crawling bus system. BRT will speed up the commute for Fresno City College students, existing transit riders, and most of whom, from a student's perspective, make less than $35,000 a year, resulting in greater access to educational opportunities for local families. BRT will increase transit use, and maximize taxpayer dollars. And my final statement is BRT has worked in other West Coast cities, and it can work here. Thank you.
Is Matthew Jindian available? Okay, thank you. Pastor Melvin Whittle. After Pastor Whittle, Sonia Villarreal. After Sonia, Ashley Werner.
I'm the short guy. Boy, it's been a long night tonight for sure, listening to both sides of an issue that, in fact, will affect the city as a whole. And from my perspective of listening to every argument that's been made, I'm only hearing pieces of how it would just benefit just a piece of the city or just certain residents, not really looking at the whole city as it should be looked at. I mean, BRT, in fact, won't help everyone. Everybody won't ride BRT. You know, you ask the question, who would ride it? You know, a few months ago, I would have been one said I wouldn't have ridden BRT, but I was without a car and I had to get on the bus system and ride it and find out what it was like. And to grow up in Fresno, and I'm 56 years old, and to see that this bus system still looks like the same bus system it was when I was 10 years old says something about the fact that we are behind. We're not looking at this from a perspective of where we're going as a city. You know, when we argued the case of if this $50 million is worth getting, I don't hear the same argument when I see North Fresno being built up, new malls being put in. I mean, do we really need new stores on Herndon and 99? How many new stores we need? How many new shopping centers? How many new areas of the city that we need? But yet and still, when it comes to those who are lacking or need a certain service in the city, we argue they don't need it. The fact is we need BRT. We need this city to look at itself and look at what a real problem is. Poverty runs high in this city. Yes, we all pay taxes. We all pay taxes, but wouldn't it be nice if we can get people to a point where they can pay the same kind of taxes we all argue about? You know, we only look at ourselves. We don't look at the fact that if we help bring those at the bottom up, everybody's lives will be better. Sometimes we have to do what we have to do. No, this may not be free money, but look at the freeways that's being built. Was that free money? No one is arguing about the fact that we have freeways that we never thought we would have in Fresno. 168, 180, 41, 99. I can remember growing up, it was only 99. Matter of fact, it was just, you know, Golden State. But yet and still, we're not still driving on Golden State. We're driving on freeways that we spent money for, taxpayers' money. But nobody is making that argument. We need to better our city in every area we can better it for the betterment of the city as a whole. Not a piece, not selfishly, but as a whole, from the bottom up, so that those who have lack can have what everybody else has. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sonia Villarreal, and I am in District 7, Clint Olivier's district. And I called Olivier's office the first week of January because I would like to know about transportation going out to that new shopping center. Because in December, I got fired from my job, December 4th. And then in January 4th, 1 month later, I received a job at Target. And do you think I was going to turn that job down? No, I wasn't going to turn it down because I need a job. And so now my problem is no transportation out to that mall. So I was told by fax that, oh, you'll have to get off on Herndon and Milburn, then you'll have to walk the next 2 miles to get to Target. So if that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do, because I cannot quit this job. I need this job. I have student loans, just like everybody else. I have to pay rent. I have bills. I have things I have to take care of. I would like to know if there's going to be transportation going out there soon. I start my job February the 10th, and that store opens March 9th. I need transportation out there. I need also extended times. 9 o'clock for a bus to stop is not going to happen. We need it to, we need more times available, later times, 10, 11 o'clock at night. But that is my concern right now because I'm starting my job soon and I'm not going to quit my job. So, that's a very major, big concern. And I'm kind of seeing both sides of BRT. But we do need to expand what we have already. I used to work at River Park, and I would have to catch a taxi home because I would get off work at 9:30 and the last bus ran at 9:08. What ridiculousness is that? And then I would have to pay for a taxi to come and pick me up. And as I was told, should be calling Clint Olivier's office every single day because he's up for re-election. I need transportation. Everybody here needs adequate transportation. I'm not going to stop taking the bus. I need transportation just like everybody does. There's times when I'm, on the bus all day because I have to go to school, I have to go to work, I have dental appointments, I have doctor's appointments just like everybody. Everybody's got a life in here. And, I'm not the only one. So, I really appreciate this, that you're here to listen to us, but we hope that you're going to really do something about the current system. Thank you very much.
Ashley. After Ashley is Phoebe Seaton. After Phoebe is Jared Gordon.
Hi, my colleague Ashley Warner had to step out and leave, so I'll make the comments on her behalf. My name is Veronica Garibay, and I co-direct Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And we're here in support of BRT. We think this is a good system, a good transit network to connect people to essential services, including housing, jobs, healthcare, and other essential services in the city. I'd also like to say that you are the 5th largest city in California. Act like it. You need a mass transit network, you need a system in place to move people around, and your population is only expected to grow in years to come. We need to start planning for that, and we need to better serve the existing population, especially the residents who are, and the community members that will benefit from a bus rapid transit system. I'd also like to point out that the city has spent a significant amount of time over the last 2.5 years working with the Fresno Council of Governments to prepare the region's first sustainable community strategy as part of SB 375. BRT is a key component of that strategy that calls for the integration of land use and transportation for the first time in the state of California. That not only is BRT part of it, it also really positions the city well enough to receive additional funding and additional support, not only to be able to provide affordable housing on these BRT corridors, support small businesses here, and really provide the services that Fresno City residents need, and not to mention the billions of dollars that come and is going to come through that sustainable community strategy for this region. We need to plan for that, and as the 5th largest city in California, let's start working. Let's move forward, and let's invest in a 21st century transportation network. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Phoebe Seaton. I'm here actually on behalf of Communities for a New California. I think that speakers before me have convincingly spoke, and the record shows that BRT speaks for investment, speaks for prosperity, speaks for increased access, increased opportunity for the people of Fresno. BRT speaks for the people of Fresno and all of your constituents. Those of you who are opposed to BRT need to ask yourself, if you're not voting on behalf of your constituents, on whose behalf are you voting?
Thank you, Jared Gordon. After Jared is Cheryl Storer. After Cheryl is Claudia Cazares.
Jared Gordon, 6227 North Lodi Avenue. Thank you, Council President Brandow and other council members. I'd like to elaborate, if I could, on a point that Ben Berkwin made earlier, and then extend that to a second point. And so my first point is this, that the city of Fresno has had a historically bad track record when it comes to building big projects in the last 15 years or so. Starting with the baseball stadium, if we did something big and we adopted the Field of Dreams mentality, where if we build it, people will come, almost uniformly, those projects failed. Where we did big projects that adapted themselves to where people and where the private sector already was going, like the No Neighborhood Left Behind bonds that helped fix up a good portion of half of the city, that did good and was successful. So what we need to ask ourselves is this the kind of project that's more like the Field of Dreams, where we're going to potentially build BRT in two areas that right now do not have enough population density to support BRT levels of transit? We need to have population density certainly somewhere over 5,000 per square mile immediately around that 1 mile or half mile each way around those corridors. We don't have that in either place, as I understand it, for the vast majority of the routes. We probably won't have it on Blackstone for decades. Maybe in Kings Canyon we'll have it in parts of the route in the next decade. But until we have that population density, we're talking about a likely not fiscally sustainable new bus rapid transit system. And that leads me to my second point. We in this chamber all know the city of Fresno's budget is precarious, to say the least. This is even more so for the portions of the general fund that the city council has discretion over. We know this not just because the city manager has previously told us that. We know this not because it's reported in the Fresno Bee. We know it because Moody's, the credit rating agency, just downgraded the bonds of the city of Fresno because our finances are precarious. We have too many long-term commitments and too much debt and an insufficient amount of revenue and precarious economy to pay for those debts and long-term obligations. Quite simply, if it turns out that this is not a self-sustaining enterprise, the city of Fresno cannot realistically afford BRT. We cannot afford a $2 million hit to the operations budget of the city of Fresno. We cannot afford a $2 million hit to our discretionary funds. That will cause huge amounts of disruption to other programs that the people of Fresno sorely need. I'm sure that means we'll have no more senior meals. I'm sure that means we'll have less parks and less park maintenance. There is a trade-off here, and all of you, I'm sure, on the council are well aware of it, that if we do not have a fiscally sustainable BRT, and it fails even for a short period of time, we are cutting off essential services to hundreds, if not thousands, of needy Fresnans, and that is an obligation all of you should take seriously. Thank you.
Cheryl Storer, Claudia Cazares. After Claudia is Magdalena Lazares. I'm not sure. Magdalena, you might help me with that. Is Cheryl Storer available? All right. How about Claudia Cazares? Oh, awesome.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Cazares, 528 North Bond Street. I live in Councilmember Capriolio's district very proudly. Want to warn council against forecasting future usership to balance future costs, particularly when compared to cities that do not match Fresno's current demographics. This should be reconsidered. I'd also venture to say that most people rarely use Blackstone as much as the east and west routes, and therefore we should focus more of our resources on the east and west routes. Being a user of a very good transit system in the Bay Area while I was in college and a mom, I could say that the AC transit system fairly much outshadows the FACT system at this point. Very regular service, you could count on it, and I'd love for our FACT system to be that way. Thank you for your time. I would urge you to reanalyze the situation, reconsider, and return those funds to the federal government.
Okay, Magdalena. After Magdalena is Celerina Rendon. After Celerina Rendon is Scott Miller.
Good afternoon, Council Member Van Dilk and council members. I'm Magdalena Cazares, a junior at Edison High School, 540 East California Avenue, Fresno, California, 93706. I stand here today to tell you about a story that hopefully gets you to understand why I believe that you should all vote no on bus rapid transit. I was at the first week of school in late August, around 2013 this year, and it's an experience that I won't forget. I was tired after a long day of school, and that day, Fresno had broken all-time heat records. It got up to 113 degrees. As you know, the first week of school is hectic. All students receive their textbooks, and we have to carry them home. Keep in mind that these books weigh between 5 to 15 pounds each. We usually receive from 2 to 3 every day for the first week. Now imagine that you're walking home in the blazing hot sun with a backpack that's 20 pounds heavy. Now, they tell me that the new system will have fewer stops and they'll be farther apart. We'll have to walk around 20 pounds worth of books on our backs even further. Also, every once in a while, a bus breaks down and we have to get off and wait outside in the heat for the next bus to show up. All this time in the sun is very unhealthy, considering the extreme heat waves we have in Fresno. I believe that if we're going to spend the money in public transportation, we should use it in order to fix the existing bus routes, add more bus routes to the places, and add routes during the weekends. There are so many things we can do to fix the system we already have, especially the ones in the East and West Fresno. And hopefully you agree with me on the point that I'm trying to get across. Thank you.
Oh, I thought Celerina Rendon, Scott Miller, and Neva Popence. Is Celerina available? Are you Celerina? Thank you.
Señores del concilio, vengo aquí yo como madre de familia también.
Members of the council, I come here as a mother.
Que también creo y considero que es muy importante para nosotras, para el crecimiento de la comunidad y para evitar también gran parte.
And I come here because I think that this is important for us and the development of the city.
La contaminación de nuestro medio ambiente.
And to avoid in great manner the pollution of our environment.
También sería muy importante para las personas que como yo no contamos con un vehículo para transportarnos.
And this will be also very important for people like me who do not count with a car to move around.
Para las citas de nuestros hijos.
For doctor's appointments and our children's doctor's appointment.
A lo mejor para ustedes no lo consideren de esa manera, porque por suerte sí tienen forma de cómo transportarse.
Maybe for you is something that is not important because you have another way on which you can transport or move yourself.
Pero habemos muchas personas allá afuera que necesitamos del servicio más rápido que nos permita movernos con mayor fluidez y rapidez.
But there's a lot of us out there that need a system that allow us to move from one point to another in a faster way and a more efficient way.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Miller, Neva Popence, Tal Cloud, Jenny Sackler.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I will try to set a record for quickest presentation tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be successful. My name is Scott Miller. Oh, thank you. My name is Scott Miller. I know most of you. I'm a small business owner right at Shields and Van Ness, right at the center of the city. On behalf of my business, we very much support BRT, and we feel like the investment at the center of our city is crucial. At my other role that I'm here in tonight, I was the 2012 chair of the Chamber of Commerce, and our GAC, our Government Affairs Council, had a 3-hour meeting a couple weeks ago in which, after much debate, we supported BRT. And so now you've heard from the largest private employer in Fresno County, CRMC, and we are the largest business organization in Fresno County, and we support it. So I would urge you, please, to support BRT tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Neva Popino. I'm a geotechnical engineer. I live at 391 North Poplar. As you can tell by my address, I live in a neighborhood near downtown Fresno, where my neighbors who use the fax on a daily basis would greatly benefit from the bus rapid transit. My family is a single-car family, and my husband uses the bus as a means to pick up our children from daycare and run errands after work. He has the privilege of riding at his leisure. However, my friends and neighbors rely more heavily on the bus as their primary means to work and appointments. One such neighbor travels 4 hours just to get 2 hours there, 2 hours back to get to the community children's hospital to take her son to his weekly appointments. The bus rapid transit would cut her time in half. One argument I've been hearing tonight against in general about the bus rapid transit is the fear that more brown and black residents of neighborhoods like mine will be traveling north and increasing crime. While I am hurt by the prejudice behind these fears, I ask the council members representing the North Fresno districts to consider their own residents who since the recession have increasingly become more marginalized. The reality is a growing population of suburban poor in our city. The Community Food Bank reports the Woodward Park location as their fastest growing food pantry, serving the increasing poor population in suburban North, your districts of Fresno. You see, not only does the bus rapid transit serve my neighbors, it serves your residents, your constituents, who will increasingly need to travel to downtown Fresno to access the services that have become concentrated downtown. The face of the poor is changing. It's the suburban poor that need the bus rapid transit, as well as people who live in my neighborhood. Please do not further reduce the dignity of your constituents, your neighbors, who find themselves on hard times by adding 1 to 2 hour bus rides on top of the humiliation of losing a job and a car. The systemic inequalities that insulate the North Fresno residents from the poorer black and brown communities of southern Fresno, demonstrated by our current bus system, also insulates your poorer residents of North Fresno from the services that can help lift them out of poverty and back on their feet. Please approve bus rapid transit for all of Fresno. I also want to add, I would take the bus. Right now it would take me over an hour to get to my job, and I would take the bus if I could use the bus rapid transit. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tal Cloud, Jenny Sackler, and Kyle Schmidt.
I'm Tal Cloud. I'm a business owner here in Fresno for the last 28 years, and it's exciting to see the great crowd that's turned out tonight to talk about this very important issue. After listening to the city manager's report on this bus rapid transit, I may have changed my mind. I may come out and have to support BRT. The reason before that is if Ed Cashin and his River Park and Fancher Creek, if Ed wants to build BRT from one place to the other, I would fully support Ed building BRT at Fancher Creek and River Park. But I don't think that's the job of the city to spend money to help out a developer. Furthermore, BRT is the heart of the general plan, has been called out by a number of people in this community. I don't believe in a general plan that doesn't think about the reality of where people want to live and how they want to live their lives. It's ironic as well that the chamber took the courage to debate the issue, and I was at that debate, and I commend the Chamber of Commerce for having the debate. It was a close debate. They favored it. But it's unfortunate that the BIA is not here, the Building Industry Association. The BIA has chosen not to take a position on this because all the developers have already left Fresno. If you read the Fresno Bee on Sunday, you'll see there's very few people building in the city of Fresno, that they've effectively already left because it's so difficult to build in Fresno. This BRT is not going to improve housing on Blackstone, and it's not going to make Clovis Community Hospital anymore, or CRMC, stay downtown if they don't want to stay downtown. The bus service to Clovis is horrible. Any argument to say that that the bus service would get markedly better in Clovis than it is existing at downtown is crazy. What we need to focus on is improving our existing bus service throughout the county. Who is going to get on a bus that goes from the north end to the south end to have dinner when the bus stops at 9 o'clock? Who is going to have an employee, like I have a number of employees at different shifts that can't get to work on a bus? They can't go home on a bus if they get off late, and they can't get there if they start early. We need to focus on plans within this community that'll allow people to live where they want to live, that'll have all developers building in Fresno again, just not one or two, and that if businesses want to locate in Fresno, they can be here. If they want to go out to Clovis or other areas, they can be there. That's their choice, but this bus is not going to stop that. I would suggest that we take a look at our general plan and we find other ways to improve our existing bus service, as we have a great community with great people that may differ on ideas, but I appreciate your time.
Jenny Sackler. Is Jenny available? Okay. Then Kyle Schmidt. After Kyle is Vincent Casella. After Vincent is Rick Stites.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kyle Schmidt. I live at 1002 North Harrison Avenue in the Tower District. I work in architecture, work for Marvin Armstrong Architect. We're doing a lot of infill development for local developers. I also am on the board of Creative Fresno, and I'm an avid bike rider and user of public transportation, so I'd like to touch on those subjects. My experience riding the bus in the morning, if I take Palm Avenue, it's shoulder to shoulder with students. It's standing room only. There is people using the bus to get to school, to get to work, to get to their appointments every day, and we need to be looking at every opportunity that we have to speed up service, upgrade service, extend service, and figure out the ways to pay for it. We have here on the table an option that speeds up service and in key areas that can help influence infill development, and we've got the money to support it, and I think that you should take that opportunity and lead forward and continue looking for other opportunities for finding funding to address a lot of the issues that people have addressed today about buses needing to go further out as our city grows and gets more dense. There's more neighborhoods that need to be reached, more activity centers that need to be reached. These are subjects that aren't just addressed in the current general plan option, which is controversial to some, but even 10 years ago, Blackstone, Kings Canyon are identified as activity centers for intensification that need public transit to support that. So this is going back further, older planning documents. One element in my profession that I'd like to address that I think is pretty important right now is drought and access to water. One thing that density does that a lot of people are talking more about lifestyle changes and this and that, we've got severe water shortages. About 30% of water that's used domestically goes to landscape irrigation. In more dense situations, there's less landscape being developed. We're not taking away single-family homes. There's tens of thousands of single-family homes in Fresno. Those aren't being taken away. There's more single-family homes being built, but we need to start building density as well. We're not eliminating choices. We're building more choices of people that want to live in density. People like myself that are creative professionals that want to live in active areas that have public transit running late into the night so we don't have to drive drunk home. We can have a good time at the bar and we can get home safely, and everybody's safer for it, everybody's better for it. Had a meeting this morning with Terrence Frazier. We're working on an infill project called South Tower, 32 units of apartments and live work on Fulton, just north of Belmont. We're doing our best to figure out the numbers to make it pencil and make it work. Things like transit that is there and accessible for you to grow this this housing helps make those projects work. Thank you.
Vincent Casella. After Vincent, Rick Stites.
Good evening, Vince Casella, 1221 Van Ness. BRT is a good idea, but these type of systems need a mainly metropolis, highly congested area. Fresno's not that type of city. We are a city that is sprawled across the landscape. Look at Manchester Mall, it's a ghost town. We need to build up downtown, then look to build up BRT. In 2010, there were reductions in the service. These reductions affected the Blackstone and Kings Canyon corridors. Restoring these routes will build the system to such levels that it will help clean the air. To increase the walking distances will adversely affect seniors, disabled, and people trying to shop. The valley's heat will impact the ridership and the businesses that line these streets. So moving the bus stops will lose businesses money. Taking a chance right now will likely end up another failed venture this city is recognized for. Thank you.
Yes. After Rick Stites is Jose Leon Garraza. After Jose is Dana Westendart. After Dana is Lupe Cazares.
My name is Rick Stites. I'm a bus rider, and I'm also a bus driver, and I'm a business agent for the Bus Drivers Union. Long time ago, I supported this proposal, but it's changed over the years. The speed of it has been compromised by the change to the system. It's no longer BRT. Maybe it's an express bus, but it is no longer BRT as it's being proposed. That includes the bat lanes being taken away and the jump lanes at major intersections that the bus needs to share with public vehicles. Right-hand turn lane has to be vacated before the bus gets to the front before it can actuate the signal to go across. We have a system right now that needs to be improved on. A number of people have spoke to it. For the last 4 years plus, I've been asking the city of Fresno to complete and enhance the current system that we have, expanding the hours, expanding the frequencies, and extending routes. You have some routes that go out of service in the middle of the route, and people have no way to get home. That needs to be fixed. I heard this morning on KMJ, gentleman speaking, that city fathers need to take the risk and try something new. You know, I've seen some of the something news over the past 40 years that I've lived here. And if it doesn't work, go back to the old system. This is a system, if you build it, you can't go back. There's going to be structures built. There's going to be structures built out into the street. I guess you could take it down, but how much is it going to cost to take it down? It just doesn't go away. Once you build it, you're stuck with it. There's a different way to do this. It's build a system, improve on the system you have, where you can expand the system and the service when you have the financial ability to do it. As it grows if you have the money. If you're in hard times, which the federal government is right now, you can always shrink the system according to the ability to pay. You know, and I have to say one last thing, I hope I have time, 25 seconds. Received a phone call today from our offices in Washington, D.C., and spoke to the international president. And I was made aware that he spoke before Congress I think it was 2 weeks ago. I watched the video, and there are some things that I'm certainly concerned about, and it's the continued financing of BRT if it is built. After 3 years, the grants go away. We've seen in the past where the grants have been given to the city of Fresno to increase service from a half hour to 15 minutes. And when those grants went away, they could not be replenished, and the service went back to a half hour. Some of the comments that were made in the Congress hearing was that federal funding for the last 5 years has flatlined, and that there are coming troubles, and that the government is considering to slash
Mr.
Fresno
Stites, you're gonna have
Transit.
to help me out here.
Yes, 10 seconds. Government is considering to slash in federal transit budgets, and there is a bias in Congress on transit operating costs. Thank you.
Jose Leon Barraza, I think. And then after Jose is Dana Westendart. After Dana is Lupe Cazares. After Lupe is Robert Merrill. Is Jose here? Okay. Then Dana Westendart.
I want to thank you for letting me speak today. I can see you're all bored to death, so I'm going to make this short. And what I've noticed, a lot of people speaking for the BRT here, they seem to think it's going to cover all of Fresno when it's only going to be up and down Blackstone and down Kings Canyon. Now, that's a lot of doctors' offices that are on Blackstone. And I also want to ask a question, is this going to expand service, or is it going to run along the same existing service that we have? I mean, we're going to go further with the service? I'm not sure about that. And also, I'm under the understanding we're going to spend $50 million for an extra 15 minutes of travel time saved. Is it worth $50 million? And that's all I have to say. I'm against the BRT.
Soy Lupe Cáceres y vengo del Centro de la Familia.
Hi, I'm Lupe Cáceres, and I'm a member or client of Centro de la Familia.
Oh, estoy en contra del bus, que quiero el bus, porque agarro el bus para ir a la Vallarta y me bajan el carrito, o el carrito del baby. Cuando lo llevo no lo quieren que lo suban, y eso es lo que no quiero yo.
Yeah, she says that she wants to improve the bus, or she wants the BRT, because the current bus right now, she uses it to go to the grocery, and right now she carries a baby stroller and they don't let her. And with the BRT, that would be possible. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Merrill, Vincent Matt, and after Vincent is Cesar Carpez or something like that. I know, it's getting late, huh? I'm getting loony.
Yes, Council President Brando and other council members. Fresno is at a crossroads. It can move forward or return to its past with developer-designed urban sprawl and the resultant bad air quality and the decaying urban center that has been caused by that sprawl. Last year, the City Council took a forward step, a brave one, in its 2035 General Plan update, emphasizing infill development and livable neighborhoods within easy reach of major transportation corridors. Bus rapid transit is an integral part of that design. The 2035 General Plan update and BRT are designed to help Fresno improve its air quality by reducing short-distance auto trips and to facilitate access to faster, more reliable public transit between home and employment. Only by doing infill and denser urban development and BRT at the same time can the goals of the 2035 General Plan update be realized and move us into a better future. On the surface, Councilman Brandel's opinion piece in the January 28th Fresno Bee has a point. High-density housing conflicts with Fresno's desire for suburban large lot conflicts with Fresno's desire for suburban large lot sprawl with swimming pools, etc. But Fresnans were never asked what they wanted. They merely accepted the only thing available as developers took advantage of cheap land on the city's fringes and a sometimes corrupt city council as an operation rezone. Continued sprawl is not viable given what is going on to our already bad air quality and urban core, given that our land and air resources are finite and not unlimited. Councilman Brando, I ask you, has the current pattern of sprawl improved city finances or worsened them? And how does this play into your worry about other cities expanding versus Fresno? Last year, the City Council took this brave step with its General Plan update, emphasizing high-density infill development. The transition will not be easy, and BRT is a crucial part of those plans. So, Mr. Brandow, is your opposition an attempt to undo a forward-looking general plan with healthier concepts? Or is it related to developer interests as indicated by the Granville Home sweatshirt I saw you wearing a few months ago at Home Depot? In conclusion, if Fresno wants to move forward and improve the quality of life for all its citizens, it must take some risks. And after the years that our manager and planners in the city have spent, they have obtained a grant worth $50 million from the state and the federal government. And I suggest that they see merit in what this group of concerned city staff has worked so hard on. I suggest you approve BRT. Thank you.
Vincent Ty Matt, I believe. This one's a little unclear. And then Caesar Campos. Is Vincent, is there a Vincent here on Hunt Street? Is Caesar Campos available? All right.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cesar Campos. I am the coordinator for Central California Environmental Justice Network. My organization is a large supporter of bus rapid transit, primarily, well, on a lot of grounds, but a lot of them have been mentioned today. One, BRT, as mentioned before, is a project that is projected to help the air quality of this county. I think that reason in itself is enough to approve this measure, because we all know that we need all the help we can get that area. This is also a good process. This is simply because both Alternative A voted a few years ago, and Scenario D, as recommended by the Sustainable Community Strategy of the COG, are both inherently dependent on BRT. To send this money back now would essentially have those two processes have to go back to the board and then waste more city resources to get new plans together. I also want to tell you, Council, that what you have in front of you today is not just a vote on VRT. What you have in front of you is an opportunity to change the framework of how we look and talk about transportation and development in the city. For decades, that has been dominated by sprawl and an explicit disregard for all of the communities and all of the neighborhoods that were previously historic and built in the city of Fresno. BRT is a measure to reverse that trend to a more cohesive and sustainable style of housing, development, transportation, and I mean, we talk about more choices in housing. We talk about newer developments of bike lanes, like shifting gears. We talk about many other things that will benefit our air quality and will benefit the city in general. Right now, we are talking about Blackstone and Kings Canyon primarily, but we all know that further phases of this project include West Fresno and Shaw Corridors, among others. And I really challenge this council to invest in that framework and help us to connect Fresno. Thank you.
Let's go. Pat Thornton from Clausen Honda, Pat, and Narvel Connor. After Narvel is Marcela Lopez. Is there a Pat Thornton from Clausen Honda? Okay.
Hello there. Thank you for hearing me. I am Patty Thornton. I'm a lifelong resident of Fresno, California. And 47 years ago, I used to take the bus to my first job. It was before rapid transit was ever thought of, and I worked in Yosemite, California. I worked there for 5 years and commuted on the bus. I see no reason why our current bus system cannot be retrofitted, modernized, and work properly. One thing no one has mentioned in this room tonight is rider safety. I have ridden buses from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City, from Mumbai to Calcutta, from Bangkok to Pai, Thailand. I am very familiar with very poor areas, very poor people, But safety is our number one concern. We do not live in a wholly safe community. In D.C., has anybody in this room seen the Metro Police? They're scary, and they're tough, and they're not going to put up with anybody's crap on that transit system. Do we really have the resources to support that? Bay Area Rapid Transit, they also have their own police force. I wish Jerry Dyer was here for his input. My concern is truly moving people about the city. I love to see the people on bicycles. I've been a member of the cycling club for many years at different points in time. I truly advise us to not let another Fulton Mall fail, not let another courthouse be destroyed, not let some of the good money we've thrown or bad money we've thrown after good or vice versa, and let's make prudent financial decisions moving forward. Whether you're a business owner, a CEO, or a board member of a nonprofit, this only makes sense. Thank you.
Narvel Connor, Marcela Lopez.
Thank you, Council, for hearing our comments tonight. If we haven't learned anything else tonight, it's that our existing bus system, it needs a lot of improvement. It's broken. It doesn't get you here, there, or where it needs to go on time. I noticed many people talked about hours to get, so our existing system needs to be fixed first. I know we're getting some free money here, supposedly, but we're going to have to spend a lot of money to augment that and to use in the place of that. So the money that we're going to use to help this system out, I think we need to use it to improve our existing system, expand it, make it work, and make it be on time. One of the things that I see in the ridership, that's my concern about this, is if we're going to save the bus system, smog, and exhaust system and things like that, then we need to have this bus go and have it be full or at least half full. We're not going to help anything if it goes up and down Blackstone and Kings Canyon and be 2 or 3 or 4 riders on it. What good is that? It's going to go regardless. So we need to make sure that the system is going to be efficient. And where it's going downtown. I think if it goes downtown, how many of those people are going to ride it downtown and then get off and walk blocks in the middle of the summer or in the cold fog? How many are going to walk blocks to get to the place where they live? The other thing that I wanted to touch on is cost. We have a lot of money that we're going to be spending on this, but is that money being spent wisely? It's tax money. It's not free money. So I would encourage you to look at this thing more thoroughly and see that we're spending this money efficiently. You know, we can say, build it and they will come. But are they going to come to what? We need to make sure that we have a system to where people want to go, and then we'll have rider systems on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Marcela Lopez. Marcela?
Hi, my name is Marcela Lopez, and I work with Youth in West Fresno as part of the No Youth Media. Even though I rode the bus regularly to my high school, Hoover, a long time ago, I'm really here to represent the young people that I work with currently. This morning I worked with a young woman who attends Fresno City College and is in Olivier's district. She wanted to let you know that she rides the bus to get to city and also goes to work in North Fresno and believes that the BRT would help her get there on time because she doesn't feel like the system fits her needs. And her point was that most of the bus riders that she encounters are young people, and that if you do ride the bus, you'll see that in the mornings it is a lot of students, and that they are trying hard to further themselves in education and contribute to Fresno, but that they can't do that if the current bus system isn't working for their needs. On top of that, I want to say that I'm a young person that has grown up here and has decided to commit myself to staying in Fresno, but many young people feel like this isn't the city that they want to contribute to. And I feel like they want to leave because they don't have access to things that they feel like they deserve, going to school, gaining their education, and investing in their city. I'd like to see that there are more young adults that want to stay in Fresno, and I think that BRT is part of that. So I hope that you were able to read her letter and understand what I'm saying from my own perspective. So thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I hope you vote yes on BRT.
Thank you. Do it. All right, I'd like to get everybody's attention just for a second and try something here. After Marcella just spoke, we have 35 that are current no votes out of people who have spoken, and 34 yes votes, current yes votes. And Councilman Quintero is also keeping his list. His list is very similar, really close, right, Councilman Quintero? Yeah? I'm trying to save us about an hour here. Yeah, well, we just compared notes. We're like 1 or 2 off. It's hard to, some people are unclear. You think, man, was that a yes or a no? So here's my question. We'll keep it simple. We've got about another hour's worth of comments based on 26 more cards, okay? Roughly about another hour. We could go for another hour. You can kind of see that there's yeses and nos. Both sides have been extensively covered. People are starting to really repeat what's been said for the last hour. So what we could do, we have 2 options. We could continue for this hour, and I can tell you, you have 7 councilmen, 10 minutes each. That's an hour 10 right there. So if we continue and take everybody's card, we're going to get out of here about 10:30. Or we could take about a 5-minute break, come back, and you can hear from council, knowing that it's about a dead even heat at this point. I would like to ask if we have just an overwhelming, if we have an overwhelming one way or the other, how many would be in favor of taking a 5-minute break, coming back, letting council respond to the comments, and then voting on this issue? Could you raise your hand, please? Okay. How many would prefer that you think something's going to change and you prefer to go through the remainder of the cards? Well, looks like we better.
It's about even.
We're going to continue. It looks like about a 50-50 to me, so, right? Didn't it look like that to you? Rose?
I mean,
okay.
And we're listening too. I mean, we're listening. We're still listening, so
yeah.
Please.
And Michael Kuntz is up next. After Michael, Edgar Reyna. After Edgar Reyna, Yolando Espino.
Thank you for continuing on, Councilman.
You bet.
This is certainly an issue about competing visions of the future, and some of us have seen the past as well as the future. I'm not terribly old, but I'm old enough to know that when my family moved to this area, we actually moved to Clovis in 1960. The population of Clovis at that time, on the city limit sign near my home, said 5,000 people. Think of the change that there's been in this metropolitan area in one sort of short lifetime. I now proudly live in central Fresno. What are my children, if they want to stay in Fresno, going to experience? I think the vision that we have for the future is one where it could be we decide to duplicate Los Angeles sprawl from one side of this valley to the other. where at that point, the only realistic commute is through more and more choked freeways with more and more smog. A slow transit system is already inadequate for us now. A BRT is going to help the current transit system, not make it worse. So if Los Angeles is not our model and future fate, I haven't heard what the better alternative that will encourage smarter growth and a modern, efficient public transportation system will be. So I ask each councilman who decides to vote no, how do we get to a livable future for our children? A yes vote will not solve our problems, but it makes a livable future a little more possible. Thank you.
Edgar Reyna. After Edgar is Yolando Espino. After Yolando is Leoncia Vasquez. And after Leoncia is Patty Lee.
Hello, good evening. I'm actually surprised I'm up here because I didn't expect we were going to get through everybody. But my name is Edgar Reyna. I grew up in Fresno my entire life. I'm 22 years old. I just graduated from UC Davis, one of the top universities in the country, top 100 in the world. I had the choice to continue working outside of Fresno or come back. I believe in Fresno. I believe in the future that it has for people like me who want to continue to better the lives of many people within the city. So this issue of voting yes or no on the BRT is mostly, I see it as voting yes or no to the future of Fresno. A yes vote is a vote for the future, a vote for a more livable future within the city. I'm one of the few people that have come back from universities across the country, and I'm proud of it because I do believe that we have the access, or we have the potential for the access to the resources that we need to make this city a prosperous city and make it an international city. We have the agricultural resources surrounding us, yet we're not taking advantage of them, and we need to expand on these opportunities such as BRT. I have lots of my friends, they ended up going to Fresno City College, and their access to school was minimal, really, if they didn't have a car. Voting yes on BRT would help improve the access to school that isn't really there at this point. From what I understand, the transfer rate for people that attend junior colleges in the state is about 1%. By voting yes on BRT, it'll go right next to Fresno City College, and from there people can get to class and get to work, and after that they can then hopefully transfer to another school and make the city a little more productive. This BRT can be a solution to the city's economic problems because we can then get a more educated community that can improve the labor force and then improve the tax base and then feed back into our city's budget, then going to pay off BRT in the future. I urge you all to vote yes on BRT because this is exactly what we need in order to improve this city. If you vote no, you're voting on a terrible future for the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Yolando Espino. After Yolando is Leoncia. After Leoncia is Patty Lee. After Patty Lee is Marcus Ruiz Evans.
Buenas noches, señores. Yo vengo porque he visto a muchas madres que tienen 5 o 3 niños que llevan al hospital y necesitan transportarse en el bus con carriolas y luego los otros niños pequeños también subirlos. Y el estar esperando por largo tiempo en el parada del bus es se pueden enfermar más. Si solamente tienen una gripa, se pueden enfermar más. Y para ¿tú dices?
Yes, hello. I'm here as a mother, and I see a lot of mothers also that go to take their sick kids to community regional, ages 3 and 5, and I've seen a lot of them get sick because they're waiting outside.
Y no solo para los niños pequeños, también para los adultos mayores es malo para nosotros estar esperando durante largo tiempo el camión, porque nosotros a veces tenemos un simple resfriado y de ahí, como nos da el frío, durante estar esperando tanto tiempo nos enfermamos, nos empeoramos y ya, entonces ya de una simple gripa se convierte en una flu peligrosa.
This is not only for the children that I'm talking about. This is for the older people too. We stand outside and we get sick. It becomes from something very mild as a cold to a very sick flu.
Y por eso nosotros necesitamos el bus que pase más rápido.
This is why we need this bus, so that it can come fast.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Patty Lee and Marcus Ruiz Evans. After Marcus is Michelle Brunn. After Michelle is Jonathan Zwickel.
Hi, I'm Patty. What? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Patty. I think I folded his card over. We'll go through you, and then we're going to go back to Leoncia Vasquez. You're next.
I'm Patty Lee. I was born, raised, and have lived in Fresno for 60 years, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Now that's a new record. That's 10 seconds. That's awesome. Yeah. Leoncia.
Council members, Council President, thank you for allowing us to speak. And thank you for allowing me, because I was waiting and I thought it was me, Vasquez. I just heard Vasquez and I thought it was me. Anyhow, vote a yes for BRP. That's what I'm asking for. I'm just wanted to let you know my personal stories. I rent a car from the airport, and to go back to West Fresno where I live, it take me 2 hours on the current bus system. So finally I decided to use my bike, and that took me 1 hour. But obviously it was less, it was some exercise, but it was dangerous. It is very dangerous because there's a lot of cars, and there's no bike lanes either in many parts. I would really like to stop driving my 4-track B8, and I want to use my bike because I cannot afford to buy another car. But again, it is hard to get to my job. As a way that you're talking about having this system, it will help me a lot from West Fresno to my work, which is on Abbey Street. And something else, I work with farm workers, low-income families, that they cannot purchase a car, and they depend on the public transportation. And I think we agreed on, with those opposing for the BRT, that we need to improve the transportation system. And BRT is going to be part of that. I think that's what we agree on. So, yes on BRT.
Is Marcus available? Marcus, all right.
Hi, thank you all for letting me speak. I'm here on behalf of SEIU 1000 DLC 772. We are in support of the BRT system. Just wanted to make a few interesting observations. So there's been a lot of analysis here about taxes at the city level and at the federal level. I want to point out the Joseph Minicozy study, where he studied Central Valley cities and said that smart growth, aka high quality density, aka BRT, actually raises city tax revenue. So actually BRT is exactly the kind of thing that you want to do if you want to raise city tax revenue. I'd also like the council to please look at the 2005 Tax Foundation study that shows that California state has lost 25% of its federal income tax revenue for the last 30 years, an estimated amount of $60 to $100 billion a year. So when we're looking at a couple $1,000,000 and we're already giving away $100 billion to the feds for 3 decades in services we never get, maybe it's time for us to get our money back. Just an idea. I'd also like to point out to the council to please check out the Fresno Council of Governments, that's the county offices, SCS SB 375 growth projection model, which shows that, in fact, historically in Fresno, looking over the last 20 years, there is a oversupply, aka glut, of single-family large lot homes, and there is in fact an undersupply of multifamily homes, which proves that in fact the market does not auto self-correct. And that's just a theory, and it's been recently disproved by the 2008 economic collapse. I'd like to end by pointing out that SEIU 1000 DLC 772 fully supports the Shifting Gears Fresno Bike Freeway Plan. That's Shifting Gears Fresno. It's a bike freeway plan fully compatible with the BRT. And I'd like to insist to the other council members to please talk to Councilmember Baines, who has received a presentation on Shifting Gears Fresno. Thank you.
We have Michelle Brunn first, and then Jonathan, you'll be next. Is Michelle available? It's like Michelle might have left. Jonathan Zwickel. After Jonathan is Charlene Yang. After Charlene is Cam Malloy.
Yes, hello. My name is Jonathan Zwickel, and I live on Bullard and Cedar Avenue, which is next to Fresno State. A couple of things I'd like to point out. Bus rapid transit may be very good for those people who might live within walking distance of Blackstone Avenue or Kings Canyon Ventura. But most of the city, and I'm part of that most of the city, does not live within a walking distance of those two thoroughfares. In order for me to get to Blackstone Avenue, which is closest to me, I would have to take 2 buses. And to take those 2 buses, that's, I don't know, anywhere from like a half an hour to 45 minutes, if not longer, waiting time and travel time to get to Blackstone Avenue, so that any time savings I might have would be gone. I want to say that, yes, I have taken the bus in the past when I had car problems, and might be forced to take the bus again because of car problems, and I don't look forward to it. I've taken the bus to get to the VA hospital, which is a long trip. One of the things that a couple of people have pointed out is the bus rapid transit does not take anybody to the airport. I would think that would be a target destination, because the city wants to encourage people to take the airport here from Fresno rather than driving to the Bay Area or someplace else. I've heard a lot of things today, and I can sympathize with everybody that has problems with basically the slow pace of taking a bus and all the waiting times along Blackstone and Kings Canyon. But the one thing that bus rapid transit does not do anything for the rest of the city. And that, I think, is a major problem with the bus rapid transit. There are lots of people who live other than near Blackstone and Kings Canyon who may need public transportation, and with all of the complaints that the people that want bus rapid transit put forward, nobody's giving any ideas about improving the transportation for those who don't live near either of those routes. So I think that at this point, there's enough problems with bus rapid transit, especially with the fact that there's probably going to be a shortfall in revenue after the subsidies are over, that the City Council should vote against bus rapid transit. Thank you.
Charlene Yang, and then Cam Malloy.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Yang, and I'm with Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries. We did outreach and drew the facts for a couple of days on buses 28 and 30. I have lived here in Fresno for close to 10 years, and I can say that this is my first time taking public transportation. What I witnessed on the rides were families, students, the elderly, people in wheelchairs, of all ages, people in wheelchairs, people of all ages, and of different ethnicities. There were families that came in with infants in carriers and individuals with grocery bags in hand, squeezing in because of the limited space on the fax buses. There were a few students I spoke with who rely on the bus daily. They mentioned that it takes anywhere from 1.5 to 2 hours to get to school and to where they need to go. With BRT, Fresnans will be a lot more comfortable and be able to get to their destinations quicker. I urge you to vote yes in support of bus rapid transit. It will benefit Fresnans and the city. Thank you.
Okay, after Cam is Randy Reed. After Randy is Matthew Jindian. After Matthew is Sandra Selendon.
Good evening. I support improving air quality and developing a viable plan, general plan, that supports economic vitality and prosperity for all of Fresno. But there are better ways to achieve these goals and be financially responsible. Past councils have made big financial commitments on behalf of Fresno that have turned out to be failures and a drain on our general fund and economy. We need to be financially responsible and seek funding for projects that are sustainable and reflect the needs and values of our community and improve air quality. We need an alternate plan. Let's work on a plan to revitalize all of Fresno, including Southeast Fresno, Southwest Fresno, and downtown. That improves air quality. Thank you.
Good evening, Council President Brandow, members of the City Council. My name is Randy Reed. I live in District 2 in Northwest Fresno, and I'm honored to serve as well on the City of Fresno's Planning Commission. Tonight, I'm here to speak in support of the staff recommendation to allow BRT to continue forward. You know, BRT has had community and council support for nearly 7 years. And that support has come through a very open, transparent, inclusive, and public process dating back to about 2006. In addition, it is a major element, as City Manager Rudd said earlier, in every version of the 2035 General Plan update, all of those proposals, another very open, public, transparent, and inclusive process that our city has engaged in that case, since 2009. Without BRT, our community and policymakers like you will be facing severe obstacles and significant additional costs in attempting to meet federal and state mandates when it comes to air quality improvements and greenhouse gas reductions. Now, we can tell the federal government and the state government to take their $50 million back, but we can't tell them to take those requirements back. we're stuck with them. We have to find a way to address them. BRT helps us accomplish that goal. So the costs to the city budget, to residents, businesses, public health, and economic opportunity will all be far greater without this well-planned and proven infrastructure investment that you have an opportunity to continue forward this evening. So I want to encourage you to tonight vote in favor to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program. Thank you for your time.
Matthew Jindian. Is Matthew available? After Matthew is Sandra Celadon. Is Sandra available? After Sandra is Sophia DeWitt. After Sophia is Danissa O'Connor, I think.
Good evening. Today I'm really worried about the fact that transportation in Fresno is mirrored in racism. Our transportation system is used to promote economic isolation and social exclusion. And our inadequate public transit services have exacerbated social, economic, and racial isolation and has aided in institutionalizing transportation apartheid. A decision by the city to limit and even exclude adequate public transit services has serious mobility implications for Fresno residents. Efficient transportation like BRT provides access to opportunity and serves as a key component in addressing poverty, unemployment, and equal opportunity goals while ensuring access to education, healthcare, and other public services. BRT can be an extremely cost-effective way of providing high-quality, high-performing transit. If, as an elected official, you are committed to a better Fresno, then you will vote yes for BRT, and you will stand up against racism. Thank you.
Sophia DeWitt.
Good evening, council members. I'm Reverend Sophia DeWitt. I reside in District 1 at 4910 North Sequoia Avenue, and I'm interim director at Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries. I'm here to say yes to BRT. Why? For several reasons. First, it improves our existing fax system, which we all know needs improvement. Over time, and it is something that will occur over time, more people will ride transit. I will ride transit more. I rode fax yesterday. My commute in the morning from my house at West and Shaw to my office at Fresno and Clinton was 2 hours. My commute in the afternoon was an hour and a half. I don't ride fax every day because I don't have 3.5 hours every day to spend on transit. I have family who thankfully can help me get around this city. Not everyone has that. We need improvements to fax. BRT will help that. It will also improve accessibility for people with disabilities with level boarding, and through the faster service every 10 minutes at peak times, people will be able to get where they need to go more quickly. This is an infrastructure investment. Infrastructure is what government does. This is a core function for you all as city council members. Infrastructure precedes development. The issues that have occurred with other development projects like Granite Park or Chuck Chansey or even the Met Museum, those are different things. That's the government coming in to try to bail out a private interest in a bad decision that's already been made. This is different than that. This is a core government service. And this is also what we do when we plan new subdivisions. Mr. Assini and Mr. Roberts in the back will tell you that the government does do infrastructure for Granville Homes and other developers. And we don't hear hue and cry about that. Why are we hearing it about this investment? Okay? The money for BRT is my tax money, and I want some of it to come back for the improvement of this community. This money cannot be used to improve the current fax system. We have to find other ways to do that, other than what BRT will provide. This money has specific requirements. I know what grants are. I deal with grants every day. This grant is for BRT, and we need to accept this money and move forward as a city and as a community. Thank you.
So Denise O'Connell, I think, Mitch Friend, and Jaron Lavelle. What is that?
It's Daniel O'Connell.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Daniel, it's my it's my eyes, and I promise this is just ice water.
I look pretty feminine. It's okay.
The truth is, he has the most excellent printing, but it's very tiny, and I'm having a hard time. So, Daniel, go for it.
I live in Ironbird Lofts. My front door is on the second floor. I have 0 footprint, and if the infrastructure was there for me to do so, I would get rid of my car in an instant. I also am the San Joaquin Valley Program Manager for American Farmland Trust. Somebody asked me, why am I going to come and speak here tonight other than being a resident of the city of Fresno? Why, as a farmland conservationist, am I here? Because I never disassociate farmland conservation from infill development. They're utterly linked. I also am here to defend the Fresno General Plan update, and I see this effort at undermining BRT as conversant or a part and parcel of trying to undermine that and the important sustainable community strategy that's moving forward. Transportation and land use policies are linked. So city revenues and the market economy, as somebody mentioned, Minikosi's important study, if we get it wrong, if we sprawl, we devalue property by oversupplying the market with large lot development and in effect robbing our city of revenue, property tax revenue. Most valuable properties are in the middle of the city. In fact, we divest, literally divest from the city. I'm going to get back to that in a moment, but I, as a resident here, want to ask another question that's even more morally important. Why business as usual? We are the poorest city in the United States. Why are we not responding as if this is a crisis? It is. Why going back to a model that failed, almost drove us into bankruptcy, and that is one of the reasons Stockton is bankrupt? Why tolerate J.D. Homes and payday loans? And Fresno seems to be a place where the poor subsidize the wealthy. And how has our land use policy been conversant with that? Why is Fulton Mall de-peopled? Why is Belmont and Ventura's businesses done? Why is Lowell's property values and Southwest Fresno's property values where they are? So, who should benefit from public policy and public investments in infrastructure? The money here is devoted particularly to BRT. If people are interested in where federal money is going, get involved with the Regional Transportation Plan and the SCS, the Sustainable Community Strategies, which are going to direct where all of the, most of the hundreds of millions of dollars in federal money goes. And most of that money goes to subsidize subdivisions and our wealthy suburbs in freeways and infrastructure, not in fixing potholes, not in the rural communities, not in downtown. If you really want your tax monies to serve you, don't worry about the 50 million, go after that. Finally, a market economy is conversant with public policy, and this is why Manchester Mall is starved. We undercut property values in Lowell, and we've de-peopled our downtown. Do not continue this. It'll destroy the city.
Is Mitch Friend available? Mitch on Huntington Boulevard.
Hello, yes, I'm Mitch Friend. I'm a downtown resident and downtown employee, and I hope you'll join me in supporting the BRT. Thanks.
Wow. Nice. Mitch, 8 seconds. That's like a professional bull rider. You made it. So is Jason Lavelle available? Jason Lavelle? Oh, is it? Jaron. Okay, that's an R. Come on, Jaron.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. First of all, let me thank you for having me. My name is Jaron Lavelle, and right off the bat, I'd like to say that I support BRT for various reasons that have already been, gone over and don't bear repeating. But one thing that I keep hearing from the opposers of this thing is that, if this thing fails, then, we are going to have to bear the responsibility for this. And when I hear we, I can't help but think me. If this thing, if hell freezes over and the apocalypse comes because of, a failed bus system in Fresno, then it's going to be us, the young people, that is going to bear the biggest responsibility for this thing. And, I can't speak for every young person, but I am a part of a group, BMOC, and we meet and we come together and we talk about these things and how it'll affect us and what, the type of things that we can do to better our communities. And, we don't think that this thing is going to fail. We think that this is a great investment for the city of Fresno. And this, in conjunction with a lot of other plans that are sure to come and add on to this, are going to be great investments as well. And even then, as far as a lot of the other young folks that came up and voiced their support, I feel that we overall are ready to bear the responsibility for this thing if it fails. But we don't think that it will. We think that it's going to be a great thing for all of us. And just another quick side note, I went to Fresno City. I graduated highest honors, 3.9. I played football, ran track, and I would take the bus to and from, school every day. And, I like to think I was raised right. And there were times when I would sit on the bus and, my mom always taught me if a woman or a child needs a seat, you stand up. And that's, what I always did. But there were times when, there were, wheelchairs or other, it was just packed. And I was already standing up, and it would break my heart to see, a single mother or somebody come in with a stroller, and there's nothing I can do about it. And maybe this is just really an emotional appeal right here, but I think it would be best if we got bigger buses and a lot of the other perks that come along with it. And that's my spiel. I say yes on BRT.
Thank you. Okay. After I called Daniel Denise a couple of times, I better preface this one. I can't tell if it could be anything from Marvin to Maria Hall. The last name is Hall for sure. If you're Mr. or Mrs. Hall, come on forward. And I guess we'll know when you introduce yourself. If Mr. or Mrs. Hall is not available on Sierra Madre, then next is Mike Wells. After Mike Wells is Mark Ratchford. Is there a Hall, Mr. or Mrs. Hall on Sierra? Oh, okay. Was it a he or she? Got it. My first guess. Mike Wells, you're up.
Good evening. I'm grateful that a slight majority of the people here voted to allow the rest of us to talk tonight. Man, there's a whole bunch of questions that have been raised tonight, and I think every one of them deserves an adequate response to be looked into. Thankfully, there's a lot of materials that we can go to find those answers. Almost all of the answers can be found in the staff reports that have been coming out for the last several years. I'm really bewildered at the possibility of a majority of the council going against the will of vast majority of the people of Fresno. The people, the organizations that have come out in support of this, not only tonight, but in the last several weeks or years, you know, if you start with the Chamber of Commerce and you include the Central Labor Council, I mean, anytime those two organizations are on the same page about something, I think we should pay attention. But then in addition to that, you have our previous mayor, our current mayor, 3 previous city councils who have approved this project, including the selection of alternative aid, which depends heavily on the BRT. We have the Children's Movement, the No Name Fellowship, Faith and Community Medical Center, the American Lung Association, League of Women Voters, Latinos Unidos Concientizados al Ambiente, the Fresno Bee. I think one of the important questions that came up is how to continue paying for operations and maintenance of this after a couple of years. I'm also on the Measure C Transportation Citizens Committee, along with the chair of our committee, Mary Zavala, and I would like to second her motion to take $100 million of Measure C funds that are unencumbered right now and dedicate them to ongoing dedication to our transit. Another important question that came up is, there's so many of them, what about the increased crime? I think that should be looked into. If there's any data that supports that, I think it needs to be addressed. If it's just outdated stereotypes, I think that needs to be addressed also. I also don't agree with sometimes I agree with, if you build it, they will come. I prefer, if you build it, please build it with complete neighborhoods, retail options, parks, and transit options for everybody. I know that there are several people in the room, the developers, Mr. Cashin sure believes in if you build it, they will come, and so do the Asimis. That's why they're building things where nothing is. When we built the 180 freeway, I mean, and that's nothing against that. I mean, I'm in favor of subsidizing development when it's a development or an infrastructure project that is going to benefit the vast majority of the community. Thank you. Oh, please vote yes on BRT. Thank you.
All right, Mark Ratchford, Ann Gaston, Jessica Mast.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having us here tonight and letting us speak our minds. Everyone here that supports this project has no basic economics, no basic ideas about economics. They're probably all college educated, and they're very good order takers. Beneath the surface, there is a continued push to control us as a people. Also, as I understand, the ridership is, Also, as I understand it, the ridership is to be voluntarily paid for. So we're just going to be paying when we get on the bus. We got a thing that says we got paid. So then if that doesn't work out, then we have to hire people to make sure that we're getting paid. The city is broke now, and in 3 years, when the city again will be on the hook for the maintenance of this system at Fresno's expense. $2.3 million a year is the estimated cost, and of course, if it's a government project, it's probably going to be 4.6. I hear a lot of talk about how I, again, as the taxpayer, am footing this bill. People need to be responsible for their own needs. If this is such a great idea, where is the private industry? Everyone that supports this project is already being subsidized by the government. If the hospital needs better transportation, why don't they buy a bus for their own employees so they don't have to build a new parking lot? I see buses all day long that are empty. There must be every bus rider in town here tonight. Okay? We are Americans. Americans are not here for handouts. Every time the government is involved with any project, it triples and quadruples in cost. Efficiency is out the window. This project is like any government project. It's padding pockets. This city continues to spend money and we will be broke, just like Stockton, San Bernardino. As of May 2013 in the USA Today, Atwater, Azusa, Compton, Fresno, Hercules, Mammoth Lakes, Monrovia, Oakland, San Jose, Vernon are all on the verge of bankruptcy. Again, I can appreciate the people that need transportation. You're paying taxes. You will begin to understand where we are coming from. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Ann Gaston, Jessica Mast, Daryl Unruh. Okay, we're almost at the end, folks. Let's show respect for everybody. Everybody gets their 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ann Gaston, and I work at the West Fresno Family Resource Center, and I'm also a member of Building Healthy Communities. And we have been a part of this for the last 3-4 years in the making with the general plan, and also now with the BRT. I'm not going to stay at the microphone long because there's, like you say, there's been several things that were said. But there was one thing that Charlene did not mention. We were all on the bus together. We got on board down at Courthouse Park. And by the time we got down to, I think it was Calaveras, the bus was full. A wheelchair came on. There were people seated. The bus driver had to stop the bus to make it safe, bring the individual on board. And then the individuals that were seated had to get up. And like I said, the bus was full, but then you had standing room. And she was apologetic to those that had to get up, but like I told her, that is your job. So 2 blocks, we go another 2 more blocks, another wheelchair comes on board. And she says, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get up this time, which was fine. But the whole thing of it is that before we got to the Visadero, it was standing room. There was a gentleman standing with a cane. And this was before the second wheelchair. I did offer him my seat, and he said, no, that was okay. But my concern was the safety for him, that he could fall. But then he got off when the second wheelchair came on. But I just want to say that I do not take the bus. It was kind of like an experiment for all of us because we all do drive. But in order for us to get the understanding and the feeling that the individuals take or have to do on a daily basis, it was really real. And I would hope that the individuals here that are in opposition with this, that they would search their hearts and their minds and get a real understanding what this is all about. And I would like to cast my vote as yes. And my little cousin, Jaron, I'm so proud of him. So that means I can sit down pretty soon because I got someone behind me. Thank you.
Right on. Jessica Mast, Daryl Unruh, Eric Dillinger, and then Dr. Randy White. I had this card once already. I don't know if maybe he showed up and filled up. Okay, awesome.
Good evening. I support BRT, and I will try to be as brief as possible because I know we're all tired. First, I admit and acknowledge it's very difficult and actually impossible for me to speak on behalf of all Fresno. That's not possible. I am able to speak out of my own demographic and my own situation. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm a middle school teacher downtown at Kepler Neighborhood School. I live almost on Blackstone in the Lowell neighborhood, and I plan on staying in downtown Fresno as long as possible. I attend school near Kings Canyon. I enjoy living and choose to live in a high-density urban neighborhood, and I used to ride the fax bus very regularly. I rode the fax bus for years in high school and college. I did my best to support and invest in a system that was clearly not as effective as it could be. At some point, it became unreliable to the point that I just had to stop. I stopped taking the bus. I chose to walk or ride my bike because it was just more effective. A 4-mile commute on the bus would often take over an hour or hour and a half, and I was late to school, work, very limited in my mobility. It happens that in my neighborhood, many people have experienced the same bus system. It's unreliable and burdensome as much as I want to support it. Like Barbara Fisk highlighted earlier, many of our neighbors do not own a reliable car, not even one per family. In fact, I don't own a car right now. I strive to find alternatives to driving a car alone whenever possible. But unlike many of my neighbors, I have the resources to choose to drive or not to drive. My choice not to drive is mirrored by a lot of my peers, young people interested in living in these high-density urban areas and finding options outside a single person alone in a car. What I want to make clear tonight is that in my own experience as a Fresnan, and I'm saying this is just my experience, the BIT is an incredible step forward for those of us who would choose not to drive, if possible, as well as those who don't have the resources to choose. I've got 1 minute left. There is a gentleman named Barry Mast who would be very interested in speaking with anybody here who's interested in working on the fax system. If you're not interested in doing that with tax dollars, he would love to fundraise with you, and Barry Mast will be in the lobby afterwards. Thank you.
Darrell Unruh, Eric Dillinger, and then Dr. Randy White.
President Brandow, members of the council, Darrell Unruh. I presently live at 1661 Cromwell in Clovis, and before you discount my comments, you are the board of a regional transportation agency serving unincorporated Fresno as well as the city of Clovis. I've lived probably at 5 other addresses, including San Pablo across from Ted C. Wills Center, since I've lived in Fresno over the past 40 years. Much of the time I lived between Fresno and First Street and Bullard. I've probably ridden the fax bus well over 2,000 times, probably closer to 3,000. I've never seen a bus with less than 15 people on it, and typically there were 30. I have to agree with folks, it can be a mind-numbing experience. When you have a family and you have a lot of other things to do, you want to feel like you use those hour and 15 minutes on the bus constructively. So you try to do maybe some of your work or some of your other obligations while you're riding that bus. But I've stood out on the street in the rain next to a bus sign, and I don't think that's very conducive to people on Fresno Street or First Street when they ride the bus. I feel sorry for people who have to transfer, because then you've got a 20-hour transit. I really am in favor of the BRT. At different times I've tried crossing east-west route to connect with Blackstone Avenue, and I would think that even if you have to transfer, if you can get to the BRT, it's going to cut your transit time significantly. And I think it's going to be of value to transit riders even if they don't live on the corridor. I was a member of the 1974 General Plan Citizens Advisory Committee. It endorsed what was called a balanced growth multiple center plan. Unfortunately, the city council rejected that it was called a lineal city plan, and it did focus on Blackstone Avenue. It was rejected for a balanced growth multiple center plan. The balanced growth never happened. You can ask Sal in Southeast Fresno, Councilman Baines in Southwest Fresno, where's the balanced growth? Where's the multiple centers? It didn't happen. Before you discredit the proposed general plan, I would encourage you to look at the history of planning, the 2 other plans that have been adopted since then as well, and see how good Fresno has managed the sprawl game. I don't think they've done a very good job. Thank you.
Eric Dillinger, and then Dr. Randy White, then Andrew Severin. Arthur Severin.
Hello. I'm urging you to vote no on the BRT. One of the things the proponents like to say is that the capital cost for this can't be spent on anything else, but they are proposing to use the maintenance cost after the grant runs out come from money that can be used for other things. I think especially from the comments tonight, it sounds to me like that money that needed for the maintenance cost would be better spent upgrading the existing fax service, adding new routes, expanding the times, maybe adding new buses to go straight through so you don't have to transfer as much. And anyway, just vote no on BRT, thanks.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening. I've been crossing things off my list here, so we'll be much shorter tonight. My point is simple here. I think great cities invest in cutting-edge public transit. I had the strange privilege for the last many years to travel around the world as part of my job and go to cities and study them, and it's just one thing you notice if you pay attention. And so the question before us, I think, is do we want to be great? If we want to be great, I think we have to adopt the disciplines and the investments of greatness. We haven't always answered this question very well. Do we want to be great? And we, I think, have an inferiority complex in our city sometimes. We're not sure we can be, but I think we can be great. And I think this is one piece to greatness. I need to point out there's a little bit of hypocrisy in the sentiment that we shouldn't use tax money from the federal government, the big bad federal government. We use federal dollars for other purposes in our city now. Projects that are coming up will use federal dollars in the future. So why not this one? I think there are other things that are happening behind the scenes that are raising that question. It seems ridiculous to me that we would send this money back. What are the chances next time we get in line for a project we all agree on from a federal source? The memory of folks involved in these kinds of grants are long, and they remember the dysfunctionality of councils that for years agree on a project and then suddenly change their minds and disagree that we should move ahead. And so I think we need to examine that hypocrisy. I do think the numbers pencil out from what I've seen. I do think those maintenance fees can be covered, and it won't be a matter of do we improve the existing fax system or do we build this system. I think we'll find a way to do both of those things once we answer the question, do we want to be a great city? Because that's what great cities do. They find the discipline and the way to make the investment. I ask you to think about Fresno 50 years from now. We need a sophisticated, multifaceted bus system. This is an investment. We make investments all the time. I know we all understand the concept of investment. We had dinner recently, and a young woman was interviewing in Fresno. She'd also been to Portland. She started to hear about some of the things that were happening in our city, and all the things that were ahead of us, the cool stuff happening in the core of our city, all the new places to live downtown, bus rapid transit, new restaurants, all of that kind of thing. Her response was, I hope I get the job in Fresno. And the point here is young people get this. Young people get this. You heard from young people tonight. They want this. This will make us an attraction nationally, and I urge you to please pass BRT. Thank you.
Arthur Servine, Christine Barker, Darius Assemi.
Good evening, Council. It feels like it's been a while since I've been up here. Arthur Servine, 1015 North Poplar. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but just being a member of the Transit Rate and Service Committee, I feel like I've had a lot of insight as to facts, and I've just been given a lot of information that many of the public might have not have seen before. I do see that there is ridership. I mean, ridership is out there. It's a demand by the city and its citizens. And I really see BRT as adding more options. Being a writer myself during my college years, I understand that, you know, when you need a straight route to Shaw because you're trying to get that transfer across from Shaw, being a resident from downtown, you know, getting the Cedar transfer, you're stopping at every stop because of all the students in the morning that are using that Cedar High School lane, because all the high schools pretty much are on Cedar. But I do see this as, you know, infrastructure, adding more infrastructure to our city, and it pretty much, again, that would beautify Blackstone and Kings Canyon, and that, you know, just getting those dollars down into Fresno and just adding that to our city kind of elements and just the cityscape. This is a design that it's a brand new design. It's pretty much, you know, it's going to make, you know, these streets look better, and I think that it's just a smart investment in to what's going on. I'll admit it. When I first heard about BRT as a Transit Rate and Service Committee member, I was against it because I really thought, why can't we do this with what we already have? But seeing kind of what these buses are able to handle, you know, being a bike rider where I can go right into the bus without having to, you know, put it on a rack, and there not being enough racks because a lot of people ride bikes right now. So it's those types of things. It complements the new type of fare boxes that we're going to be getting, where, you know, we're not having to pay with $1 and have exact change. We'll have, you know, cards that we can swipe and load and you know, do. We don't have to do it on a monthly basis. It's more just, there's a lot more flexibility, and I think this adds and complements what our current Fresno fax system already has. So I really think BRT, again, I was against it to begin with, but just the things that it complements with our current system and just the infrastructure it adds, the beauty that it would add to our city, I think in altogether, we accept this and move on as we've already done all this work. So thank you.
Christine.
Good evening, councils. Thank you so much for keeping your eyes open for the most part, and participating in democracy, which I think is a beautiful thing. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but then our president reminded us that everyone has their 3 minutes, so I thought I might as well take mine. There's been a lot of misinformation flying around about BRT, and I think some of you had a part of that, and that's unfortunate. As anyone who has listened to Bruce Rudd knows, the city of Fresno applied for a grant for BRT from a funding source that is only for BRT. We applied and we competed with other cities to get the federal funding, the New Starts program, or the Small Starts program, for a BRT. And you all approved that. And I don't know if you've never worked in a nonprofit, maybe you don't know that when you apply for a grant and you get the money, you have to spend the money on what you said you were going to do. And if you don't, then you get in trouble with your grantor and they don't give you money again in the future. Working for a nonprofit, I'm very aware of this. There are 60,000 people that live within a quarter mile of the bus rapid transit system. Already, we already have the density that other cities would be jealous of in terms of how many people already live within walking distance of the bus rapid transit system. And yet we only have 7,000 people who ride every day. This is a broken system, and this is the first step to fixing it. You've heard people talk about Measure C, the rail consolidation funding. I think that's an excellent, unused, under-resourced source of money. And I am connected with a large coalition of people who are working to ensure community equity at the COG level and also the city level. And I think that transportation equity is what this is about. I have heard that in the next few weeks, you all will be voting for $112 million to go towards Veterans Boulevard. And rumor is it's going to be a 7-0 vote. That is a shame. And that is going to serve fewer people, but different kinds of people, than the $50 million that is going to go to BRT, if you choose to vote that way tonight. You all know that facts cannot be improved with money dedicated to BRT And if you don't know at the end of the night that FACTS needs to be improved, then you really haven't been listening. So let's work together on that. Let's make FACTS better. Let's find more money for it. You got a whole team of people who are ready to support you. If you support BRT, you got a whole team of people ready to hunt down some money wherever we can find it. In Stockton, ridership doubled within the first 2 years. They implemented phase 3 2 years early. Please vote yes.
Sorry, Sasemi.
Council President, members of the City Council, Doris Sasemi, Granville Homes. The health and well-being of this community is very important to me, my family, and my staff. We are infill developers, we are downtown developers, and we are edge developers. Over 5,000 families and households walk through our sales offices and leasing offices in downtown on an annual basis. So we know a thing or two about what the market demands are. Now, there's been a stigma about developers, that we want to develop on the edge, sprawl, where land is cheap. I can tell you this, for us to be successful, we have to react to market conditions, and we have to take care of market demands. We have to deliver a product that is affordable, attractive, livable, sustainable, and in a lifestyle community. So we don't dictate and we don't choose where to develop. We have to develop in neighborhoods and develop neighborhoods and in parts of town that the market demands, where people in Fresno want to own a home and where tenants in Fresno want to live in an apartment. I can tell you this, that the demand for apartment living on Blackstone is not there, not today. If it was, I would be the first to stick my neck out and make that infill work. I think we have a proven track record of sticking our neck out in other parts of town, especially downtown. For Blackstone infill to work, we need a market demand for the type of product, and it has to be financially feasible. Without financing, we can all talk about dreams and aspirations, but without a financing mechanism to make those projects a reality, we're just drawing lines on a piece of paper. Fresno has incredible potential, but we have 25% poverty, prosperity that keeps sinking, educational challenges, average household income in downtown in the $20,000 range, across town in the mid to high 40s. We have economic challenges besides our air quality, but we have huge potential. What we want is a collaborative effort between government, business, nonprofit, and education, where we can be at the table to help develop a plan that will help revitalize all of Fresno, not just downtown. We want all of Fresno, southwest, southeast, west of 99, and core parts of our community that have been neglected. So let's come together as a team to come up with a plan that involves a systems-wide approach to transit and transportation, bus rapid transit, including bicycle trails, viable land use, parks, expansion of FACTS, connectivity, electric buses, anyone? I beg for 10 more seconds. We have many opportunities. We need a land use that will rejuvenate all of Fresno and help put people to work and help especially the underserved. Instead of shipping wealth to Clovis. Clovis, by the way, was named today, this morning, the best city in California to live with young families. Fresno, unfortunately, didn't even make that list. So we urge this body to come up with a plan that addresses public safety, a comprehensive plan on transit and transportation, a viable land use plan that leads to job creation. Thank you.
That's all of our cards. We're going to go into a 10-minute recess. We're going to come back out, take a quick restroom break, and council will make their comments, and we'll take a vote, I think.
The count.
Is Paul around? Have you seen Paul? All right, let's take our seats and get on with the show, as they say. Oh, Councilman Capriolio, your presence is requested. I just want to say I appreciate everybody's coming out tonight. It's been a long night. It's 4 minutes to 10 o'clock, and the fun is just now starting. But I appreciate everybody that took their 3 minutes and expressed themselves, both sides of the issue. In all, considering somebody just said we set a record for a number of people who spoke, and in all reality, it was a very good job, so I will applaud. Now what we're going to do is we're going to comment, and every councilman can respond and speak their mind on bus rapid transit, and then we're going to take a series of votes, I believe, probably.
Boom, baby.
And so there's 3 votes that are connected to this. The first vote is different from the other 2. The first vote is about bat lanes on Kings Canyon Avenue. And it's kind of different. It's amending the negative declaration. The second and third vote are more similar. They're contract votes to begin work on the project. So what we'll probably do is make some kind of separation between those 2 different functions. So, but the first council member that's dialed up here is Councilman Olivier, and so Clint.
President, council colleagues, city manager, and thank you especially to all of you who have stuck around through this. I know it's late, it's 10 o'clock at night. I don't think we've gone this late since I've been on council. Even some of the other big issues haven't gone this late. So I do appreciate everyone sticking around, not just to hear one another, but to hear us out. I wanted to begin by just sharing that I've been a critic of bus rapid transit in its current form as long as I've been on the council. And my opposition to the project shouldn't come as a surprise to folks. I've spoken out against the plan. I've written about it. And I'm against it because I don't believe that BRT, as we've heard from many of our neighbors and friends, doesn't address the serious flaws in our existing transportation system. I also believe that the ongoing maintenance costs after the 3 years and the grant period runs out threaten transportation, threaten our fax system within our entire community. I've been told that the fax issue, the fixed route fax buses, and the BRT issue are 2 issues, but I see them as the same issue. I know a lot of folks say, well, it's infrastructure money, it's federal money. Let's get started. Vote for this, Clint, and we'll move on to fixing the fax fixed routes later. My question is when? I think we have flaws in our fax system, despite the hard work of our fax staff that are getting blood out of a turnip and they do more with less every day. I think that these flaws hinder the economic activity in our city, and they restrict individuals like college students and people who are looking for work from realizing their goals and dreams. And I was thinking along the same lines as Dr. White, who says, great cities have great transportation systems. And I think that's something we should have, but it's not something we have. I've done a lot of research on it, and I've discovered something that comes out of the Bay Area called transportation justice. I'm going to read a quick quote, and I'm going to go as fast as I can so that we can move on to other council members. It says, this is from publicadvocates.org. It says, inadequate public transit threatens the common good of all Californians, but its most devastating effects fall on low-income and minority families without cars. Many of the people I represent that live in the heart of our city fall into that category. If I don't speak out, I'm not doing my job. Now, unlike suburban commuters who use public transportation for work purposes, but also have the option of using their cars, low-income people of color are overwhelmingly dependent on urban bus service to get to work, school, grocery stores, health, social services, and other essential destinations. Simply put, bus service is the transportation safety net for low-income communities of color. That's from publicadvocates.org. In the Huffington Post politics section from November of 2013, it's talking about how public transportation is a social justice issue. So I know that puts many of us on the same page easily. It says the average middle-class person is fairly oblivious and unaffected by the fact that the lack of transportation is the #1 deterrent to employment and community involvement across the community. In addition to work, people without cars need to be able to travel to schools, grocery stores, doctors' offices, and recreational events. With limited hours, routes, and few bus shelters, like many cities, the Nashville, Tennessee public transportation system is far from adequate, like many cities, including ours. According to Race, Poverty, and Environment, a journal for social and environmental justice, most transportation systems across the United States destabilize urban core communities and don't serve the needs of many people of color, women, working poor, young, elderly, disabled people, and veterans. I'm going to skip. I believe much work needs to be done to address the wrongs that occur in our system, especially before we take on more, especially before we commit to the maintenance costs, those obligations and commitments. It's just new service without fixing what's broken. I think everyone in the room agrees that FACTS could do more, needs more resources to provide service. I have a few points of contact that I've had with my constituents and people who live in our city about the bus. A lot of people come to me about FACTS, surprisingly. It's a big issue in our community, as evidenced by how many people are here this evening speaking out. Constituents beg for public safety, like Rosemary and the other senior mall walkers around Manchester Center who regularly see fights, regularly see attacks. Manchester Center receives, the transit center, it receives a number of calls for service a day. Drugs, prostitution, vagrancy. FACTS doesn't have, we have 4 transit police officers, but FACTS doesn't have the resources to have a sworn officer there or a substation there on site to protect these bus drivers. I worked with Centro Binacional when I had a group of constituents come to my office and say, hey, Clint, we're roasting on Belmont. We need a shade structure. We were able to make that happen through the city manager and FACTS. We were able to finally get that done. That is a source of pride for me that I was able to help my constituents stop from roasting in the sun. But the need for money for shade structures goes on. And the need for shade structures in our community to shield our bus riders is an ongoing need. And I've spoken with the city manager, and I know he's committed to working on fixing that problem. And that's an ongoing project as well. The constituents in the city, the folks who ride the bus, want a sweeper bus. They want an owl service. That's the #1 thing they ask for. They want a bus to take them home. They're at work. If you work the swing shift, you have to get a ride from somebody to get home. I know our FACTS people want money to create an owl service or a sweeper to come through and bring people home. I feel very strongly about that. How much economic activity can we foster in our city, council colleagues? How many people will go grab a dinner and a movie if they can ride the bus and rely on it to get home? There's no money for that right now. Students can't get home from night classes, compromising folks' education. I went out, I chased Sonia out, and I caught her on the steps, and she was just about bawling because there's no way we can get the Herndon bus out to El Paseo. We don't have the money for that. I'd love to see it go out there. This woman was so candid with us. She cried and told us she got fired, and she was so proud to get a new job. This is an example of someone that we have to serve, and BRT doesn't do that. I want Sonia to get that paycheck and be proud of her accomplishment. Our veterans have such a hard time getting from the VA hospital in District 7 to the veterans' home in District 3. We don't have the money to do that. We voted to ask for the money to do that, but we don't right now. I'm also very concerned about the threat of the other fixed route FACTS buses eventually getting pulled off their routes, and other cuts to transportation when BRT runs out of money after 3 years and access to transportation money is held up by the Republican Congress. We're going to get service reductions, and who's it hit? the most vulnerable in our community, women, children, elderly, disabled, veterans. These are the things I'm concerned about. This is publicadvocates.org talking about the federal government's recent transportation bill. The story entitled, "Congress Turns Its Back on Transit Riders." It says among the bill's many weaknesses is its refusal to do anything to address the financial crisis. This is in late 2012, facing transit systems across our country and their desperate need for funding to keep buses running. Since 2009, 85% of public transit systems have slashed service, raised fares, and laid off workers, even as the demand for public transit rises to record levels. And Fresno has not been exempted from being hit by that. Yet the conference committee eliminates emergency funding to maintain transit service levels during hard economic times. It also does nothing to restore or expand transit service and make trips more affordable. That's terrible news for people trying to get to work, the grocery store, to doctor's appointments. It's especially devastating for low-income people and people of color who disproportionately rely on bus service to meet their basic daily needs. I agree. BRT doesn't address those issues. So if we vote yes tonight, and I'll conclude, we'll have BRT, but women with small children will have to walk longer distances. You guys have a drinking game going? Drink when I say women with small children? But no, women with small children, and it's something I feel very strongly about, will have to walk longer distances along Blackstone in the heat to get to a BRT stop. I consider it a service reduction. We'll have BRT, but fathers can't get home from their jobs after dark. Students coming out of class in the evening will have to find their own rides home. We'll have BRT, but crime will continue unabated at Manchester Transit Center, the biggest transit center in the city, threatening our senior mall walkers, bus riders, and yes, our bus drivers. We'll have BRT, but veterans will have no bus between the veterans' home and the VA hospital. We'll have BRT, but it'll stop running early, stranding hundreds on a daily basis. And God help us if federal funding ever runs out or comes in short. Then what do? I don't know. What do we tell our riders? And what do we tell our drivers? Now, I remain unconvinced that BRT will deliver on its promises. But I'm convinced that BRT leaves us right back where we started from, with a system that unfortunately leaves us in the city of Fresno with transportation injustice. So, in conclusion, I urge my council colleagues to send this back to the staff. Please protect our bus riders. And I urge a no vote.
Yeah, it has gone a little bit late. All right, folks, we can all disagree, but you're going to hear a lot of difference of opinions up here tonight. I guess you guys should probably be holding on your horses. It's going to be a little bit long with me. Bruce, I've been a little bit confused because it seems like I've heard so many on the other side have said that the BRT and the issues of facts are mutually exclusive. That if we chose BRT, that we couldn't fix potholes. Not that we don't have those issues before BRT or where we are now. And that if we chose BRT, we couldn't try to address the routes that we have because we have those issues before BRT, and that if we chose BRT, we have forgotten everything, every other transportation issues, that we have somehow been myopic and said BRT is it, and we don't really care about our constituents that came that was so passionate about the need for transportation to the new development, the needs for our veterans to have transportation, the need for transportations to the airport, that once BRT, that this body chooses it, that we have forgotten everything and that we aren't going to care about those transportation issues. Maybe I'm hearing it incorrectly, but I'm hearing that from some of our constituents that came in today. Because I heard, even this discussion, even my first year of budget, 2007 ago, that we had issues with fixed route. We're working. We had issues with pothole. We're paving the street. We're 15, 20 years behind. We've been able to move things forward. We had issues on those. So Bruce, explain to me, is this one or the other?
No, what this is a beginning to correct years of challenges that Vax has faced due to land use decisions made by previous councils. And the general plan that we have adopted a year ago is the first step into correcting that. And we are not going to be able to fix Vax overnight. There's not enough money to deal with the challenges of providing fixed route services, OWL services, sweeper buses late at night, or even most recently, council members, the Shaw Avenue crosstown that you are giving us the green light to pursue using federal dollars to provide service, new bus service, or even brand new bus service to a veterans residential facility located far, far away from any public transportation, but was never considered at the time it was being built. How were people going to get to and from that facility to the services they need? The problems of facts, the root cause, goes back to the land use decisions that we've made in the past. I've heard comments tonight about I need to get out to a new shopping center on the edge of town. When I first became the transportation director, it was we have to get to a new hospital on Herndon Avenue. Then we had to get to a new shopping center north of Herndon Avenue. And as a council, there are choices to be made. We can put other transportation dollars that we have available to provide new bus service at the expense of fixing potholes or streets. But we're trying to address both, and this is the first step towards that.
So, hold on, folks. Please. I got a little bit to go, so you guys are clapping into my time, so give me a chance to speak. So Bruce, when I'm hearing the concerns, our constituents coming in and saying that, our fax is 6 hours, 8 hours, their entire day, and that we're looking at a new transportation route to this new area or the new development, and that we have some issues. We're not saying that we don't, right? We're saying those issues, right? We're not saying that we don't have those issues. And we're not saying that we're not continuing to work on those issues, right? Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understood that it wasn't mutually exclusive, that if we chose one, that we were leaving the mother and the child out there in the heat, or that we left our veterans without a transportation system, and that we don't care about our poor folks. Because I just want to make sure that the debate is about this BRT. Because, I also heard taxes. But apparently, since I sit up here, I don't care about my taxes anymore. Because I sit up here, I like to think that I pay taxes. Now, I probably don't pay as much taxes as some because that's my income level. I just, my wife's a teacher, and some of you may think that we make a lot of money up here, and I will surely tell you that if you took the hours that we spend up here, I probably make less than the minimum wage. And I would challenge anybody to come and walk with me and sit with me for a whole week, and I will tell you that by the time you're done, you'll be making less than minimum wage. That apparently, because I'm up here, I'm freeloading our taxpayers' money. Then I'm going to go free-willing and spending on something that I also contributed to. That I don't care about the taxpayers. Because I could also bring my important tax record. I would be a little bit disappointed just because you guys would then see what my income is. Then my wife probably would not like that, you know. But that's disheartening for me. Because I tell you, you know, the type of subsidy programs, and we'll get to that in a second, and to where I've had to get myself out to where I am now, that I value our taxpayers, my tax money, as anyone that is out there. Bruce, what do the city, I mean, what type of federal money do we get to help us run the city? I mean, it's probably a laundry list of federal money, right? That we go after state, that we go after federal money to help this city operate. Mm-hmm. Because you know, if we were just relying on the free market to sustain us, it's tough. So what is it? Because I think we're like 99% of the cities that they have, or at least 100, get some type of subsidy or some type of federal money to help their city operate at some level. So give me a gist, at least in public safety, right?
Everything from recently public safety grants to hire police officers. And I will correct the last speaker. No officers were laid off when that federal grant expired 8 or 9, 10 years ago. No, it wasn't you. So don't worry. So federal police, we get federal grants to fund police officers. We just got a grant to fund firefighters. We have community development block grants. The airport is pretty much a good chunk of their operating and their capital all comes from the federal government. I can't even think of a single mode of transportation that is not federally subsidized, whether it's an airport, a freeway, or a bus system. There's an old adage from when I was growing up, Bill probably remembers it. I won't repeat the first part of it, but nobody rides for free. And that's the case in transportation. When it comes to other services, we use federal dollars, block dollars, HUD, every day to operate and provide services to this community.
And we use state or federal money for economic development too, right? Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood that, because you know, and to those, I worked in the nonprofit world too, so I have some experience in that, and so I do know what it is to go after grant money, and what it means when you get grant money, what it's there for, what it should be there for, and the type of strings that comes with it. Now we don't go and says, I want this, but you know, there shouldn't be any string to us, right? So everything in a grant that we receive to help us operate, whether it's economic development dollars from the feds, the HUD, CDBG, all those things is tied to something that is part of that funding arm, correct? And so have we ever said we don't need the money, send anything back at all?
Not that I ever remember.
Nothing in the 100 years that the city of Fresno has been in existence plus.
Well, I've been
right?
here 38. I can't speak to the other 62.
Well, you know, I agree. So we have never, at least in your time here, it says that, you know, we're doing fine. We're just not sure that we're going to be able to handle this money that we're getting. Go ahead. We'll just do what we have. Nothing. Okay. So we've at some point, sometime at some level, we've gotten some money from the state or federal to help this city, whether it's to economic development, whether it's to build housing or to provide subsidy is such a bad word, assistance to businesses, correct?
That's correct.
Private businesses get federal and state money that we go after to help boost our economy, to help build jobs, to create jobs, right?
Correct.
To help development.
Correct.
Right? Because I just thought we had a vote this morning on the fees, right? That's kind of a subsidy, I mean, assistance, correct? To help spur economic development. So, you know, I'm a little bit confused when we have this issue when this says, well, you know, we need to send this back because it's not really free money, and I totally agree, it's not free money. But I think one of our presenters earlier said that, you know, we give our tax money to the feds a lot, and we fight darn hard. Because I know what type of money comes into the Central Valley when I was working with the federal government. That the dollars do not come at the equitable level that this valley receives, that LA or San Francisco or two area receive. That we fight darn hard to bring every single penny into this valley. So it concerns me. Because whether it's for infrastructure dollars, economic development dollars, operational dollars, at least for this council member, this is one of our core jobs. This is one of the core things that the people elect us to do, is to go out and bring money, our taxpayers' money, a piece of my one penny, of a penny, back into this valley so that we can provide the services that our community needs. That's one of our core jobs. If we're not doing that, and we're saying, hey, take back the $50 million that we went and asked for, that we believe that's going to help us, what does that say about us not doing our job? Besides making sure that we provide core services, that in providing that core services, we have to bring money back to our community to make sure that we do that. So, folks, I'm not sure I can tell the taxpayers, our taxpayers here, that take the $50 million to go build, because we already know the economic impact, right? There's a trickle-down effect. I mean, I've heard everyone up here said it, and I heard the business community said it, that there's a trickle-down impact of that $50 million, too. And I believe that there's a study for it as well to show what that economic impact is to our community. So it's just not the $50 million, but there's actually jobs that are created. There's actually people that are spending money back, that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing to help our community move forward. And you know, folks, I always get a little bit confused sometimes when we have people come up and also say that we need to act like a business too. We do the pro formas, and if you know me up here, I'm one of the most skepticals of the pro formas that the city has provided, folks. I question it all the time. I only believe it as far as I can see it. And in the 3 years, at least that's something that's there. But you go beyond that, I have my cynicism. But we should operate like a business should, so they do the same thing. I do have a little business degree too as well. You know, and I've written a couple of small business plans, and I know that you should have projections, you know, the 1 year, the 5 years, talk about break-even points, and you can do the best study that you can. And you can have the best looking layout. You have graphs on there that tell you, hey, you got to have it at this level for you to break. You got to bring in this gadget. You got to bring all this to make sure that you're successful. This is your break-even. If you do this, you follow this plan, you follow this strategy, you're going to be successful. Well, we had our chamber folks here, and you can ask them how many businesses fail within that first year. And that's following the business model, right? You can have the best plan laid out that you want. You can have the best budget, and yet you can still fail. So it just behooves me to say that that's what we want, and yet we understand the risk. As I've said, I'm going to have a chance, so I get it 5 hours. I'm going to take as much as I can, because this is pretty dear to me. You know, because we're making a huge decision here that affects our community into the future. And we're giving a heck of a lot of money back that we fought hard, that we was a competitive. It wasn't a gift. Folks, it was not a gift. Please understand. This was a competitive process. It wasn't as though, hey, Fresno, you look like a good city. Let's give it to you. We have some money here extra for you. It was a competitive process with a lot of cities across this nation. It just goes to show you the type of skills and the type of character we had in the city to win this. And now to say, well, you know, I kind of voted for them, but I had a change of heart. When the money is there for us and that we need. It's not a want. It's a need. You know, and I always love being challenged because I'm not that good of a leader, so somebody challenged in the leadership and looked at me, I was a little bit concerned as well. Because, you know, we have to stand up here a little bit. And the issue of the Met, the issue of Chichansey, the issue of Granite Park, Lord knows I've been here 7 years. It's haunted me. Even though those are pre-belong, it doesn't make a difference. I get grouped. It's okay. I understand. I'm fine with it. That's why we're here. Does it stick? Well, because Lord knows those are huge mistakes. But you as councilman can't make the same mistakes. So you shouldn't think outside. You shouldn't take risks. You shouldn't have a vision. Because we didn't learn anything from those, did we? Because that's what it's telling me, that, Blanc, you didn't learn anything from those mistakes. It was said I was not smart enough. I'm just a follower. That I couldn't have learned from Chichansey, Granite, and what is it different that we're doing now? That we're going to let our past failures? Sure, put it on the shoulder, it's fine. Stop us from moving forward? Because if that's the case, folks, we're being pretty good at being myopic. If we don't want a vision, because if we can't believe that we're better than what we are, because I know as a candidate we went out there, we had hopes and vision. It could have been naive, but each one of us, I believe, had went out there and said, this is what I want to see the city of Fresno different. We shouldn't say, well, I don't want to see the Fresno grow. I just want us to stay where we are because I'm not sure. The residents had to, at least our constituents, had to believe us that we were better than our predecessor, that we brought some character, we brought some leadership up here. To say, well, we are going to make a big difference. Yeah. And sometimes we're not, when we're going to have fairs. And folks, you see me up here. I've had many affairs up here as well, being outvoted 61 many times. And that's okay. That's fine too. But if we're not willing to do our job up here, and one of those is to go after the money that we need to help our community move forward, then we're not willing to see our city bigger than what it is. Folks, I'm not sure, if we're saying that we can't do more than one thing at a time, because we can't have the BRT, we can't fix our potholes, we can't do a street, we can't do public safety, we can't talk about the general plan, because we got to do one thing first, and that's it. We can't do it right, then we shouldn't be doing anything else. Everything should stop. Just too many stuff going on. Too many stuff going on. This body, this city can't, we can't fathom us having a discussion on all these things, because Lord knows we're going to have to solve this issue because it's been here for a long time. I asked my council member Baines to step in, hopefully gets to wrap things up, because I don't want to, but I do want to monopolize the time because I've been here. And we have this, there were some new words that I learned today too. And that's one thing about America. I get to learn a lot of English words. Give me a second. I think I have it. Government imposed social engineering. I can read it, but I haven't figured that one out yet. That somehow we take federal government's money and we have no idea what we're taking, and that we blindly take the money, and that we have no strategy, no will, no idea of thought. And that's what we're supposed to do. Maybe I interpreted it incorrectly. I'm not sure. This thing about free market, this thing, it's a balance, folks. It's truly a balance. And, the comments that Mr. Assemi said is, it's true. We're going to have to work together to bring this, to move it forward. And, to see labor, to see chamber, to see community organizations together are somewhat rare. And to say that this is the right thing. They didn't say there was a guarantee. There's no guarantee here. There's a lot of people that did a lot of work. We even had residents went out there and did their own study. From both sides. And I would call that, my council president's brand down study. Because he did that once. I don't have the capacity to do that. Because if I do that, I might miscount. That comes up. So sometimes I got to have some faith in the people that we hire to this work. And administration knows I'm more critical of them most of the time about what they give me. And that would go the same to my colleagues. That they may have a budget to present to us. That's good too. But it's just the same criticism that I'll have for our budget here from administration. Great. Now I have two budgets from two different perspectives. Okay. Doesn't mean a thing. So, folks, I just want to make sure that we're sending this money back, and that's what we are. I mean, please don't. Please don't. The valley here deserves this hard-fought money. The residents deserve these hard-fought money. Okay? But if we're choosing to say that it is about the BRT, let's not confuse it about, the issues that we already have with our facts, and we already agreed to it. We still do. And we already agree that that's not going to go away. We already agree that we're still going to address those. And we're going to work our butts up to try. Doesn't mean that we're going to get it done, because it hasn't been done before I came in. We're going to try to move as quickly and get incremental things done. But the other thing is the criticism, and as I've said, I sit up here, so I accept the criticism. To say that the city has done nothing, that every time that we are criticized for is the Met Museum, the Chichansi, and all that, that's fine, folks. But this city has, the group of councils after that has done a lot of stuff too. Now, whether we choose to want to accept it, that's a different perspective. But to say that that's all we're remembered for is Chichansi, Granite, and Met Museum, that's a disservice to a lot of the electeds that are up here, that have worked hard, that moved us out of these tough 8 years of economic downturn. And if that is the fear for our residents, that is the fear that we have, then this body did not do a very good job to get over this fear, to tell the people that we've gone over this and we have moved forward from the mistakes that we have. If you want electeds that are still continuing to be fearful, that's not willing to challenge ourselves, that will stay in that little box, then that's not a time of elected official. At least I won't be. So I hope my council colleague, whoever's on the border here, that they would look at this project as what it is and not bring our government-imposed social engineering issues into this, or Soviet-style policies into this, and look at other things to tell our residents, to tell us to move away what is the core discussion of what the BRT is. Accepting the BRT does not mean that we don't accept the responsibility that has been there, that continues to be here, and that this city will continue to try to address. It does not mean that we're throwing our responsibility away. It does not mean that we're not concerned about the mother and the child, our veterans, our homeless, our disadvantaged, challenged community. It means that we are looking at all of those things, and that this is a piece that helps us move towards that, whatever fear that we may think we have or do have. So, colleagues, I urge you to not send this tax dollar back, our tax dollar back, and that we do our job, and we do our job of keeping the money that we should be bringing to this city to do economic development, to support and assist our private sectors, to support and assist our community organization, to support and assist our core services. That's our job. That is one of our critical jobs that we do every single day, is hopefully that we're creative to bring money so that we can provide the services that we believe our residents should have. I better stop. So please vote to support this PRT, because that's what it means.
I have no idea how I can follow that. I really don't. You touched on so many things that I think that I may have said myself. So let me get the obvious out the way. I support wholeheartedly BRT. And I have a very similar perspective as Councilmember Zhang, and I appreciate very much him elaborating on some of the points, so I don't have to do that. So you guys should be thankful. But there are some other points that I'll elaborate on. And honestly, I'm sitting here looking at, I have like 3 pages of notes that I could talk to you guys about, because there's so much. And I'm going to tell you, I've really struggled over the last almost 6 hours on how to even sequence my thoughts to you, because I heard, and let me back up. I'm going to say that I'm a little loopy, so I may be slightly out of character with my comments tonight, because quite frankly, I'm a little liberated because I'm on the losing side of an argument, so I have some liberty. So I may not be as politically correct as I normally am. So I'm going to apologize up front. And you're going to know why in a moment. Because I'm going to talk to some of the things I heard in the audience, and I'm going to talk to my colleagues in this conversation. And I'm going to start with comments I heard from the public, which, quite frankly, some of you and most of you are gone, who said bizarre things. Listen, I'm just going to call it out. It was bizarre. I thought I was in a twilight zone for a moment with some of these comments. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, you took the one. I wrote it down. Soviet style planning. I don't even know what that is, actually. I don't even know what that is. I sat here and listened to people berate this government, the city of Fresno council members, for accepting federal dollars, as if we don't do that every single Thursday. As if this was some nuanced thing that we're about to do to accept infrastructure dollars for our city. It's bizarre, folks. As a matter of fact, this debate is going to get bizarre, because we're going to talk about sending infrastructure dollars back to the federal government. As council members, we're going to talk about that. One of the poorest cities in America, our council is going to talk about sending $50 million of infrastructure funds back. Infrastructure is bizarre. Like I said, I have liberty tonight because I'm on the losing side of a battle. And it's sad, because this council will talk about on Thursdays how poor our city is and how much we need. We talk about that, folks, on Thursday. Listen to us. And we agree that this is a poor city. We agree that we need infrastructure needs. And yet we're going to talk about sending $50 million of infrastructure investment back. Bizarre. And honestly, council members should be asked why. How in the world do we justify that to you? Because let's not pretend like
Like, let's live in the practical world about what that does, right? Do we really actually believe that we'll be in a position to ask for those infrastructure dollars again? Who would do that? Again, Twilight Zone for me. Twilight Zone. You know, I had a list of what I was going to go down, and I'm already off of it because now I'm talking. I'm like, this is so. Let me cover a few things. This is not the Met or Granite Park, right? So let's just all be honest about what it's not. So us accepting infrastructure investment is not the same as us entering into a private enterprise with a business. Okay, so so for all of you out there that came up and told us about the man in Granite Park and blah, 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 how you did that to us, let me tell you, this is not that. This is what we do every Thursday when we build our streets and roads and potholes and when we accept transportation dollars. Do you have any idea how much of federal funds we have for transportation dollars, federal and state funds? About 77%. Most of our funding comes from the federal and state government for our transportation. I'm glad Bruce Rudd pointed out that every mode of transportation in the United States receives a federal subsidy, folks. But we have people in this community that came to this council that told us to send that money back. We have people come up here and say that no one's going to ride the bus. We have people get up here and say, I want to stay in my car. Don't make me ride the bus. I'm being serious. So, yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine down on the break, and they said, well, listen, I wouldn't want BRT either if they were going to snatch me out of my house and force me to go live in a condo in the center of the city. Because that's how we make it sound, right? Oh, we're going to make you live in the center of the city and make you get out of your car. And we know that that's not what this is. So let's talk about that's not it. And we're laughing about it, but folks, these comments were said. There are people running around here believing that. Not enough of them. What struck me was the arrogance and the presumptuousness of some of the commenters, as if because they don't want to live in the inner core, that no one else does either. What is that about? Well, because I don't want to live in the inner city, because I want to live in growth areas, then we shouldn't invest in them at all. Oh, because you don't want to live there. Also, we should make our votes just because a few of you don't want to live in the inner part of the city. But yet and still, time after time, we had people come up and tell us that no one actually wants to live there, except people that live there. Like all of the other people that said, I live there and I ride the bus and I desire BRT. I desire an upgrade to our current transportation system. I'm assuming that none of those people count for anything. Because, folks, we're telling you right now, this council's telling you that we're not listening to your voices. Because people that don't live in the inner core and don't want to ride the bus are saying that we shouldn't do anything for people that do live in the inner core and do ride the bus. The presumptuousness of that is mind-boggling to me. As if I could presume to tell you where to live. But because I don't want to live where you want to live, we shouldn't do anything for where you want to live. I believe that we should have a mix of housing stock and opportunities in this city, like great cities do. Somebody challenged us to be great. Dr. White, I appreciate that. We should. I fear that we won't tonight, but we should be. We should have, people are asking for opportunities. Opportunities. They're not asking for you to come live where they live. My wife and I, listen, my wife's in the audience tonight. She actually came to listen to me ramble on. And I often say, I often use my wife as a benchmark. And, you know, so here's the reality. We don't live in the urban core. We probably would live on the edge. So you guys can all hate me, but that's where we live because my wife likes big lots and big houses and stuff like that, right? She likes that. She would prefer that. So it'd be hard for me to drag her in the middle of Blackstone Corridor because she might not do it. Okay? But our daughter loves living in a place like the Blackstone Corridor or in downtown. So, but my brother, he likes living, as a matter of fact, in one of Darius Assemi's complexes in the inner core. So, no, I understand that the decision to do things like BRT are not for me per se, but I do know that there are enough people out there who are interested in that. And how presumptuous of me to be to think because I might not live in the inner core that no one wants to live in the inner core. And then I heard people say we need to invest in upgrading our current transportation system time and time again. That was a lot. Heard that a lot. We need to invest in upgrading our current transportation system. We need to somebody even said we need to modernize our current modernization of the existing system. We need to make it better. We need to make it faster. We need to have better service. We need to have time and time and time again. We have existing service and we need to make it better. Well, folks, for all of you that are in opposition to BRT that asked for us to upgrade our existing service, what exactly do you think this is? BRT is not some different experiment with transit. It is facts, folks. It is an upgrade to an existing system. That's what it is. And you came time and time and time and time and time again and ask for that. So here we are as a council faced with upgrading the existing system. And and some kind of way, again, bizarre, some kind of way we've distinguished BRT from facts as if they're some two separate entities existing in a parallel universe together. I don't know what we think. I really don't know. And again, I'm loopy. But it's like bizarre to me. What do you think we're doing? This is an upgrade to the existing system. That's what it is. You know, I don't think that folks knew quite what they were asking. So why all the hubbubaloo about BRT? I'm just going to call it the upgrade to facts. When we're investing in a part of the city, quite frankly, that doesn't often get a lot of attention or investment. Because here's where I think the rub is. We're asking for investment for all of you guys that opposed. I bet very few of you live in some of these areas. And you have your ideas about what you think, who you think lives in these areas too. And so we're making a sizable investment. We're prepping the private sector to come, which, funny enough, is what government does. We invest in infrastructure because we prep for the private sector to tag on to that investment that we do. So for all of you that believe that, some people suggested that we should, oh my gosh, listen, almost secede from California in the United States, that we should be a totally free market, but we should not take any federal money. Well, let me tell you folks that there is a very intricate relationship between the free market and government, and they are intricately tied together. They aren't separate. For anybody that actually does invest, my developers, and some of them are in the room, they'll tell you they rely on public infrastructure investment. So we're talking about public infrastructure investment. We're talking about an inner part of the city. So let's talk about another public infrastructure investment, because someone brought it up. They talked about another large project, large infrastructure project called Veterans Boulevard. Uh-oh. I may step on somebody's toes, because someone suggested that that vote might be 7-0. Councilmember John, somebody suggested that. You did. And I'm going to talk about it. Someone suggested that that vote might be 7-0. $125 million federally funded public infrastructure investment. I'm just saying, or IJS if you text message. But I doubt, I'm gonna go out on a limb, like a long limb. I doubt that we will have this kind of public outcry, and I doubt that we will have this council in an uproar about that public infrastructure investment. I doubt that there will be this cry for new business plans and pro formas for that area of the city, and the layers of examination that you may hear later on from my colleagues. I'll bet when that vote comes, I doubt if we'll have 5 minutes of discussion. Why is that? What's different about that public infrastructure investment with federally funded dollars? I'm not going to make any suggestions, but I'll let you draw your own conclusions. Well, let's not say that. See, when we make these decisions that we make every Thursday, some of these decisions, because of certain types of bizarre messaging, things like people social style planning, Agenda 21, government social engineering, these buzzwords that draw all these people out and get everybody up in a froth that don't really understand that we do this every Thursday anyway. See, we do this every Thursday where we receive grants from the federal government and invest them back in our city. See, this is a process that we do just about every Thursday. Some of them are entitlement grants, some of them are competitive grants. So this is nothing really nuanced. But some of you have been messaged a certain way by certain folks because we're making this investment in a different place. In a different place, folks. So who are we making this investment for? Because they would make it seem that we're just making this investment arbitrarily. Well, let me put another rumor to rest. There's already enough density to support bus rapid transit, right? There's already enough density there, so we can dispel with the argument, because you're going to hear that it's not time for that. You're going to hear that. Oh, this is premature. We should wait. Well, let me tell you what I learned from developers, because they're smart. And everybody says And I always hear that government should run more like a business. And listen, there are times when I absolutely agree. I always make the distinction, but there are times that you're right. So let me tell you what I learned from developers. So here's what developers do. Timing, right? We're going to talk about time. What does time mean? So a developer will go and they will buy a piece of land 10, 15, 20 years out and sit on it because they know the time is going to come. So they get in when they have the cash available, when the opportunity to rise, maybe the financing's good, when the stars line up, that makes sense for them to purchase land or whatnot. And they're very patient. And they're ahead of us in the curve. They're ahead of the public all the time because they know where it's going. They speculate. They say, hey, you know what? We know investment is coming here. So let me be ahead of that. So some have... Okay, yeah. Paul said that's a message. He's trying to give me the blah, blah, blah award. I'm going to win. But, oh, you got the Ramble award. But I win the blah, 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 you get the Ramble. So some have suggested that the time is not now and not right, which maybe depending on how you craft that argument, there could be an argument that we are a little early. But at what point should we not think like developers and be ahead of the curve? Should we wait until the entire corridor is impacted and then try to scramble around and try to figure out a way to get some grants? When we know that at some point in the future, we know there's not a disagreement on the fact that we know that at some point in the future, that corridor will be intensified enough for some folks that will warrant bus rapid transit. But what we want to do today is we want to tell the federal government, no, we don't want your money because we're not ready today. So folks, I ask my colleagues to act like developers. Be ahead of the curve, not behind it. Put this city in a position to be ahead of something, not behind it. And service the people that are already there. There are people there that we heard from tonight that will benefit from bus rapid transit right now. Population densities twice what other cities that have BRT have. So because you're going to hear that now's not the time, we don't have people, blah, 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 blah. You're going to hear all this stuff. And it's not true. It's not true. Not to this council member. So who are we prepping the ground for with this public investment? So let me tell you who we're not prepping it for. Okay, we're not prepping it for certain developers that may do most of their development on the edge. That is true. I want to be honest with you. That's true. But there's a whole other world of investors and developers. They may not have big names and they may not be multi-million, $100 million development corporations. They may be small business guys that may be able to do 1 or 2 lots at a time, or may only be able to develop an acre or 2 at a time in the inner city. But I've talked to those guys. They exist. They are asking us for this investment for them. They are business people too, folks. They're investors too. You don't think they like a little bit of our public infrastructure investment to help them? Why should we only make our public infrastructure investments in areas like, dare I say, just only Veterans Boulevard? Because we should make that investment because, listen, I know there are developers that are ready to build out there. They want to make that happen. But what about the guys that want to build in the inner city? Why do we leave them behind? Why do we forget about that developer? Why do we forget about that investor that's saying, hey, you know, I actually want to make investments too. It would be good if you guys, the city, helped us out with infrastructure. Why is that? Why is that voice of that investor not the same as the voice of the investor that wants to build on the edge? Why is that voice of that developer different? So, I don't know. But I'll tell you that the investment in BRT does several things for not only the small investor and developer who wants to develop on the core, but also for the edge developers, because, funny enough, BRT is used as a mitigating factor for their large developments. So they don't have to put in the highway miles and the lane miles. So it's a benefit to them too. So I'm going to wrap up because I've been all over the place and you guys have been on a little journey with me tonight. And we're not going to win this one. All right? Well, I'm with you. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. But I'm going to say this. Councilmember Jean covered a lot of what I wanted to say. And I said a lot. I was a little worked up because I was a little loopy. But I would ask my colleagues one more time to think about why we're here and what we're doing. We're elected. We are elected to do this very thing that we're being asked to do. And we know that. We know that. We know it. We're going to put aside the bizarre comments that we heard tonight. I hope they are, because they know they're bizarre too. See, we really know when people are up here talking crazy. We actually do know that, folks. Sometimes we pretend like we don't, but we really do. We know. We look straight ahead, but on the inside, we know, like, woohoo. All right, we heard some of that tonight. So I hope that my colleagues will contemplate that and think about what we do every single Thursday. Every Thursday, where we do what we can to bring money into one of the poorest cities in the country. And we're elected to represent this city. We're elected to represent you all and bring those dollars here. Because I'm going to tell you something. Somebody said, oh, well, we don't care if somebody else gets it. Oh, really? Really? I'm going to wrap it up by saying like this. This would be like, I know every one of us have heard or probably went to school with a student that said, I don't like that teacher, so I'm not going to go to class. Like, I'm going to show her or I'm going to show him. I ain't going to his class. I'm not going to her class. So, and what exactly does that student gain out of not going to that class because they're going to show that teacher? Nothing. Nothing. They're just a little stupider, if that's a word, because they don't go to class. They haven't shown the teacher anything. They haven't proved any point to anyone. They've only hurt themselves because all the other students in the class are going to get education. And while you're showing a teacher that you're mad at, everyone else is getting educated. So I talk to my colleagues right now about us showing the federal government by sending $50 million of infrastructure back. You know what they're going to do? Okay, thank you, Fresno. We will give it to the next city. And they won't bat an eye because we haven't shown them anything. We just left a little stupider.
Councilman Brand, you're up, Lee.
I was ready to go to sleep here. Thanks for waking me up. This issue is like so many other things at City Hall. It's been grossly overhyped, oversold. But when I reviewed this, it was a dispassionate, objective evaluation of the facts. And for the record, I'm okay with receiving federal and state dollars. We do it all the time, as long as it's financially sound. This issue is not just about BRT. This is an issue that embraces other salient issues. I'm going to show you it and go through each one. Just to accept BRT, you have to make about 4 assumptions. One is that BRT will increase ridership on buses, and each one is related to the other one. 2, BRT will incentivize high-density residential development along Blackstone Avenue. 3, thousands of people will move into the high-density developments along Blackstone Avenue, and by doing that, they're going to make a significant reduction in VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, resulting in compliance of the Clean Air Act. This whole thing, this whole component of the general plan is to bring the city in compliance with the Clean Air Act. That's how it works. All of them have to work together. And failure to approve BRT tonight would basically change the general plan. So I'm going to go through each one, if you don't fall asleep on me, and take a look at them. I'm going to start with the finances and the ridership. The ridership on the city plan that projects out many years does not project an increase in ridership. It just presumes ridership remains flat. So that's not doing one of the things it's intended to do, because if you don't increase ridership, you don't incentivize development, you don't meet the VMT requirements of the Clean Air Act. So on the cost of BRT, I looked at all the documents. There's a lot of documents out there. These are all documents on the city website. And the one was the BRT master plan study done in 2008. And in this study, it talks about the facility. Where are you going to put these buses at? And it says that the current Muni Yard facility is at capacity with 100 buses, and is not designed to service BRT or longer buses. BRT buses are 60 feet. Standard buses are 40 feet. And that it recommends that either an expansion or another facility be developed for BRT. And what it does when you shuttle buses in and out of service is called deadhead cost. The longer they stay in and out, the more you lose money. So there's nothing I've seen in the proposal that accounts for any facility, a new facility, or expanding the existing facility to accommodate, and I'm taking it right out of the 2008 BRT master plan. The capital cost of BRT bus, a 60-foot bus, is roughly $1 million. The cost of a standard 40-foot bus, roughly $250,000, $350,000. So it's roughly 3 times the cost of a standard bus. Well, I'll get back to that later. Because when you do your budgeting, you've got to put a depreciation there. I'm assuming they both have a life cycle of 12, 14 years, but you're amortizing $1 million or $250,000 or $300,000. There's a big difference over time. In that same study, it talked about the cost, and it first went into, at the time, only the Kings Canyon corridor. And it made a presumption of roughly 21,800 annual operating hours, and they used a cost of $90 per hour, and that equates to roughly $2 million for one route. Now remember, the city estimate for both routes is $2.3 million. But here's one that says one route's going to cost $2 million. In the Fresno's PTIS executive summary, it compares the cost between a standard bus and a BRT bus. Because a standard bus goes at $9.99 an hour and a BRT bus goes at $13.21 an hour. That's a 32% increase. The city hired in fact, it's Parsons Brinkerhoff. That's on our agenda tonight, to approve them as the project manager for BRT. In their report on March 13th, 2012, they compared the cost of a BRT bus to the cost of a standard bus. They projected the cost of a BRT bus at $3.5 million a year compared to $1.6 million a year for a standard bus. That's about $1.8 million higher than a standard bus and about $1.3 million higher than a city estimate. There's also another estimate from the city documents that show the cost of a BRT bus annually at $3.9 million compared to roughly $1.9 million for a standard bus. That's a $2 million difference, and that's $1.7 million higher than the city estimate. So what are the implications of having higher cost? Now it costs, I heard many people tonight, clear message, the existing service isn't working. We need improvements. It cost approximately $130,000 to run one bus line. That's labor, fuel, maintenance. Does not include the cost of the bus, which again is roughly $250,000, $300,000. So if you took these figures at face value, and there's roughly $1.5 million difference, that's somewhere between 10 to 13 new bus routes in the city of Fresno. Now, I'd like to challenge anybody to tell me adding 10 new bus lines or expanding service would not have a significant impact on the entire city. So we're talking about dollars and where those dollars go. Okay, where are we going to get the money to pay for the buses? Well, I take the latest projections on the city spreadsheets. They say we're going to have $5.5 million by 2014, and by the end of fiscal year 2015, roughly about 18 months from now, we're going to have $9.5 million in our reserve. We could buy 5 buses this year, 5 buses next year. That's roughly $5 to $6 million. Actually implement 10 more routes 1 year earlier than we implement BRT. Okay, these are the figures I'm going through that are all in the standard city reports. Okay, we're talking about service, we're talking about hype. Let's look at the cold, sober facts on BRT and the cold, sober facts of operating a bus system. Now, the city is given 3 separate spreadsheets over the last year estimating and projecting the impact of BRT. And what they are, they're the entire facts department, not just BRT. They didn't isolate the BRT cost, so I can, by taking the figures I've got, and they've made a mention of them too in the figures, but about 1 year ago, we were involved in negotiations with the ATU MOU contract, and part of that dialogue and that debate was that at that point in time, this is late 2012, there were serious problems in the financial status of FACTS. Our reserves were going low. If we didn't get labor concessions, we'd have to do a rate increase, or potentially the general fund is always the backstop on any enterprise department. So there was at that point in time at least an exposure to the general fund. Roughly 1 year later, the city produced these spreadsheets that progressively became more optimistic. And part of it is a grant of roughly $6 million, a federal grant came in ahead of time. That's part of it. But they forecast over the next 10 years, that we're going to produce a surplus, a reserve of roughly $22 million, and that each year, cumulatively over 10 years, it's going to produce a cash flow of $98.5 million. That's pretty optimistic, considering a year earlier we were on the brink of bankruptcy or having the general fund subsidize it. So I took these figures and I said, I want to see the prior 10 years experience to see, let's compare one versus the other. We all talked about projections and dreams and what we think we can do. And when you look at the previous 10 years, 9 out of 10 years lost money. 9 out of 10 years. In fact, it lost a total of $61 million for the previous 10 years. So we're going from a loss of $61 million to a gain of $98 million. Now, in the early years, this is before Measure C was renewed, the amount of money that went towards public transportation was minimal. And the previous administration had the latitude to take money and divert it. So I took the time from 2008 to 2012 because that takes into account the new Major C money. That makes it more of an apples-to-apples comparison. During that 5-year period of time, the total base revenue was about $41 million per year. The current projection now starts with a standard base of $55 million a year and goes up to $65 million a year. And I would say those are very optimistic figures. And I would say taking a projection, and I'm a guy who's been doing spreadsheets and projections for 30 years with a lot of properties, that you cannot just do a linear projection like it's going to go up 2% a year, 3% a year. It's in a very volatile global economy. It's simply not going to happen. What you're not going to get, you're not going to get a curve that goes like this. You're going to get a curve that goes like that with spikes of ups and downs. So this scenario, in my opinion, is overly optimistic, and I think I've demonstrated there's a significant cost difference between BRT and a standard bus. So these things will play out over time. So this is not a simple, let's take the money, it's a no-brainer. There's more to it than that. Now the next component is the Blackstone corridor. Okay, we're going to incentivize and move people along the Blackstone corridor. And that was in the 1984 general plan to bring in high-density residential development along the Blackstone corridor. That was 30 years ago. And in 30 years, nothing has happened. Nothing. So we're talking about something that everybody presumes is inevitable, but in 30 years, absolutely nothing has happened. And there's a reason why it hasn't happened. It's because there's not a market-driven means to make that happen. I don't say it can't happen. I think there's ways to do it over time. But to go from a low-density commercial zoning all along Blackstone Avenue and to change that to 3, 4, 5-story high-density multifamily is a major change in the infrastructure. In other words, you've got a 100,000 square foot plant that has 10 people that go from 8 to 5. You replace that with a 5-story apartment complex with 500 people that flush the toilet about 20 times a day. You get the message. The existing infrastructure won't work. That's water, sewer, underground. Nobody's accounted for that. That's got to be accounted for. So without a massive grant, and if they come in, I would take them. To do that, to pay for the infrastructure, to try to modernize it, the business model isn't there. The simplest way to put it, I was in a workshop with the mayor a few days ago with investors that are looking at infill developments. And the city's trying to do things which I think are good. They're trying to waive impact fees, make changes at the Sacramento level where property taxes can be abated or extended for a period of time. And those are all good. But as I was going through this workshop, I was writing down, I've built apartments, I built homes, I manage a lot of I know the business. And you buy something, you can have the cost of the land, the cost of the entitlements, the soft costs for permits, impact fees, architectural fees, engineering fees, the finance costs, and the hard costs. So I took all these things that we're going to do, and it added up to about maybe 10, 12, 15%. Now that's good. Remember, the RDA, when it was in business, was subsidizing about 33%. And that still didn't make a lot of projects break even. So you have an area where it cost, in a simple example, $200,000 to build a home, and the market value is $100,000. A 15% increase or subsidy is not going to make up the difference. You're going to have to find other ways to reduce the cost. Most importantly, you have to increase the demand side. You've got to develop the motivation in the market that wants to make people live there. So this is no easy task. This is a monumental task. I'm not saying it's impossible, but don't presume it's inevitable because we put a bus that is now forecast to have virtually no increase in ridership, and we know the cost is more expensive. And this relates to the general plan. A general plan that has been drafted and in existence since 2010. At the city back in 2011, 3 years ago, when I was doing with Andreas Borges an evaluation of SEGA, the Southeast Growth Area Plan, the city was already at $7 million and probably spending more than any city in the state of California. Now, there's probably over $10 million now. Some of that has been paid for federal grants. I appreciate it. But it's been 4 years since that's happened, and we're still on that path. And back then, going back to 2006, the original plan that would solve all the problems in Fresno, that would be the redemption for all the evils of sprawl that happened over the years, was SEGA. SEGA was projected to be the Shangri-La of residential and commercial development. But SEGA had serious flaws. There was no water. There was no infrastructure. The cost to build in SEGA was roughly 3 to 4 times any other project. There was virtually no market plan to do SEGA. SEGA was projected to have 55,000 people by the year 2025. 55. In fact, you look at our plan today, that is in there. That's why Kings Canyon was chosen primarily, because a link to SEGA. If SEGA has 500 people by the year 2025, we'll be lucky. That's how people follow dreams without having a rational evaluation of where you're going. And it's good to have dreams, it's good to have visions, but you have to have a practical way and a vehicle to get there. And if you want to increase ridership, my suggestion, and I know it's down the road, Shaw Avenue would really be where you're going to pick up new riders. Because Kings Canyon is a lot of users, Blacksville not of users, but you're going to get the same people that ride the bus now. You need to add more people to the system. And I think in time, BRT could work here, but it's a step-by-step process. The other thing that we're talking about now is, again, this whole thing is being driven by our requirement to meet these clean air standards, AB 32 carbon offset, SB 375, is the impact of technology that's happening every day. I'm going to give you a few examples. Online shopping is currently less than 10% of retail sales. I can tell you in the next 5 years, 10 years, there's going to be a dramatic shift from bricks and mortar to online shopping. You're going to see electronics. Most retailers are reducing their square footage because they're changing. My wife did almost all the Christmas shopping this year strictly online. That's going to have a big impact on every single city and how we plan it ahead. When you go to your bookstore, how many people you can go to bookstores? You can buy all your books now online, streaming downloads. The movies used to go to Blockbuster. They're coming in now, streaming downloads. An important thing that makes a difference in terms of vehicle miles traveled is that a lot of companies now have people working out of their home. You don't have to drive 5 or 10 miles every day to work. I don't know if that's in the modeling for the VMT trips on the airboard. We're doing 3D printing, 4D printing almost at the molecular level where you're reproducing body parts. It was from 1800 to 1900, it was presumed mankind would double their knowledge every 100 years. After World War II, it was every 25 years. Right now, we double our knowledge every 2 years. You think of the implications of that as we plan ahead. Okay, the final one is the AB 32, SB 375, and the Clean Air Act. We have a state that has a very stringent requirement on AB 32 that's costing consumers and businesses millions of dollars. Yet, China builds about 3 coal burning plants a month or a year. India does. It's like we're metaphorically throwing a grain of sand in the beach to try to make a difference on what they're doing. And I met with the Air Board, and they said that 50% of what we can control in our city is caused by mobile sources down Highway 99. that we have no control over. And we are a victim of geography. We're in a valley, a basin that traps air. And there's no surprise that Bakersfield at the southern end that's trapped on three sides by mountains is the worst. And that Stockton and Sacramento are the best because they have a delta breeze that comes through. But we control approximately 15% of the total air quality issues that we're held by standards by the Clean Air Act. If the BRT were successfully implemented, would only nudge it roughly 1 to 2% difference. In other words, we'd probably still be out of compliance either way. That's how absurd that we have to live in. There's no economic hardship, by the way. We can't say, well, I'm giving you the facts, 1 to 2%. So if everybody thinks this is going to solve all of our problems, it's not. It may be a small step in the right direction. I spent 4 months researching infill in every city in the United States. I wrote an infill act last year. And my goal was to find a business model to incentivize infill development. And I would say, and we also had an infill committee that Member Baines was on and Member Libby was on. We had 6 months of hearings. Some people in this audience attended those meetings. And if my goal was to get to 100 as far as achieving the right model, we got to maybe 15 or 20. So there's serious challenges to make infill, and I believe in infill. Infill is necessary for our city. We have to find a way to do it. And BRT, as it's configured now, is not necessarily the answer. We need alternatives to BRT. Just to give you a few examples, what you can do to meet from the clean air. You can expand existing fax fleet. You can adopt some of the BRT technology like preemptive signal changing on a standard fax bus. You can do trip reduction ordinances. You can do fringe and corridor parking facilities. You can do employee-sponsored programs. There's all kinds of things you can do to also make contributions. I know it's getting late. I'm almost done. So I don't support the way BRT is brought today. I do believe we need a solution. The city's broken. I would not deny that. We have to find solutions, innovative solutions, and we cannot go to the past and do the same thing we've done for the last 50 years. We have to find a different, I believe there's a solution. Maybe it's a hybrid system. I don't know. I'm willing to work with the administration and my colleagues to find a solution, hopefully come back in a short period of time with an answer that you can get at least 4 votes on and we can move forward. So thank you for your indulgence.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President.
Wait, before, with all due respect, Council Member Brand, and I do have a lot of respect for you as well as the other council members, but there were some statements that were made that I just can't let lay as though they were fact. Everyone here, I appreciate this, but we're all trying to do, I think, at the end of the day, what we all feel is the best for this community. But with all due respect, the reason there is no new maintenance facility in a 2008 study is the same reason there's no impact fee being proposed, because there isn't the need for one right now. The fax existing yard can accommodate the 60-foot buses without purchasing a new facility. Falling under the category, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, the reason the pro forma doesn't show any increase in ridership, because if I had submitted to this board, this council, a pro forma that assumed a 10 or 20 or 30% increase in ridership, or 40% increase and cited Stockton as an example, you would have criticized me for overstating the increase in ridership and revenue. So I apologize, because I did put together with my staff what I believe is a conservative approach to this. As far as the $500,000, well, it's not $280,000 or $300,000 anymore. They used to be that back when I used to be in the industry. A 40-foot bus now running on natural gas is $550,000. That's just the capital cost. That's not the operating cost. The reason that BRT costs twice as much as traditional fixed route, or they're comparing it to, is very simple. You're running twice as much, you're running twice as often. You got buses running every 10 minutes versus every 20 minutes. So therefore, it generally costs twice as much. In addition, with BRT, there are additional things added that cost about, I think in total, adds to the bottom line another $700,000 over traditional fixed route. Some of that are increased amenities, nicer shelters, the kiosks, but more importantly, added security. Now, council member, you talked about the 4 officers facts already funds. This funds more officers or more employees whose purpose is to provide or address or mitigate fare evasion. We know it's going to happen. I can't, the change in pro forma, you know, council members, you guys adopted a budget. You saw the actuals, and the actuals for last year's carryover was what, close to $2.5 million going into this fiscal year. And we're projecting that we're going to put probably another $4.5–5 million into an operating reserve. Because I painfully am aware that the department has historically had its challenges in funding its ongoing operation. Some of it has to do with the timing of federal grants. Ironically, we have the same problem when it comes to road projects. Some of our negative fund balance, one of the biggest chunks in that negative fund balance, was a Shaw Avenue interchange for a rail crossing that went over budget, and we carried on the books for a number of years. The pro forma you have now in front of you, in fact, I've shared with you, is actually understated because my staff is telling me the state dollars that we had projected based on the Council of Governments is actually $2 million higher than what we had projected. We also received about another $500,000 in a C&G rebate that we didn't anticipate, and our operating costs are slightly lower. So yes, your pro forma that you have that you're working on, as I shared with you, is actually understated, and we may actually put more money into the reserve this year. And it is my goal, quite frankly, that when I walk out of here in 3 years or so, that this department, as an enterprise, will be in better financial shape than any of the other enterprise departments, given the fact that they have no debt. Now, you also know by looking at that pro forma that $2.5 million in ongoing after $2.3 million. And let me go back to the $2.3 million. That is the cost of continuing the service after the federal dollars expire. And I know there's concerns, but if that's indeed the case, why would we be pursuing any grants to increase service on Shaw Avenue or run new service out to the Veterans Home? This council on unanimous vote approved that a month or so ago. And then more importantly, I'm probably the one next to Councilmember Brand who talks about the ongoing cost. And you guys have heard me talk about the ongoing cost of maintaining an asset once we build it. The problem for this organization has been is that whenever we built a new subdivision, we never asked, where's the pro forma and what's the ongoing cost of maintaining that subdivision after we got done building it? We went through, no, please, we went through the last 2 years trying to figure out where we're going to find money to fix street lights. Now, from a developer standpoint, street lights, sidewalks, and streets, on the front end, that capital cost gets buried into the house. As soon as that subdivision gets handed over to us, it's on our balance sheet. If we had taken the time to do exactly what you're saying, and we looked at the depreciation costs, the cost to maintain those neighborhoods or that street after we built it, we may have asked ourselves, can we afford the growth that we are incurring now in the future? This is the conversation we should have had 40 years ago. And unfortunately, we didn't. And because of that, we are now having the debate over something that we should all be celebrating. But unfortunately, we haven't had that. We're not having that. What we are having now is a conversation that's going to continue to divide this community for at least the next who knows how long, which is unfortunate. But nevertheless, it is what it is. We do, the mayor does, believe that there is a balanced approach. I've talked to individuals who believe that provided that we can look at this corridor, but also provide equal opportunity to some of the areas west of 99 so that we don't make the same mistakes that we made in the past, that there is a way out. There is not a way out, but there are solutions. But to sit there and criticize, on one hand, the ability to provide BRT, but then talk about the need to fix the entire system without addressing the fundamental issue, which is one, land use, and where's the money come from. I maybe because I'm getting looping in, it's getting to be 11:41, and I'm feeling I'm on the losing end of argument as well. It's frustrating. That's all. It is one of these things in which whenever we try to move something forward, there is always a reason to hold us back. And I absolutely agree. And I've been around here long enough when there was the Granite Park and there was the Met. And at the time when those decisions were made, they were made with the best intent. They didn't work out. If this council doesn't believe that we need to invest in public transportation, then we should just say it. But if we're not, then let's have an honest and frank conversation, not only about this, but also about everything else we do with our transportation dollars. Because whether it's a street light or a street, and Lee, I've been in your neighborhood. I've been at Minarets. You are absolutely right. That street, that residential street off of Nice and First needs to be repaid. We never asked ourselves, and that development is 40 years old. We never asked ourselves, what is the amount of money being set aside for the depreciation of that asphalt, that sidewalk, that street light, so that when those things wear out, we can replace them, which is why we got where we got to 4 or 5 years ago. And I am hoping that we all have learned from that and that we will not repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
First of all, Bruce, I really, think you're one of the best city managers we ever had here. And you've been here, you've been through all the wars. Okay. But, Bruce, I was here last summer, 4 months on the convention center when I was reading staff reports that we're going to save the city $6 million and end up costing the city $2 million. So, please, my skepticism is well grounded. And this one final comment too. Yeah, I agree on the land use. That's the base issue. But see, we need to do CFD financing where any new development fully pays for itself. That's the answer, not the way we did it in the past. So, without going past we're past midnight almost. So, thank you.
Councilman Capriolio.
Anybody else want to say something?
Right, yeah. Take your
Filibustering comedy. Seriously.
You opening that up?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You've had your time, and it's my time. And I want to explain a couple things. I've been on my phone twice tonight. First call was for my 16-year-old daughter to go home and help her with her American history homework. Obviously, that didn't work out. And the second phone call was for her to say, Daddy, when are you coming home so you can say goodnight to me? So I think they're watching. I hope not. If they are, I want them to go to bed, sweet dreams, and we have business to take care of here. Now, I want to express a few things here. First, I have the utmost respect for my colleagues. We are all extremely different, but we all have the same common goal, and that's for the city of Fresno and improvements and make this city and your lives better. Seriously, that's our goal. And I just want to say I respect them. I appreciate the diversity, and I think from that comes some pretty good decisions. And I want to thank all of you for being here. Absolutely critical. And as you noted during this process, we took a showing of hands of whether to continue or not. Classic democratic process. But this is a serious process. It's a vital part of government. I wish this were taking place in D.C. We get a lot better results down here at the grassroots level. So as your leader, I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to listen to each and every one of you. I may not agree with you, but I will listen, consider, evaluate, analyze. And I want to encourage you to listen. But being a leader up here does not give me the right to mock you, embarrass you or try to discourage you from disagreeing with my opinion. It doesn't work that way. That's what we call in the law business a chilling effect. A chilling effect inhibits your right to come forward because do you want to go through that? I don't think so. So we have to treat everybody with dignity and respect up here. And I can assure you, you'll never see me do some of the things that I've heard tonight because I have too much respect for you. I have too much respect for these colleagues. And I will not turn this ever into a comedy hour. And that's what that first session was. So I'm very serious about this. I take this job seriously. I'm not saying my colleagues don't, but I'm on a little different philosophy perhaps. So I just want to put that on the record. I agree with some comments that we need to get federal grants. I mean, obviously. Taxpayers want that, and that's our job, certainly. However, we must think these things through. And for me, the question is sustainability. That's a problem for me because it goes right back to the taxpayer. They're the ones, and including ourselves up here, that have to bear the brunt of some decisions that have been made here. I want to say that the vote tonight, assuming it goes the way everyone's assuming, that there's not a federal agent outside those doors to City Hall with a satchel saying, give me back my $50 million or $38 million or whatever it is. That's not happening. So what does that mean to us? That means we must reevaluate the situation and try to work out a plan that's agreeable to both sides of this aisle. It's not over, folks. It's a roadblock, a bump, but it's not over. So I hope you keep that in mind. Now, as I mentioned, sustainability is a critical part for me. I understand 3% use the bus, maybe 4% increased ridership. The problem that I have with that is if this fails, 96 or 97% of the population bear the burden of paying for this. And I was not here, and I'm not trying to be critical. I wasn't part of Granite Park, which is in the middle of my district, and I try to deal with that every day. The stadium, the Met, it goes on. And those were, quite frankly, dumped on our doorstep. And I have to deal with it just like my colleagues have to deal with it. But from that I've learned I'm not going to dump something on the future council's doorstep. Not going to do that. Numbers have to match up. The dollars have to be there. It has to be a real deal in my mind. That's the way I live my life. I don't go out with, I don't have any credit card debt. If I can't afford it, I don't buy it. And I kind of take that theme here, and it's just part of me. I was raised that way. We were kind of poor, and we had to work very hard for where we are today. Now, I want to indicate that District 4, the majority of the people that communicated with me do not support this proposition. And I think Rachel came up here and spoke earlier, and I think the things that come to mind is, does BRT extend service? No, it's the same service up and down Blackstone. Does it improve service? Not to D4, not to all the citizens that ride it outside of that corridor. Doesn't help them a bit. Does it run later in the evening? No, it doesn't run later in the evening. We're still stuck with the same hours and the complaints that we heard tonight from people that need it for social reasons and for employment reasons. So, in my opinion, we're putting the cart before the horse. Everyone in the room, again, had an opinion. Either you opposed it or you supported it. But one opinion permeated throughout this entire process. And everyone, without exception, said we need to improve existing facts. So where are our priorities? What is the best thing we can do for the majority of the citizens in Fresno that use the bus service? Improve it. Make it right. I think we saddled up the wrong horse. We're putting BRT first when we have these needs throughout the community for this improvement. So why can't we go back and seek more federal funds? That's our job. Let's do it. Let's do it right. Let's get the sequence of priorities straight for a change, and then do what we can afford to pay for, without those. I'm not going to say them again. If I had $1 for every time I heard Granite Park, I'd be a billionaire. So I'm not going to go through that. But I just want to let you know that's my feeling. I think we should go back to the drawing board. I think we should make those tough decisions. And I wasn't part of that. I've been here a year. I have a lot of ideas. And I think if we perhaps meet and all of you come to a forum where we say, City of Fresno, these are what's important to us. Seems to me police, fire, Parks and Rec are critical. I'm not discounting bus, transit, any of that. It's all part and parcel of the same thing, but we have to figure this out because we have such limited dollars. And we can do this. We can work together and get there. And I firmly believe that. So I think that's all I have to say, and I really appreciate you all being here. And I guess we'll take this to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's finally my turn. You know, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm kind of reminding me of the song Now That It's My Turn. It's I'm going to wait till the midnight hour. We're almost there, folks. So that was by Wilson Pickett, by the way, if you remember. You know, I'm going to ask a couple of housekeeping items for our city manager. This has to do with concerns of some of the business people that are on Kings Canyon and Ventura, and basically it's at one corridor, the older corridor between Cedar and First, and then I'll ask the questions, and these have been addressed, and they've been addressed in the report, but I want to ask them for the record. So, City Manager, with regards to the bat lanes that are along the Kings Canyon Ventura corridor, have they been removed from the environmental impact report?
If you vote yes on the mitigated neg deck in front of you, they will be removed.
Okay. Number two, the language states that removing the bat lanes provides for flexibility of final project. Is there a possibility that the bat lanes will be placed back in the final project?
No.
Okay. Number three, if the city did not ultimately vote to support BRT, what other measures could we take to conform with SB 375?
Well, Council Member Brand brought up a number of alternatives. I don't know if they'll get you the same emission reductions because we'd have to model it. I don't know if anyone's going to be, and I'm looking over at Tom Jordan because he was on the receiving end when we started talking about trip reduction plans and limiting the number of trips that people can take in their cars based on their last number of their license plate. So I'd get to drive on Monday and Evans get to drive on Tuesday. Given the discussion about big government, I don't think we're in a mood to tell people when they can or can't drive. So I think that one's off the list, at least for tonight. Park and ride facilities, and they have some benefit. I don't even think the Air District really funds them anymore because they really haven't shown to provide any kind of real reductions. Expand fax service, that's certainly an air quality mitigation measure. It just comes back down to where is it going to come from? You know, there's concern about the general fund will be stuck with this. You know, council, I only know one time in my entire career with the city of Fresno where the general fund ever contributed anything to fax for 1 year and 1 year only, and it was like $300,000 or $400,000. The general fund has never, other than from a cash flow, been used to provide public transportation. Neither have any of the other transportation dollars that are available because they go to the roads. The only other thing left after that are bike lanes, and bike lanes haven't exactly been, they've been kind of hit and miss. You know, they talked about bike lanes along Blackstone. Well, bike lanes along Blackstone will take the on-street parking away, which is exactly what some of the folks from merchants from Blackstone were concerned about. So I don't know if bike lanes on Blackstone are going to work. And then there's always traffic synchronization, and we have done a phenomenal job, again, with federal dollars. I hate it when we do that. But nevertheless, we spent millions of dollars synchronizing, let's see if I can remember all these, Herndon, Blackstone, Clovis, Shaw, and, Kings Canyon, Ventura. And we also have additional traffic synchronization projects in the pipeline funded with federal dollars. And they have been accounted for in the general plan update. So those emission reductions that would be gained from traffic synchronization to a great extent are accounted for. Now, we will continue to seek funding for those projects, but that's pretty much, and I'm going to look over to Tom Jordan because, Tom, did I miss anything? Those are the big ones.
Okay.
Other than a horse and maybe a bike.
Can you talk about the issue that's been mentioned over and over, sustainability?
Are we talking about the sustainability of the system, or are we talking about, again, the pro forma that I have submitted to the council, in my professional opinion, demonstrates that the department can, based on what we know today, sustain BRT once the federal grants that are used to fund the operating expire.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to try to be briefer than my colleagues, but you know, we talk about the ridership and the existing system that we have in terms of the number of riders. And city manager, the Ventura Kings Canyon corridor, that one route that goes through there, Route 28, that's one of the busiest in the city of Fresno, correct?
Route 28 and Route 30 are by far the two busiest routes that we have in the city of Fresno.
Okay, so let's talk about what's existing. I want to mention to you what's existing that keeps that route as busy as it is. So there's no question how important and how badly needed the BRT would be for that corridor. You know, District 5 is pretty much a mosaic of the rest of the city. We have high-income neighborhoods, we have low-income neighborhoods. We've got probably the most ethnically diverse district in the city of Fresno. So to me, it's a mosaic of the rest of the city. Well, let me tell you what we have there. This is just in District 5, and I believe it's about each council district is roughly about 78,000 residents, I believe it is. 72? Okay, I was testing you. 72. Okay, what do we have in District 5 that keeps this district so busy? And like I said, just keep remembering it's a mosaic of the rest of the city. We have 3 school districts. 3 school districts. 2 Head Start schools, 10 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 2 high schools, 1 university, 1 community center, where, by the way, we have an after-school program that's a renowned program. It's Reading and Beyond. We have a park that's ADA accessible for children, and I'm sure a lot of people didn't know about that. We have Pillabos Park, which is Fresno's first 4 soccer park. We have a community health clinic. We have the Big Fresno Fair. Over 500,000 people attend that. We have the IRS, that huge center there. Bet you didn't even know that we have a National Guard armory there, too. So we got our own military. And one of the small ones is we probably have the number 1 or number 2 sales store of McDonald's there as well. But if you even take a small percentage of everything that I just mentioned, there's ridership there. There's ridership. The other thing that I've heard is that, well, it's an old corridor, not much is happening. Well, let me tell you, in the past year, we've had 6 new businesses come in. 4 of them are national businesses. So there's a need. There's a need. And what's forthcoming? In this economy, what's forthcoming? Well, guess what? We're going to have a State Center Community College campus that's going to get built out there. It's going to be a vocational type school with emphasis on police and fire academies. Hopefully, we're going to get the new shopping center done that was mentioned earlier, that we would have a BRT station there. The other thing we can look forward to with Southeast Fresno and Southwest as well is that we still have a lot of land, and we just recently approved the industrial park impact waiver fees for 1 year. So with that, with those jobs being created, that'll increase ridership. We still have a lot of land that developers are sitting on, that land has not been developed. We have Armstrong, we've got Temperance, we've got some land along the Kings Canyon corridor. Sanger Unified is going to build a new campus with administration building similar to Clovis North, I believe. And so all that is coming. That's in District 5. So that's what's going to bring in the new ridership that's being questioned. Where's it going to come from? We've got the 180 freeway, where we can look at already there's a few existing park and ride lots there. And if we can connect our bus system to that freeway, that'll be helpful too. So, you know, the future growth, to me, that's where it's going to come from. The future ridership, that's where it's going to come from. We already have what's existing. It doesn't mean that we can't do some of the similar things along the Blackstone Avenue corridor. You know, we all drive down that corridor, and we can look at things and say, okay, you know, maybe we can fix this up, we can fix that up. And we used to have that on Kings Canyon in Ventura, where if you drive down there, you're going to see the old telephone poles that were PG&E and the phone company, because it was an old quarter. They're gone. When we were taking those out, we put fiber optic along that street because we knew that that was going to bring in more families and businesses to come into the area and update an older area. We can do that. We can do that along that Blackstone corridor. We have two properties right now that with a company that the city managers had meetings with to build senior citizen housing. And by the way, we have 5 senior citizen rest homes in the district out there. There's more bus ridership. So I mean, it's there, and I can see the need for that. And we've even talked about in that Ventura Kings Canyon corridor putting lofts above any new buildings that we build, of businesses that come in. So, you know, to me, I was pretty skeptical when when the presentation was first made to the council, and John was in the audience, did part of the presentation with Ken Ham. And there was one question that was asked that day is to the council members: is there anything that we need to do in your districts? Do we need to meet with anybody, or is there any? Have you heard of any concerns? It's still kind of early. I said, yeah, I want to have some meetings on that Ventura Kings Canyon corridor with those older businesses, simply because it's an old commercial corridor and there's no parking lots there. It's alleys. It's alleys. And that's when we got into the discussion of the bat lanes. Why bring them in if you're going to lose parking in the front? And we held 3 meetings with the business community of that corridor at the fairgrounds. And I appreciate you being taking care of the concerns that they had, and John and the Rios company, and then also working on the benches with the covers. That was through another pot of money that we were able to get. But you know, I'm going to support it, and I'm just saying that things can be done. We do have the ridership that will come about even in those older areas. New families are moving in. We have young families coming in that say, you know what, I wanted to come back to the old neighborhood. My parents live a couple houses down. We're going to start having children, and we want to be able to access a bus that'll take us to other parts of the city. So, with that, those are my reasons for wanting to support this, and it's I think it's going to be a tremendous asset for District 5. Thank you.
Council members, you all good? Don't see anybody else jumping up and down. Hit my timer, yeah. I told Cap that I was going to hit my timer and give myself 3 minutes. I might have, this is very difficult night. I'm going to spin off of Councilman Baines and just be very realistic and hopefully convey a couple of thoughts. A lot of what we're really talking about here today, if I was going to be gut-wrenching honest with everybody in the room, which I feel you deserve, you hung with us until 12:07. So a lot of this is about the general plan update that's coming up. BRT has been called the spinal column of the general plan, and so it's really important part of the general plan, and unfortunately it ties into a bigger debate, and which you will probably all be invited back to and attending in a couple of weeks. So much when you're the last speaker, and this is the downside of being the council president, you're supposed to go last. I learned that from Councilman Zhang all last year, and I watched him. He wanted to go first a lot of times, but he reserved. And when you go last, everything has been said. For me, it makes it even a little bit easier because I went on the record on this a long time ago while my other council members were thinking it over and processing. So Bruce and I went round and round a couple of times here a couple months ago when, yeah, and he badgered me pretty good when we had the workshop for BRT, and then we also squared off a little bit in front of the Chamber of Commerce and a couple of other different opportunities. I wrote a column in the Fresno Bee that came out Tuesday, and so I was kind of out there. I've been on radio a couple times throughout the week saying that I'm not supporting BRT. Now here's what's really interesting, and I'd love for you to read the column that came out in the Tuesday Bee. I'll probably try and post it on my website. If you hadn't read it yet, you'll get a chance to see why I would be opposed to bus rapid transit. It's not that important for me right now to say why. I just want to say that I know every person up here is working extremely hard. When you put together hours and hours, I wanted to have one of these 30-minute presentations too. But we look out, we see that you guys are burnt out, we're burnt out, and so nothing that we do really comes across. I saw a couple council members try jokes. They fell short, flat, and so I understand that. I have 21 seconds left. I do owe it to anybody who is not going to read the paper and find out more about why I voted or why I'm voting no on BRT, to say just a couple of sentences. And I think that one thing that I've learned in year number 1 is the law of unintended consequences. And a lot of times we get all fired up. And I also see Andy Levine in the crowd. Andy came to my office this last week. We had scheduled a 15-minute meeting. We ended up talking for almost an hour. Those are the type of conversations that are valuable. You'll have a really hard time judging my reasons for this unless you sit down and talk with me. To be honest with you, I believe that I'm going to be a standard for air quality, and I'm out here on the conservative right. But if we make bad decisions, if we put in a system that doesn't pick up additional ridership, we're not going to increase our air quality. When I drive down 41, a conservative sees bad air just as easy as a progressive sees bad air. So there's a lot of unintended consequences. If you want to talk to me more about why I'm a no vote on BRT, there's a lot behind that. And there's a lot behind every council member's reasons. And it's very difficult for us to convey that after we know it's this amount of time. I guess I'm about a minute over. If you want to talk more about bus rapid transit with me, why I would be a no vote, please come ask me. I bet these guys would be glad for that same opportunity. A conversation that I had with Andy was much more valuable than me trying to bash you at 12:11 on a Thursday night. So I think we will move to take a vote. Yeah, Friday morning, that's correct. The first vote that we're going to take is a vote, like I said in the beginning, it's a little bit separate from the others. It's about the bat lanes that Councilman Quintero was talking about on Kings Canyon in District 5. What's that? Does there need to be a motion?
There would need to be a motion to take action.
Okay,
yes.
Somebody forgot to give me a motion. Do we have a motion to vote on amending the negative deck? To include the bat lanes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Get loopy. Yes, to take the bat lanes out they're currently in. Lee, is that a motion? Second by Councilman Quintero.
So the motion is to approve the sub-item A.
Yes.
Which is to approve the MND which removes the bat lanes.
A yes vote, gentlemen, pulls the bat lanes out. Yeah, a yes vote pulls the bat lanes out. We're going to take a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Olivia. Councilmember Quintero. And Councilmember Jean.
Motion passes 7-0. The next two items can be done together. Am I correct on that, City Attorney?
Yes, it's your discretion.
They're both contract items. They're very similar. They begin the process of the work. I would add before we take this vote that you will probably see, all of you that are excited still, you'll probably see bus rapid transit come back to this body. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to still talk about this in the future, believe it or not. So this vote will be dealing with both of those items. They're both beginning construction, some phase of beginning the kickoff of the project. I'm oversimplifying.
For clarification,
okay,
that's not indeed the case. What the items is, one is to do plan check services because our public works department didn't have the capacity. In other words, to review the plans to make sure the system is being constructed, the stations are being constructed under city code and under state construction code. The other item is for a project manager who will oversee the project to the point in which it's at 100% design. Tonight's vote does not implement any construction. These were just
construction was the wrong word, but it begins.
What we're trying to do is get the project up to shovel or shelf readiness. That's as far as it was going to go tonight.
Okay. Is it still okay with you if we vote on both items at the same time? We'll be voting on both items at the same time. So to clarify, a yes vote is giving preference to bus rapid transit going forward. A no vote is saying no, we want to stop at this point. Madam Clerk, if we could.
We still need a motion.
Still need a motion. Motion to vote. Motion on. Yeah. You have a motion and a second to vote. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
No.
Councilmember Capriolio. No. Councilmember Olivia. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Jean. Member Baines, I think I forgot you. You said yes. Yeah, thank you.
Motion fails 4-3. Is there anything else I need?
That's it.
That concludes our meeting tonight. Like I said, we'll have plenty more time to talk. Thank you.